India's foray into the space research started in the early 1960s, when the satellite applications were in the experimental stages worldwide. Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, a visionary behind India's space program, had strong conviction that the space technology could be effectively leveraged to tackle the problem of society and the country. The Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, was founded in August 1969, and it was brought under Department of Space in September 1972. The prime objective of ISRO is the development of advanced space technology and application of space technology for societal, commercial, developmental, and strategic requirements of the country. While the 1970s were the period of conceptualization, the 1980s were the period of experimentation, which saw the demonstration of end-to-end capabilities through Aryabhatta, Bhaskara, Apple experimental satellites, and SLV and ASLV development launch vehicles. These initiatives laid a strong foundation for realization and deployment of operational Indian National Satellite System, INSAT, Indian Remote Sensing Satellite System, IRS, and for development and operationalization of Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle, PSLV. ISRO functions through various centers and units located across the country. ISRO has been making a steady progress in development and deployment of state-of-the-art infrastructure and systems. ISRO has successfully developed different class of launch vehicles for launching satellites of different payload capabilities. The PSLV, GSLV, LVM-3 and SSLV have shown their precise performances in placing satellites to various orbits of Earth, including LEO and GEO, further to the orbits of Moon and Mars. Recently, ISRO successfully conducted the demonstration of autonomous landing of reusable launch vehicle, RLV LEX. Further, ISRO is pursuing its endeavors to develop next-generation launch vehicle with higher payload capability while offloading the operational launch vehicles to industry. ISRO has launched fleet of communication satellites, including high-throughput satellites, into the geostationary orbit for meeting the requirements of television broadcasting, VSAT services, internet broadband, cellular backhauling, island connectivity, telemedicine, and tele-education applications. ISRO has launched several Earth observation satellites, namely Cartosat, RESAT, OceanSat, and also meteorological satellites for various applications in Earth and ocean resource monitoring, resource management, geospatial applications, and for weather and climate applications. The satellite data are regularly provided to various user ministries and other users. These satellites play a significant role in disaster management in the events of floods, forest fire, earthquake, landslide, tsunami, etc., saving valuable lives and assets. The satellite data have been consolidated, value-added, and made available to various users through platforms like Bhuvan, Mosdak, and Vedas. Several government and private users are deriving the benefit out of these portals. NAVIC is the navigation system of India with a constellation of satellites operating from geostationary and geosynchronous orbits. NAVIC provides the position, navigation, and timing services for civilian and strategic applications. ISRO is continuously contributing to the capacity building in space infrastructure and human resources in the country through various sponsored R&D programs and outreach activities. ISRO actively collaborates with other space agencies and organizations worldwide. It not only partners with the spacefaring nations, but also works with space-aspiring nations in sharing expertise in space technology and applications. ISRO's contribution with space science missions, namely ASTROSAT, Aditya L1, and EXPOSAT, is significant for the space research. Several national and international researchers and institutions have made use of the data from these satellites and brought out publications in renowned international journals. ISRO also undertook space exploration missions of Chandrayaan and Mars orbiter missions to study Moon and Mars, while developing the critical technologies. India has successfully landed its Vikram lander of Chandrayaan-3 closer to the southern polar region of the Moon. It has also deployed Pragyan rover to explore the lunar surface. These missions have not only expanded scientific knowledge but also have garnered international acclaim. Efforts are continued to scale new heights in this journey. Gaganyaan project of ISRO envisages demonstration of human spaceflight capability. The mission is to orbit Indian astronauts at 400 kilometers altitude for 1 to 3 days and bring them back to Earth safely. Various precursor missions are in progress for demonstrating the technology preparedness levels before carrying out the actual human spaceflight mission. These demonstrator missions include Integrated Airdrop Test, Pad Abort Test, and Test Vehicle Flights. Safety and reliability of all systems will be proven in unmanned missions before the manned mission. As announced by Honorable Prime Minister of India,
2035 तक अंतरिक्ष में भारत का अपना स्पेस स्टेशन होगा जो हमें स्पेस के अज्ञात विस्तार को जानने में मदद करेगा.
ISRO is working on realizing an Indian space station, namely Bharatiya Antariksh Station, by 2035 and to land an Indian on Moon by 2040. The journey of Indian space program continues to grow to serve the nation, the citizen, and the humanity at large. India's foray into the space research started in the early 1960s, when the satellite applications were in the experimental stages worldwide. Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, a visionary behind India's space program, had strong conviction that the space technology could be effectively leveraged to tackle the problem of society and the country. The Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, was founded in August 1969, and it was brought under Department of Space in September 19. India's foray into the space research started in the early 1960s, when the satellite applications were in the experimental stages worldwide. Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, a visionary behind India's space program, had strong conviction that the space technology could be effectively leveraged to tackle the problem of society and the country. The Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, was founded in August 1969, and it was brought under Department of Space in September 1972. The prime objective of ISRO is the development of advanced space technology and application of space technology for societal, commercial, developmental, and strategic requirements of the country. While the 1970s were the period of conceptualization, the 1980s were the period of experimentation, which saw the demonstration of end-to-end capabilities through Aryabhatta, Bhaskara, Apple experimental satellites, and SLV and ASLV development launch vehicles. These initiatives laid a strong foundation for realization and deployment of operational Indian National Satellite System, INSAT, Indian Remote Sensing Satellite System, IRS, and for development and operationalization of Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle, PSLV. ISRO functions through various centers and units located across the country. ISRO has been making a steady progress in development and deployment of state-of-the-art infrastructure and systems. ISRO has successfully developed different class of launch vehicles for launching satellites of different payload capabilities. The PSLV, GSLV, LVM-3 and SSLV have shown their precise performances in placing satellites to various orbits of Earth, including LEO and GEO, further to the orbits of Moon and Mars. Recently, ISRO successfully conducted the demonstration of autonomous landing of reusable launch vehicle, RLV LEX, throughput satellites into the geostationary orbit for meeting the requirements of television broadcasting, VSAT services, internet broadband, cellular backhauling, island connectivity, telemedicine, and tele-education applications. ISRO has launched several Earth observation satellites, namely Cartosat, RESAT, OceanSat, and also meteorological satellites for various applications in Earth and ocean resource monitoring, resource management, geospatial applications, and for weather and climate applications. The satellite data are regularly provided to various user ministries and other users. These satellites play a significant role in disaster management in the events of floods, forest fire, earthquake, landslide, tsunami, etc., saving valuable lives and assets. The satellite data have been consolidated, value-added, and made available to various users through platforms like Bhuvan, Mosdak, and Vedas. Several government and private users are deriving the benefit out of these portals. NAVIC is the navigation system of India with a constellation of satellites operating from geostationary and geosynchronous orbits. NAVIC provides the position, navigation, and timing services for civilian and strategic applications. ISRO is continuously contributing to the capacity building in space infrastructure and human resources in the country through various sponsored R&D programs and outreach activities. ISRO actively collaborates with other space agencies and organizations worldwide. It not only partners with the spacefaring nations, but also works with space-aspiring nations in sharing expertise in space technology and applications. ISRO's contribution with space science missions, namely ASTROSAT, Aditya L1, and EXPOSAT, is significant for the space research. Several national and international researchers and institutions have made use of the data from these satellites and brought out publications in renowned international journals. ISRO also undertook space exploration missions of Chandrayaan and Mars orbiter missions to study Moon and Mars. While developing the critical technologies, India has successfully landed its Vikram lander of Chandrayaan 3 closer to the southern polar region of the moon. It has also deployed Pragyan rover to explore the lunar surface. These missions have not only expanded scientific knowledge but also have garnered international acclaim. Efforts are continued to scale new heights in this journey. Gaganyaan project of ISRO envisages demonstration of human spaceflight capability. The mission is to orbit Indian astronauts at 400 kilometers altitude for 1 to 3 days and bring them back to Earth safely. Various precursor missions are in progress for demonstrating the technology preparedness levels before carrying out the actual human spaceflight mission. These demonstrator missions include Integrated Airdrop Test, Pad Abort Test, and Test Vehicle Flights. Safety and reliability of all systems will be proven in unmanned missions before the manned mission. As announced by Honorable Prime Minister of India,
2035 तक अंतरिक्ष में भारत का अपना स्पेस स्टेशन होगा जो हमें स्पेस के अज्ञात विस्तार को जानने में मदद करेगा.
ISRO is working on realizing an Indian space station, namely Bharatiya Antariksh Station, by 2035 and to land an Indian on moon by 2040. The journey of Indian space program continues to grow to serve the nation, the citizen and the humanity at large. ISRO was founded in August 19. Application of space technology for societal, commercial, developmental, and strategic requirements of the country.
Space have always
While the
captivated
1970s were the period of
humanity. The major
conceptualization,
Indian human
the
space
19
The wonders of space have always captivated humanity. For the maiden Indian human spaceflight mission, Gaganyaan, ISRO, in collaboration with the Indian Air Force, selected the crew from a pool of talented test pilots. These pilots underwent a battery of clinical, aeromedical, and psychological tests. Finally, the National Crew Selection Board recommended 4 test pilots from the Indian Air Force for the Gaganyaan crew training program. The selected crew members were trained at the Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center, Russia, for a period of about 13 months. This training covered various aspects of a space mission, such as parabolic flights, survival training in off-nominal snow, desert, and water landing, as well as extreme environment stresses. After returning, the astronauts are being trained in the newly established training facility. Through the Gaganyaan crew training simulators, mock-ups, and state-of-the-art virtual reality tools, the space crew is also getting trained in various human-centric products and survival scenarios. Physical fitness of the crew is maintained through a rigorous physical training regime. A specialized yoga module is also incorporated in the physical training curriculum for holistic health management of the astronauts. They will also be assigned for ISRO NASA mission to the International Space Station, announced by the Honorable Prime Minister. This incredible feat will take Bharat to greater heights. Akasha Bhavantam Pratikshate.
Thanks to satellite navigation, it is now next to impossible to lose your way in modern times, as it can pinpoint your location to within few meters, wherever you happen to be on Earth, just in no time. The Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System, now called the Navigation with Indian Constellation or NAVIC, provides the users of the Indian subcontinent extending to 1,550 kilometers around the Indian landmass with a position accuracy of better than 10 meters and a timing accuracy of better than 40 nanoseconds on a 24/7 all-weather basis. All this may look simple to the user. However, in the background is operating a very complex process, starting with the satellites up above the world and ending with the users with the receiver devices on ground. And connecting the two is the lifeline of any satellite navigation system, the control stations on ground. The space segment, that consists of a constellation of 7 satellites with onboard atomic clocks along with their downlink signals. Of the 7 satellites, 3 satellites are placed in the geostationary Earth orbit, while 4 satellites are placed in inclined geosynchronous orbit. The network of satellites work as space landmarks, as we always know their positions, just like the landmarks we have on Earth. Each of the NAVIC satellites weighs approximately 1,425 kilograms and have been designed, fabricated, integrated and tested at the U.R. Rao Satellite Center based in Bengaluru. The navigation satellite payload, the equipment that essentially provides the broadcast signals, is developed by the Space Applications Center located in Ahmedabad. Second is the ground segment that works 24/7 to maintain and monitor the Navig constellation and manage the operations of the satellites and its associated facilities. The ground segment comprises of the ISRO Navigation Center (INC) at Bengaluru and Lucknow, established by the ISRO Telemetry Tracking and Command Network (ISTRAC). The INC, along with the IRNSS Network Timing Center, IRNSS Range and Integrity Monitoring Stations, IRNSS CDMA Ranging Stations, the Navigation Control Center, and IRNSS Data Communication Network enables position, navigation, and timing data broadcast by the satellites. The ground segment also comprises of the IRNSS Spacecraft Control Facilities at Master Control Facilities, Hassan and Bhopal, which maintains the Navig satellite constellation. The third and last segment is the user segment. This consists of receiving devices that you carry with you for navigation. All the three segments work together to provide position, navigation, and timing service to the users, be it on the surface or above it. The IRNSS satellites transmit a time-stamped radio signals in two different frequencies at 1176.45 MHz and 2492.028 MHz respectively, which helps in providing timing information to the receiver for acquiring the signals. For time accuracy, the satellites transmit their signals controlled by on-board atomic clocks, which have a stability of better than 10 to the power minus 13. This means that unlike the ordinary clocks, which tend to lose or gain a few seconds after a few days, this atomic clock is stable enough not to lose or gain even 1 second for almost 10,000 years. It has to be so accurate because even an error of 10 nanoseconds could lead to a degradation of position accuracy by about 3 meters. These rubidium atomic frequency standards (RAFS) are used for accurate time stamping of navigation signals. The ground-based IRNSS receivers sense the time-stamped signals emitted by IRNSS satellites. On ground at the ISRO Navigation Center, the IRNSS network time is generated through an ensemble of active hydrogen masers, cesium clocks, and passive hydrogen masers. The INC ensures that all the onboard clocks are synchronized to the IRNSS network time. The IRNSS network time is in turn steered to Indian Standard Time (IST), generated by the National Physical Laboratories, New Delhi, who are the official timekeepers of the nation. The IST has the required accuracy, stability, and traceability to the universal time. The IST division of NPL generates time and frequency traceability to ISRO through a two-way satellite time and frequency transfer (TWSTFT) system, which is used for comparing two remote clocks with an accuracy of about 1 nanosecond. TWSTFT signal is transmitted in the Ku band from one station to other station using a geostationary satellite GSAT-8 spacecraft. The INC gets one-way ranging data from IRNSS range and integrity monitoring stations located in 16 different sites spread across the country, including Port Blair and Lakshadweep, and one located outside the country in Mauritius. INC also gets two-way CDMA ranging data from stations located at 4 different locations, one each at Hassan, Bhopal, Jodhpur and Shillong, which are equipped with an 11-meter full-motion antenna system to achieve better accuracy in orbit determination. The data received from all these at sub-meter level, which helps us to always know the accurate orbit determination of the satellites. International laser ranging data is used for the purpose of calibration. INC generates the navigation data that needs to be broadcast by the NAVIC satellites. All elements of the IRNSS ground segment are linked through reliable communication links called the IRNSS Data Communication Network. The Mira facility called INC2 is also operational at Lucknow. This will ensure redundancy and uninterrupted availability of the NAVIC system. The NAVIC receiver consists of single and dual frequency receivers on a wide variety of platforms. All ISRO networks like MCF, ISTRAC, SHAR, now use NAVIC timing receiving integrated into Qualcomm Snapdragon 720G, MediaTek Helio M70 and Broadcom BCM 47765 mobile chipsets. The day isn't too far off when the entire nation will switch over to NAVIC, making India truly Atmanirbhar.
Rarest visit of Red Planet. ISRO's first ever interplanetary mission, Chandrayaan, successfully visited Mars on its maiden voyage. On September 24, 2014, India garnered international recognition for successfully inserting the Mars Orbiter mission, MOM, into Mars orbit on the first try.
हमारे वैज्ञानिकों का पुरुषार्थ था कि मंगलयान की सफलता और पहले ही प्रयास में सफलता विश्व के अंदर हमारे लोग मंगल के कक्षा में प्रवेश किया, वहां तक पहुंचे, ये अपने आप में हमारे वैज्ञानिकों की सिद्धि थी.
Despite the fact that this feat has previously been accomplished by advanced space agencies multiple times over, it's the fourth country to reach Mars orbit. After leaving Earth, the spacecraft MOM covered 650 millions of kilometers in her 300-day journey to Mars. The success of the mission, in the words of Honorable Prime Minister,
आज मॉम का मंगल से मिलन हो गया. आज मंगल को मॉम मिल गई.
Ultimately, it completed 7 years of mission life despite being designed for 6 months. India's ability to send spacecraft into interplanetary space was demonstrated by this mission.
India's foray into space research started in the early 1960s, when satellite applications were in the experimental stages worldwide. After witnessing the importance of space science, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, the visionary behind India's space program, quickly realized the application of space technologies for India's mass communication. He had a strong conviction and a visionary outlook, recognizing that the vast resources in space would tackle the real problems of society in the country. He gathered a team of exceptionally talented and highly skilled people, including scientists, anthropologists, communicators, and social scientists from all over the world to lead the Indian space program. In order to lead the space research activities, the Indian National Committee for Space Research, INCOSPAR, was established in 1962 within the Department of Atomic Energy. Following that, the Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, was founded in August 1969, replacing INCOSPAR. In June 1972, the Government of India formed the Space Commission and established the Department of Space, or DOS. Later, in September 1972, ISRO was brought under the DOS. The prime objective of ISRO, DOS, is the development and application of space technology for various national needs. With the objective of achieving this goal, ISRO has developed significant space systems for communication, television broadcasting, and meteorological services, as well as resource monitoring and management and space-based navigation services. ISRO has successfully developed satellite launch vehicles, namely PSLV, GSLV, and LVM-3, which are specifically designed to precisely position satellites in their designated orbits. ISRO functions through various centers and units located across the country. The headquarters is located in Bengaluru. Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, VSSC, Thiruvananthapuram, is the lead center for developing launch vehicles. Satellites are meticulously crafted and engineered at the U.R. Rao Satellite Center, URSC, in Bengaluru. The payloads and applications are designed and developed by Space Application Center, Ahmedabad. Satish Dhawan Space Center, SDSC Shar, Sriharikota, is the second best launch port in the world and houses the solid motor production and test facilities and the launch base infrastructure, the assembly and integration facilities, launch pads, satellite preparation, tracking and telecommand systems are part of the launch complex. The development of liquid stages and cryogenic stages is carried out at the Liquid Propulsion Systems Center, LPSC, in Valiamala and Bengaluru. IPRC has cutting-edge assembly, integration and testing facilities for qualifying the liquid, semi-cryo and cryo stages. ISTRAC, located in Bengaluru, is entrusted with the responsibility of providing tracking support for all the satellites and launch vehicles. Master control facilities at Hassan and Bhopal will take control of satellites after injection and subsequent maneuvers of Earth observation satellites and continuous monitoring of communication satellites in the orbit. The National Remote Sensing Center, NRSC, in Hyderabad is responsible for the reception, processing and dissemination of data for remote sensing satellites. ISRO has launched several Earth observation satellites, namely Cartosat, RISAT, ResourceSat and OceanSat for various applications in the geospatial domain and continuously provide satellite data applications to various user ministries and other users. ISRO also launched a fleet of conventional and high-throughput satellites in the geosynchronous orbit, which extends broadband, mobile and weather-related services to the users. NAVIC is the navigation system of India, with a constellation of satellites launched in geostationary and geosynchronous orbits to meet the position, navigation and timing services for various users, including strategic. ISRO also created records in the interplanetary missions like Mangalyaan and Chandrayaan. ISRO Space Mission AstroSat, Aditya L1 and ExpoSat have been contributing immensely for the space research community Through various research institutions across the country, the satellite data has been consolidated by ISRO and made available to various users through platforms like Bhuvan, Mosdak, and Vedas. Several government and private users are deriving benefit out of these portals. ISRO is constantly and continuously contributing to the capacity building space infrastructure and human resources in the country through various sponsored R&D programs and outreach activities. From its modest origins, ISRO has today emerged as a leading space agency on the global stage. In addition to serving the nation and its citizens, it endeavors to nurture scientific inquisitiveness within the Indian society.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು ಹಾಗೂ ಶುಭ ಮುಂಜಾನೆ. A very good morning, respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, scholarly delegates, audience, teachers, and my beautiful intellectual students. Good morning to viewers online across the nation who are witnessing live streaming session of today's event. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this prestigious venue for the inauguration session of grand and special event of a one-day workshop on National Space Day held at A.V. Ramarao Auditorium, Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru, organized by State Project Monitoring Unit, National Hydrology Project, Water Resources Department, Government of Karnataka, in collaboration with Interdisciplinary Center for Water Research, Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru. As we are aware, India had successfully landed its Chandrayaan 3 Vikram lander on the lunar South Polar region on August 23, 2023. To commemorate this feat, August 23rd has been declared as National Space Day by Government of India. The theme selected for National Space Day this year is Touching Lives While Touching the Moon, India Space Saga. ಚಂದಿರನನ್ನು ಸ್ಪರ್ಶಿಸುವುದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯರ ಬದುಕಿಗೆ ಹತ್ತಿರವಾಗುವುದು. ಇದು ಭಾರತೀಯ ಬಾಹ್ಯಾಕಾಶ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದ ಸಾಹಸಗಾಥೆ. Our space program has not only expanded our scientific understanding, but also has profound implications for daily life. These achievements in space research benefits ordinary people by improving communication, weather forecasting, and navigation, and so on. Thus, the phrase, touching the lives while touching the moon, underscores the dual impact of India's space program, achieving great heights in space while also making tangible improvements on Earth. As run-up to National Space Day celebrations, on August 23, 2024, State Project Monitoring Unit, National Hydrology Project, Water Resources Department, Government of Karnataka, in collaboration with ICWR, Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru, has organized a one-day workshop at state level on the application of various space technologies in our daily functions, particularly in the water sector. National Hydrology Project is taken up by Ministry of Water Resources with World Bank assistance, and it is 100% central funded project for the state. National Hydrology project aims at establishment, modernization of new and existing hydrological and hydrometeorological observation networks to automated real-time monitoring systems for both surface water and groundwater using space technology. Under this project, the works of establishment of telemetric rain gauge stations, automatic weather stations, digital water level recorder, hydrological observation stations are being taken up. Also, the works of SCADA and bathymetric survey for reservoirs are being carried out, incorporating the various applications of space technology. Today's event encompasses inaugural session, technical talk by eminent speakers, quiz and drawing competition for students, space talk, presentation on Internet of Things, and validatory session. May I now take the honor of inviting the chief guest onto the dais. We are very much honored to have with us today Honorable Dean Professor P.S. Anil Kumar Sir, Dean A&F IISC Bengaluru in our midst. On behalf of everyone present here, I welcome Sir and I thank you for accepting to grace this occasion. I request you to make your way onto the dais, sir, please. Vinayak sir to accompany. I request Sri Virendra Sharma sir, Chief Engineer, Monitoring South Organization, Central Water Commission, to make way for the dais, sir. May I now request Sri M. Sankaran sir, Distinguished Scientist and Director, UR Satellite Center, Bengaluru. I request Professor Praveen C. Ramurthy sir, ICWR, IISC Bengaluru. I request Dr. D. Dhanasundar sir, Senior Joint Commissioner, National Project Monitoring Unit, NHP, Department of Water Resources, Government of India, to make way to the dais. I request Sri Venkateshwara Rao, Director, Survey of India, Bengaluru, to be present on the dais. I request Dr. Chandrasekhar K, Scientist, Engineer G and Head, WRMD, NRSC, Hyderabad. Sir, please. I request Dr. B. Venkatesh sir, Scientist G, NIH, Belagavi. I now request Sri Shaktivel sir, Scientist, CGWB. I request Sri M. Satish sir, Chief Engineer, Water Resources Department, and also Nodal Officer, SPMU NHP, Government of Karnataka, to make way on the dais, sir. To welcome is to give honor. May I now take great pleasure in inviting our Honorable Chief Engineer, Water Resource Department, Government of Karnataka, Sri Satish sir, to present the welcome address.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Good morning to everyone. Honorable guests, faculty of Indian Institute of Science, esteemed colleagues from state and central government agencies, dear students, teachers, media friends, and other invitees. The Government of India has officially declared August 23rd as National Space Day to honor the success of Chandrayaan 3 mission, which achieved a safe and soft landing of the Vikram lander at the Shivashakti point and deployed Pragyan rover on the lunar surface on August 23rd of last year. National Space Day recognizes significant achievements in space exploration and highlights achievements in space technology. The day is dedicated to inspiring future generations by generating interest in space science and technology among students and providing them with role models. As run-up to National Space Day celebration on August 23rd of this year. We have gathered here for a one-day workshop at our state level. It is my absolute pleasure to honor to welcome each and every one of you to this special event organized by SPMU, National Hydrology Project, Water Resources Department, Government of Karnataka, in collaboration with Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Actually, this program was to be inaugurated by Honorable Chief Minister and Minister of Water Resources, Government of Karnataka, Sri D.K. Shivakumar sir. But due to inevitable circumstances, our DCM sir has expressed his inability to be physically present with us. But DCM sir is kind enough to send his message on this occasion, which will be conveyed during the later part of this session. On this momentous occasion, it is our proud privilege and fortune to welcome our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister and Minister of Water Resources, Sri D.K. Shivakumar sir, in his absence, whose support has been immense in organizing this event. Similarly, due to unavoidable circumstances, our Honorable Additional Chief Secretary, Sri Gaurav Gupta sir, and our Secretary sir, Secretary Sri Krishnamurthy B. Kulkarni sir, are also not able to join us for today's event. I would like to welcome them in their absence. Without their support, this event would not have been possible. I welcome them also in their absence. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome Sri P.S. Anil Kumar sir, Dean A&F, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, to grace this occasion. Welcome you, sir. I extend a warm welcome to another guest, Sri Virendra Sharma sir, Chief Engineer, Monitoring South Organization, CWC. I am especially honored to welcome Sri M. Shankaran sir, Distinguished Scientist and Director, UR Satellite Center, Bangalore, who has contributed a lot in Chandrayaan 3 project. Welcome you, sir. It is my privilege to welcome Dr. D. Gyan Sundar sir, Senior Joint Commissioner, National Project Monitoring Unit, NPMU, NHP, Department of Water Resources, Government of India, who is the nodal officer for this function. I am pleased to welcome Professor Praveen C. Ramurthy sir of Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. Praveen sir is the main cause for this function at IISC. I would like to welcome Dr. Chandrasekhar K., Scientist and Head, WRMD, NRSC, Hyderabad. I would like to welcome Dr. B. Venkatesh, Scientist, National Institute of Hydrology, Belagavi. I would like to invite Venkateswar Rao, Director, Survey of India, for this function. I would like to welcome Shaktivel Scientist D, Central Groundwater Board. He has not come, sir. He may come. I will welcome in his absence. To celebrate this function, guests and speakers from various departments of Government of India, Government of Karnataka, and various institutions have also joined us today. I would like to welcome them also. Dr. J. Arsa, Director, Monitoring CWC, has come. I welcome him all. Dr. Rajesh NL, Director, Karnataka Remote Sensing Application Center. Rajesh sir, Dr. Rajesh sir. I would like to welcome Sri Ashok Kumar sir, Director Appraisal, Central Water Commission, Bangalore. I would like to welcome Professor Sekhar M., IISC Bangalore. Professor Sekhar sir. Dr. Brahmadatta Vishwakarma sir, Assistant Professor, ICWR, IISC Bangalore. Professor A. Kumar. Okay, sir. They will come in next session. Okay. I would also like to welcome Sujata Madam, Chief Engineer, Government of Karnataka. Madam is working as Joint Secretary at Secretariat, Government of Karnataka, sir. I would like to welcome Prakash Srihari, sir, Chief Engineer. Welcome. Director, our Valmi Director Podya sir has come. I would like to invite him also. Okay. I extend a warm welcome to all the officers from Secretariat, Project Zone and Field Officers of Water Resource Department. Okay. Mr. Sri Kundrali Ramesh sir has come. I will also welcome him, sir. ಯಾರು ಯಾರು ಅನ್ವರ ಸರ್ ಅನ್ವರ್ ಸರ್ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಸರ್ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಯು ಸರ್. It is my honor to welcome our esteemed colleagues and officers from various departments across the state. I welcome teachers and students from various schools and colleges who are participating in technical sessions today. I take this opportunity to welcome media persons and to each and everyone involved and made their contribution behind the scene to make this event happen. I would like to convey my gratitude to everyone for taking the time to join us today for this occasion of National Space Day celebration. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your earnest welcome address on for setting a delightful tone for the rest of the event. And I would like to welcome you also, sir, for this occasion. Let's begin our today's program with a state anthem, which creates a sense of pride and reminds us of our state's glory and rich heritage. Srimati Rachna Kulkarni and team is here to lift our spirits with a state anthem on stage.
कर्नाटक माते जय सुंदर नदी वनಗಳ ನಾಡೆ ಜಯ ಹೇ ರಸ ಋಷಿಗಳ ಬೀಡೆ ಜನನಿಯ ಮೂಲದ ಘೋಷ ಜನನಿಗೆ ಜೀವವು ನಿನ್ನ ವೇಷ ಹಸುರಿನ ಗಿರಿಗಳ ಸಾಲೆ ನಿನ್ನಯ ಕೊರಳಿನ ಮಾಲೆ ಕಪಿಲ ಪತಂಜಲ ಗೌತಮ ದಿನನುತ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ರಮನುಜ ವಿದ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ಬಸವೇಶ್ವರ ಮಧ್ವರ ದಿವ್ಯಾರಣ್ಯ ರನ್ನ ಷಡಕ್ಷರಿ ಪೊನ್ನ ಪಂಪಲ ಕುಮಿಪತಿ ಜನ್ನ ಕುಮಾರ ವ್ಯಾಸರ ಮಂಗಳಧಾಮ ಕವಿ ಕೋಗಿಲೆಗಳ ಪುಣ್ಯಾರಾಮ ನಾನಕ ರಾಮಾನಂದ ಕಬೀರರ ಭಾರತ ಜನನಿಯ ತನುಜಾತೆ ತೈಲಪ ಹೊಯ್ಸಳರಾಳಿದ ನಾಡೆ ಡಂಕಣ ಜಕಣರ ನೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಬೀಡೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಶರಾವತಿ
Thank you everyone for joining us in this shared moment of reverence. Your respect means a lot to us. Shubham karoti kalyanam arogyam dana sampada shatru buddhi vinashaya deepa jyotir namostute. Now we'll have the auspicious lamp lighting ceremony. I now request all the dignitaries and the dayas to join for lighting the lamp and symbolically inaugurate this program. This auspicious ritual symbolizes enlightenment, knowledge and wisdom. I thank all the dignitaries for giving a momentum for this inaugural session. Owing to some other preoccupation, our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister and Minister for Water Resources Department, Major and Medium Irrigation, Government of Karnataka, Shri D.K. Shivkumar Sir, is not able to make it up for today's event. However, he has been kind enough to send his best wishes for the success of this event. I now request Mrs. Anusha to read out the message from Sir. I request the technical team to showcase the note on the background.
Space technology has become a pivotal tool in managing and optimizing water resources. Satellites equipped with remote sensing capabilities monitor lake, rivers, reservoirs, and wetlands, providing data on water level, surface area, and changes over time. Remote sensing helps in mapping groundwater resources, identifying potential aquifers, and monitoring changes in groundwater levels. Space technology provides tools for precipitation tracking, drought monitoring, early flood warning system, flood mapping, crop water requirements, comprehensive data integration and decision making, urban planning, etc. The National Hydrology Project in India is a significant initiative aimed at improving the country's water resources management through the use of advanced technologies, including space technology. The National Hydrology Project aims to revolutionize water resource management in India by establishing new and upgrading the existing observation stations equipped with modern sensors and integrating space technology for data communication even from remote stations. This access of data in real time and creation of centralized data centers under NHP for both surface water and groundwater, along with remote sensing and GIS tool, has enabled water resources managers to manage and monitor floods and droughts in real time and better crop management in these times of climate change. Space technology is revolutionizing the water resources sector by providing accurate, real-time data essential for effective water management. Its applications from monitoring and forecasting to sustainable resource management, significantly contributing to addressing the global water challenges. Celebration of National Space Day in commemoration of historic achievement of India in soft landing of Pragyan land rover on Moon's South Pole through Chandrayaan 3 mission would provide a fantastic platform to inspire the future generation. Besides this, event would act as a potential reminder that space science holds for the advancement of humanity and the progress of the nation. I accord my best wishes for the success of the event jointly organized by SPMU NHP WRD Government of Karnataka and IISC Bengaluru, a premier research institute of India involving central agencies including NPMU NHP, NRSC, CWC, NIH, CGWB, and Survey of India. I wish good luck to all the participants and hope that this event will imbibe inspiration among the young fraternity to opt space research as their career. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are privileged to have with us today Professor P.S. Anil Kumar Sir, Dean A&F Bengaluru, IISc, who has graciously accepted our invitation and took the time of the day to be with us. Sir, now I request you to address the esteemed gathering.
Thank you. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, students, members from various departments of Karnataka. Let me also add my words of welcome to all of you to Indian Institute of Science. I must thank Water Resource Department and the National Hydrology Project, Government of Karnataka, to join hands with International Center for Water Research at IISc to celebrate the National Space Day. There is a long relationship between IISc and ISRO right from its inception. It dates back to its inception. IISc's contribution to space research in India is in the form of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, Professor Satish Dhawan, and the history continues. The current chair of ISRO was a student of IISc. So in that sense, we are very proud that IISc is associated with various activities of ISRO even today. So we have a space technology cell at IISc that looks at various projects. It's directly funded by ISRO at IISc. So in that way, there is a long collaboration that is there between IISc and ISRO. Now with the establishment of International Center for Water Research at IISc, the collaboration between Government of Karnataka, the Water Resources Department, as well as IISc is also getting strengthened. So this is very apt that the department has chosen IISc to be the venue for this National Science Day celebration. We all know the advantages that the space research is bringing to the mankind, especially in India, be it for communication, be it for allocation of the water resources, mapping. So a lot of activities are happening. So in that sense, I feel that in the years to come, we should all work together for the development of the country. The country with such a huge population, 150 crore people, the only way to solve the problem is through technology, because we cannot reach each and every person without the help of technology. So in that sense, it's very apt that we are here today to deliberate on these matters. For the students sitting here, many a times, being a physics professor, I'm asked this question many times, is there anything left in science to do? Because people think that everything is there. So is there anything to do in science? To the students, I just wanted to tell you that this is just a beginning. See, for example, our parents would not have thought that we will land in moon at some point of time. No matter, not only India, anybody in the world would have landed in moon. Nobody thought about it maybe 50 years or 70 years back. So today we are talking about that. And also we never thought that we will have a mobile phone in our pocket. At least when I was a student doing my PhD, I never thought that we will have a phone in our pocket. So all these things, if you take any component in your mobile phone and then take every component, it was a fundamental science problem, see, 50 years back. So in that sense, a lot of things need to be done, and we are only at the beginning. There are much, much more things to be done. So the technology is the only way to solve the problems of the mankind and get better living of people. So in that sense, I thank once again Government of Karnataka for choosing IISc for this venue, and I thank ISRO for their very, very impactful service to the country. So the National Science Day is very special to all of us. August 20th, we will be celebrating for the years to come and centuries to come, because that is the landmark of India's success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Today we had an opportunity to hear your thoughts. Your words of wisdom and encouragement will undoubtedly motivate our younger generations. Thank you once again for being with us today, sir. Shri Saktivel sir from Central Groundwater Board has joined us for this occasion. May I now request Manohar sir to accompany him to the dais, sir. I accord a warm welcome to you, sir, on behalf of everyone present here. It's my pleasure to request the Chief Engineer, Monitoring South Organization, Central Water Commission, Shri Virendra Sharma, sir, to deliver his address note.
Good morning, respected dignitaries on the dais, student officials from various departments, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is a great privilege to be speaking my mind in front of this august gathering. I would just like to tell you, how this idea of having celebrations throughout the country came. There is a program being celebrated on 22nd and 23rd at Delhi on Space Day. It will be held in Bharat Mandapam. And there was an appeal from Department of Space to all the departments of the Government of India to have a program wherein we can spread awareness on what all the space technology is doing to our lives through various applications applicable to different spheres of life. So our department Ministry of Jal Shakti took it over, and then what idea was to celebrate events before 22nd and 23rd. So right from today till 21st, there will be various events happening throughout the country in different states. So Water Resources Department is also having, in each of the states we are celebrating this kind of events, and we are fortunate to have through active and very vibrant cooperation of Water Resources Department of Government of Karnataka, and of course the ISC agreeing to be host of this event and bring us all together to discuss on this. So with this background, I am being a waterman, will be concerned and talking more of water. So basically, we all know that water resources in the country is facing various challenges. India is about 16% of global population, and we have only 4% of total freshwater resources with us globally. We all know that there are temporal variations, that we get water mostly in monsoon, majority of water, and rest of the time we don't get water. Then there are spatial variations. There are places in the country which are already facing water scarcity scenario. And there are challenges in terms of falling per capita availability because of population increase, of course, expanding multi-sectoral demands, under an efficient utilization of irrigation potential, loss of surface storage due to reservoir sedimentation, frequent floods and droughts, over-exploitation of groundwater resources, deteriorating water quality and environment, and climate change having its own impact on these things. So these are the challenges which we are being faced with. And effective management of water resources call for use of whatever latest technologies, and space technologies are forerunner in helping us in management, in assessment of our water resources, management and development. There are uses in watershed management, flood disaster support, environmental impact assessment and management, and water resources information decision support systems. So these are the major areas where we find the use of satellite remote sensing, and we are in using them, and in a big way we are trying to have use of these technologies there. Now, satellites make available some very important useful data like land use, land cover, soil salinity, waterlogging, cropped area, cropping pattern, crop yield, evapotranspiration and soil moisture, precipitation, flood inundation, riverbank erosion, river control works, surface water, snow cover, glaciers, and also water quality. So these are the areas where we get direct data from, these are the some of major areas. There are more areas where we get the data directly from satellite, which is of immense use, and through various applications we use them for our management purposes. Then some of the very important applications that are developed in the area are on snow and glaciers, surface water resources, irrigation water management, reservoir sedimentation, flood disaster monitoring and management, watershed management, and river engineering. So in these areas we have got a vast number of applications developed wherein we can use the remote sensing technologies for management of these issues. Now, we know that space technology has been exceedingly useful, and we further needs to develop the applications so as to have more and more benefits for us as far as management and development of water resources is concerned. Now, what the purpose of this type of events is that we have awareness among ourselves, young generation get motivated to get into these areas so that we can excel in these areas and develop these applications and technologies for the maximum benefit in various applications which are so much useful for us. I am sure that today's deliberation will help us in better understanding and appreciation of the space technologies for their existing and potential use in other areas, including what we are focusing is on water resources development and management. I wish today's workshop every success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to welcome, on behalf of everyone present here, Shri Vishwanath Reddy, sir, Officer on Special Duty to Deputy Chief Minister, sir. Sir, I request you to make way to the dais, sir, please. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence. I request Professor Praveen C. Ramurthy, sir, Interdisciplinary Center for Water Research, Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru, to address.
Thank you. First of all, again, warm welcome to all of you, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and a lot of my colleagues. It's very nice when first Satish came and his team came to Water Research Center and said we should have this workshop here at IISc. Jumped at the opportunity because there's always we do interact with lot of government bodies. There is a lot of training that happens on both the sides, right? A lot of engineers do come to IISc. There's a lot of workshop that happens, but that connection that happens will happen in one of a setting like this, right? So this was very important, and I'm glad all of you could come. And when he talked about it's a space day, that we know how space is connected to water, but when we want to convey this to everybody, I said this is a wonderful opportunity, we should do that. And we all keep saying water is life, and then the biggest question for space is always, is there life? So this is a wonderful connection that's going to happen, very aptly put for interdisciplinary work that happens. So I'm glad all of you could come, and more than just a visitor, I would like this to become also more interactive. Please look around what other areas, allied areas that work happens in IISc. More interaction rather than just a policy decisions, that interaction that happens between a government and academic institutions. I would like to urge little more of scientific interaction also happens. With that, I'd thank you all and welcome again to IISc.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Chandrayaan 3, India's ambitious lunar mission, represents the nation's unyielding commitment to space exploration. Following the success of Chandrayaan 1 and 2, this mission elevated India's reputation in the global space community. With a successful landing on August 23, 2023, Chandrayaan 3 is not only a scientific endeavor, but also a testament to India's technological prowess. As we move forward, it's time to express our sincere appreciation towards our esteemed guest for the tremendous determination and resilience for the success of Chandrayaan 3 mission. May I now request Mrs. Anushri to deliver the introductory note on the achievements of Shri M. Sankaran Sir, Distinguished Scientist and Director, U.R. Rao Satellite Center, Bengaluru.
Good morning, one and all. It's my immense pleasure to give an introductory note on our chief guest of the event, Mr. M. Sankaran Sir, Director and Distinguished Scientist, U.R. Rao Satellite Center, Indian Space Research Organization, Department of Space, Government of India, Bangalore, Karnataka. Shri M. Sankaran Sir is a distinguished scientist of ISRO. He took over as the Director of U.R. Rao Satellite Center, the lead center of the country for design, development, realization of all satellites of ISRO on June 1st, 2021. He is currently leading satellite fraternity to realize various types of satellites to meet the national requirements in the areas like communication, navigation, remote sensing, meteorology, and interplanetary exploration. He joined the ISRO Satellite Center, currently known as U.R. Rao Satellite Center, after obtaining his master's degree in physics from Bharati Dasan University, Tiruchirappalli in 1986. Before taking over as a director in URSC, he was functioning as Deputy Director for Communication and Power Systems area in URSC and spearheading the developments. During his 37 years of rich experience and expertise of working on more than 120 satellites in URSC, he has contributed primarily in the areas of solar arrays, power systems, satellite positioning system, and RF communication systems for low Earth orbits, satellites, geostationary satellites, navigation satellites, and space science mission satellites like moon missions, Mars orbiter missions, astrosats, and follow-on missions. He was instrumental in successful realization of the 70V bus for the ISRO satellites. unique designs for power generation and distribution system for interplanetary missions like Chandrayaan 1 and 2, Mars orbiter missions, astrosats, etc. He has fostered the industries in the country for fabrication and testing of solar panels, battery systems, etc. He has played a significant role in leading the center in adopting new technological developments, thereby achieving the historic feat of Chandrayaan 3 soft landing near the lunar south pole and Aditya L1, India's first scientific mission to study about the sun. As director, he is leading the center towards various prestigious space missions like human space flights, Gaganyaan, Mars landing mission, lunar sample return missions, advanced technologies for Bharatiya Antariksha stations. Under his leadership, the satellite center accomplished a celestial feat of Chandrayaan 3 landers flawlessly landing near the south pole on the moon, making ISRO and nation pride, demonstrating the center's excellence in the global stage. He has delivered various talks and lectures in national and international forums as part of technical and scientific conferences. He inspires students community in promoting space science and science technology, engineering and mathematics educations. Shri M. Sankaran sir is a member of Indian Society of Systems for Science and Engineering and fellow of Institution of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering, Institution of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, and Astronautical Society of India. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now it's time to express our gratitude. Here we have a memento, a token of our appreciation. I request the Honorable Chief Guest and dignitaries to join for the felicitation ceremony. I thank all the dignitaries for joining us for the felicitation ceremony. I also thank Sri Sankaran sir for his esteemed presence. It's time to hear from our esteemed guest. I cordially invite Sri M. Sankaran sir to share his valuable insights and his experiences during the mission.
Thank you, madam. Good morning. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. First of all, let me thank the honor that has been bestowed on me today, and I accept all this in humility on behalf of all my colleagues in ISRO and also all our collaborators both from academia and industry. On all their behalf, I accept this honor that has been bestowed on me today. Thank you. I don't know whether if I speak in Kannada, all of you will understand. I will try to speak little in English, little in Kannada, so that we'll do justice to both the people who don't understand and those who speak Kannada also. ಇವಾಗ ಸಾರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಡೇ ಯಾತಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾವು ಸೆಲೆಬ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು. ಇದು ಕೇವಲ ಚಂದ್ರಯಾನ 3 ಯಶಸ್ವಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಇದು ಸೆಲೆಬ್ರೇಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಚಂದ್ರಯಾನ 3 ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗ್ದಿದ್ದ ಕೆಲಸ ಇದು. ಅದು 1 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯಿತು, ಇವಾಗ ಹಳೆಯದು. ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಮುಂದೆ ಅನದರ್ 10 ಇಯರ್ಸು 50 ಇಯರ್ಸು 100 ಇಯರ್ಸು ಸರ್ ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಸೆಂಚುರೀಸು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೇ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋದು ಅಷ್ಟು ಸರಿ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ. ನಾನೇನು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂದರೆ, ಈ ಚಂದ್ರಯಾನ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಇದು ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಡೇ ಅಂತ. ಇದು ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ನಮಗೆ ಏನು ನೆನಪು ಕೊಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ, ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೂ ಏನೇನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಡೊಮೈನಲ್ಲಿ, ಏನೇನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮಗೆ ಗುರುತಿಸುವ ಒಂದು ಆಪರ್ಚುನಿಟಿಯಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನು ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸಗಳಿವೆ. ಇದು ಒಂದು ನಮಗೆ ಇದು ಒಂದು ಟಿಪ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಐಸ್ಬರ್ಗ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ವ, ಆ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಟಿಪ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಐಸ್ಬರ್ಗ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅಚೀವ್ಡ್. ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಈ ಥರದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಸಾಧನೆ ಒಂದು 50-60 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದನೇ ಬೇರೆಯವ್ರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ಏನು ಹೊಸದು ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರು ಮಾಡದೇ ಇರೋದಂಥದ್ದು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಅಟೆಂಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಇದುವರೆಗೂ. ಅಟೆಂಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ 2ನೇ ಸಲ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಈ ಗುರಿನ ಮುಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇದು ನಮಗೆ ನನ್ನ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆ ಅದೇ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ಚಂದ್ರಯಾನ 3 ಸೆಲೆಬ್ರೇಷನ್ ಅಂತ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಏನೇನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮಗೆ ಜ್ಞಾಪಿಸುವ, ನಮಗೆ ರಿಮೈಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವ ಒಂದು ಘಟನೆ. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿವಸ ನಾವು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ 23ನೇ ಆಗಸ್ಟ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಾ ನಮಗೆ ಈ ಕೆಲಸಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಹಣ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದೆಲ್ಲ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮನಿ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಎನಿ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ಸ್ ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಮನಿ ಅಥವಾ ಏನೋ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮನಿ. ಸೊ ನಾವು ಈ ಹಣದನ್ನು ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿಯಿಂದ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವ. ನಾವು ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿದ ಹಣಕ್ಕೆ ವಾಪಸ್ ಸರಿಯಾದ ರಿಟರ್ನ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಿದೆಯಾ ಅನ್ನೋದರ ಲೆಕ್ಕಾಚಾರ ಮಾಡುವ ಒಂದು ದಿನವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದು ಮುಂದೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ನಡಿಬೇಕನ್ನೋದು ನನ್ನ ಆಸೆ. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮಂಥವ್ರು, ನಾನು ಇವಾಗಲೇ ನೋಡಿ ಈ ವರ್ಷ ನಂದು 60 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮಂಥವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸಿದವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಆದಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ನಾವು ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೆ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಆದರೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮುಂದೆ ಮಾಡುವ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 100 ವರ್ಷ ಹಿಂದೆ ಏನೇನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಕ್ಕಳಾಗಿರುವ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೈಗಳಲ್ಲಿವೆ. ನೀವುಗಳು ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಡೊಮೈನ್ ಅಂತ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದು. ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ನಾಟ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್. ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಒನ್ ಏರಿಯಾ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ಮೋರ್ ಗ್ಲಾಮರಸ್ ಏರಿಯಾ. ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆನೂ ನೀವು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ನೀವು ತಿಳ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಇದು ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೀ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಸ್ರೋದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ಕೆಲಸ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ಲೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆನೂ ಕೆಲಸಗಳು ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿವೆ. ಬಟ್ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಲಕ್ ಏನಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮದು ವೆರಿ ಗ್ಲ್ಯಾಮರಸ್ ಏರಿಯಾ ಆಫ್ ವರ್ಕ್. ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೂ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದರ ಪರಿಣಾಮ, ಅದರ ರೀಚ್ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗೋ ಥರ ಇದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಎತ್ತಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಜನ ಹೊಗಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದೇ ಥರ ಕೆಲಸ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆನೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗಳು ಕೆಲಸಗಳು ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿವೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ಏನು ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಸ್ರೋ ವರ್ಕ್ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ಗೂ ಬೇರೆ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗಳಿಗೂ ಇರುವ ಒಂದೇ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸ್ ಏನಂತ ಅಂದರೆ, ನಮಗೆ ನಾವೇ ಕಸ್ಟಮರ್. ಇಸ್ರೋಗೆ ನಾವೇ ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ. ನಾವೇ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಸರಿದೆಯಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಾವೇ ಎವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಇದು ಇಟ್ ಲುಕ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಸಿಂಪಲ್, ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ವೆರಿ ಹೈ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸಿಬಿಲಿಟಿ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ವೆನ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಗಿವನ್ ದ ಟಾಸ್ಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಎವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್, generally you have to do justice to both the task that is given to you and the trust that has been bestowed on you. Both has to be done. So ನಮಗೆ ಅಡ್ವಾಂಟೇಜು, ನಾವೇ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಎವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಕೊರತೆ ಇದೆ, ಇವೆಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಸರಿ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಅಸೆಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನಮಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಬೇರೆ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಅವ್ರವ್ರ ಏರಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಬಟ್ ಬೇರೆಯವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಇದು ಇಷ್ಟು ಫುಲ್ಲಾಗಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇದು ರಿವ್ಯೂ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಅಸೆಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬರುತ್ತಾ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದೊಂದೇ ನನ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಸ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅದರ್ಸ್. ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದನೂ ಹುಟ್ಟಿ ಬಂದಿಲ್ವಲ್ಲ, ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೇ ಊರಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿ ಇದೇ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳೆದು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಲಿತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು. ಸೊ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದೇ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ನ ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಟು ಗಿವ್ ಟು ಯಂಗ್ ಪೀಪಲ್, ದಟ್ there is nothing like, ಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಓದ್ದವರು, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದವರು, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಭಾಷೆ ಮಾತಾಡುವವರು, ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇದು ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಪರಿಶ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಬರಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಲೇಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಹಠ ಚಟ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ವಿತೌಟ್ ದ ಡಿಟರ್ಮಿನೇಷನ್ ಟು ಡೂ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್, ನಥಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಅಚೀವ್ಡ್. So that is what we are all looking forward to. That is what, when Professor Sarabhai started this activity itself, everybody was not very enthusiastic. India ಆಗ್ತಾನೆ 1947 ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಯಿತು. 1962 ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟೆಡ್. ಈ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ನೋನ್ ಆಸ್ ಇನ್ಕೋಸ್ಪಾರ್, ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಫಾರ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್. This was started by Professor Sarabhai in 1962 with his personal money. He started that activity. ಕೆಲವರು ಆವಾಗ ಹೇಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಹುಚ್ಚ ಇವಾಗ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿರೋ ದುಡ್ಡು ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ, ಏನು ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಉಣ್ಣಕ್ಕೆ ತಿನ್ನೋಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿನ್ಸ್ ವೇರ್ ವೆರಿ frequently happening, because Bengal famine is very famously known even today. In 60s and all, even people had difficulty for eating. Day-to-day food, there was a problem. At that time, he recognized this as a potential area of growth, a growth engine for this country, because anything needs some foresight to identify the potential of anything. He foresaw that, and he identified that space technology, because the very vast reach the space technology has. Because if you are standing on top of this building, you can see maybe some 20 meters around you. If you are standing on top of the public utility building, maybe you can see some 500 meters around you. Whereas if you are standing at 500 kilometers above, you are able to see almost the entire country. When you are standing at 36,000 kilometers, that is a geostationary orbit, you are seeing 1/3 of the globe. So the sheer size, the access to the large area is what is making space technology a very efficient, highly effective tool, where large amount of people, large amount of area needs to be serviced. There are difficulties related to space technology, but this kind of reach, large area, if one satellite ಅಟ್ ದಿ ಜಿಯೋಸ್ಟೇಷನರಿ ಆರ್ಬಿಟ್ 36,000 ಕಿಲೋಮೀಟರ್ ದೂರದಲ್ಲಿ ಎತ್ತರದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಇರುವ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಯಾಟಲೈಟು ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂಸ್ಲಿ ಆಲ್ ದ ಟೈಮ್ ನೀವು ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ, ಈ ನಡುವೆ ಯಾರು ಟಿ ವಿಗಳು ನೋಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಫ್ ಯು ಸಿ ಇನ್ ಟಿ ವಿ ಇನ್ ವೆದರ್ ರಿಪೋರ್ಟ್ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಶೋ ಒನ್ ಇನ್ಸೈಟ್ ಪಿಕ್ಚರ್ ಅಂತ. ನಮ್ಮ ವಾಟರ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಪಿಕ್ಚರ್ ಅದು, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಾಲಜಿಕಲ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ IMDಗೆ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ picture adu. That is taken a picture taken by one of our INSAT satellites about the cloud and water vapor, infrared and visible zones alli how the earth looks like. This is a very important information to go into the weather model that gives prediction for weather. IMD is one of the important input for weather forecasting, weather modeling is this INSAT picture. That we started this kind of work in middle of 1980s. But now you see next year beginning what is known as the world's most expensive satellite is going to be launched. This is jointly developed by ISRO and NASA. This is called the NISR, that is NASA ISRO Synthetic Aperture Radar. So this is a satellite which is costing more than nearly $2 billion. The satellite is going to cost. Already satellite is realized, it is in the final stage of preparation. So this satellite is going to study about how the deformation on the surface of earth happens on both soil as well as ice caps. A very important satellite. So you imagine from that time in the mid 80s, simply one what we call as VHRR, very high resolution radiometer, one camera kept in 36,000 kilometer was giving information to weather. Today we are going to give dual frequency synthetic aperture radar working in SCANSAR mode and in interferometric mode, giving so much information about the climate and the earth and how the dynamics of soil and ice caps is going to happen. Very important, first of its kind. You can imagine this much money NASA and ISRO are spending on this, means how important that instrument should be. So that is the level of growth the space technology has taken to reach the people, because if you recall, India never attempted to do anything very spectacular like moon, Mars mission or putting man in space till the year 2000. Up to that time, never attempted doing anything. That is because this was the guiding principle given by Professor Vikram Sarabhai himself. Because at that time, India was a really poor country only. Indians had problem even for having food. That is the problem. So the entire effort of ISRO was directed towards finding solutions to the problem of how to identify drought, flood, cyclone, where there is the quality of the crops, this kind of and to provide essential communication tools. Because if you all, none of the children will know, the senior people here will know that when I was in school, only Akashavani radio only used to be there. When I came to college, when I almost finished college at that time, Doordarshan in black and white used to be the only television. Now in that condition, how to give information and communication to, at that time maybe about 60-70 crores people around the country. That was essentially done by what is our INSAT multi-purpose satellites, which was doing both what I was telling about, that INSAT picture, VHRR image for the weather forecasting, and communication transponder for telephone connection, radio connection, and give the television broadcast. All these were started. These were the work ISRO was doing till almost the end of this last century. But what happened, this as a personal story told to me by Dr. P.S. Goyal, our former director, my boss. He used to be my boss, and he later became the secretary of the Ministry of Earth Sciences. One day, Professor, our Kasturi Rangan sir, who was chairman ISRO, was going to Delhi. We used to tell our URSC at that time called ISAC, ISRO Satellite Center, we used to tell we have a attached airport. Because we are so close to the airport, we can jump into the airport like that. Airport is very close. So when he came, the flight to Delhi was delayed. So he came to URSC and was sitting with the director, Dr. P.S. Goyal, and talking. At that time, the Kargil happened. Kargil problem was happening, and our soldiers were suffering because the GPS services were intentionally degraded by the GPS service providers. It is possible that all navigation signals can be intentionally degraded by the service provider. So our people were having casualties were becoming more. So he asked Goyal sir, why don't you do something about this? Do something to give very high, very good precision image of this targeted area and also some navigation tool. So this one evening talk, 5 o'clock, over a cup of coffee between Dr. Kasturi Rangan and Dr. P.S. Goyal resulted in what we started at that time as a technology experiment satellite. It was supposed to be, it was India's first high resolution imaging satellite with 1 meter resolution. Any object 1 meter size, we can distinguish and identify. Like that, we will make one satellite like this. This will help our security people to identify what is there not visible to them directly. And also started what is today known as NAVIC, the IRNSS system, the Indian National Regional Navigation Satellite System. These two were started in the late 1999, 2000, in that during the transition period. So the outcome of that was navigation series satellites got launched. The first satellite in 2013, Constellation got completed in 2018. So we have that service now. And we have a series of cartographic satellites which give, today the Cartosat 3 satellite can give less than 1 foot resolution. Any object less than 1 foot can be identified from space. So when all this was happening, India also was progressing. India, the economic condition of India improved. Then again this was started by Dr. Kasturi Rangan, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, and the government at that time, that why we should not take up one moon mission. Till now we have not tried to do anything to go to moon or put a man in space. Now we have almost serviced the requirements of the nation for communication. By that time, mobile phones have come, all direct to home television, everything has come. So to some extent, all these requirements of communication, earth observation and all are met. Now why don't we think of sending one mission to moon? Then started the Chandrayaan 1. You see, like this, the journey of ISRO has moved from serving the nation and giving the necessary tools and the necessary applications for the benefit of the people of the country. Then we thought that along with doing all these things, we should also give confidence to the people. Most important in anybody's life is to have confidence. How the confidence will come? I will have confidence if job full agirbeku, duddu irbeku job alli. Avaga confidence irutte. Ella bank balance chennagirbeku. That is the time confidence. Athwa yaru namman bandu odiyakagalla, ನಾನು ಪವರ್ಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಬಾರ್ದು. ಅದು ಪವರ್ಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿರುವವರು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು, ಸಾಲಿಡ್ ಆಗಿ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಪವರ್ಫುಲ್ ಆಗಿದ್ವಿ, ಯಾರು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಫಾರ್ ಅ ನೇಷನ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಕಾನ್ಫಿಡೆಂಟ್, ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಡ್? You need power. That power means both military as well as technological power. This is required. You have money, you need economic strength. Economic strength, we were already on the road towards becoming a strong economic power. Then we have to only demonstrate that we have strength as a nation, both scientifically, technically, as well as militarily. That is why all these activities starting going to moon, Mars, landing on moon, now putting an Indian in orbit, developing now a space station. The government of India has given a target for us by 2035. We should have our own Bharatiya Antariksh Station, equivalent to our Indian International Space Station, which is fully functional by 2035. The first module of that space station is going to be launched in 2028. And government also has told us by 2040, India should put one Indian on the surface of moon and bring him back safely, him or her. It may be a man or woman, we don't know. By 2040, that crew has to be landed on moon and safely brought back to Earth. These are the targets that has been taken by ISRO. These are all now aimed not only to develop the necessary technologies, it is also to give confidence to the nation, particularly for the younger generation, that as a nation we are capable of doing many things. We are second to none. We have the ability to do what we want to do. We will do what we want to do at the time of our choice, not because somebody is doing, because X, Y, Z has done before. We are not going to do it when somebody is doing. We will do when we want to do. That is the message. This can come only when the nation has confidence. Because otherwise, if you don't have confidence, what will happen? Okay, he is doing, neighboring country has done this, other country has done this, I should also do this. Now, when you will have confidence, what you will tell? Okay, let them do. I have the wherewithal to manage all those things. I will do when I need to do, when I have to do. So that is what the confidence of a nation is. The all effort of organizations like ISRO is, while giving the necessary services, tools and technology to the nation, we also want to give as a nation collectively a high confidence for our younger generation that it is possible, it is doable, it will be done by us in our own terms, whenever we need it, not because somebody wants it. This is the confidence we want to convey to every one of the younger generation of this country. So that is the activity this ISRO has now laid out as a plan for the next 25 years of activity. These have been laid out. So what has started as a very small idea in 1962, the first space activity happened in India in 1963, where the first sounding rocket was launched from the Tumba Equatorial Launching Center at Thiruvananthapuram. How that launch happened, if you know, Vikram Sarabhai he was a very rich man. His father's, their family is a very rich family in Ahmedabad. He was a very highly studious student. He studied in Indian Institute of Science. He also studied in the US. He was studying in US and working in the United States. He had friends in US, Europe, Russia, everywhere. So he used the help of all his friends in all these places. He borrowed a rocket, a sounding rocket from the American friends. He borrowed the ground stations from the French friends. And he borrowed the ground systems from Russian friends. Brought all of them to India, set up the launch station at the Tumba Equatorial launch station. Today also it is a Tulsa launch station is there. And who helped them to make that launch station? It is the poor fishermen of that area. It was a small fishing village. Why that place has to be chosen? If anybody has studied, does anybody know why that place was chosen? Because that is where the geomagnetic equator line it is an imaginary line, geomagnetic equator was running over Tumba. So that is the best place for launching a rocket. So that place was chosen, and he found that is a fishing hamlet, Meengarro. So ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ರೇ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇದು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ. ಸೊ ಅವರ ಸಹಕಾರ ಬೇಕು. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದರೂ ಆ ಊರ ಮಕ್ಕಳೆಲ್ಲ ಜನರ ಹತ್ರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಪಾದ್ರಿ, ಒಂದು ಚರ್ಚ್ ಇತ್ತು, ಅವ್ರ ಪಾದ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದರು, ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಮಾತಾಡಿ ನಮಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಲಾಂಚಿಂಗ್ ಸ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇದರಿಂದ ಮುಂದೆ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ನೀವು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನಮಗೆ ಈ ಜಾಗ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮಗೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಅವ್ರುಗಳು ಒಪ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆ ಜಾಗ ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ದನ್ನ ಚರ್ಚನ್ನು ಖಾಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೋದರು. ಆ ಚರ್ಚ್ ವಾಸ್ ದಿ ಆಫೀಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಇಕ್ವಟೋರಿಯಲ್ ಲಾಂಚಿಂಗ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ that village was converted into launch pad. Even today that church is there in, if you go to, anybody has a chance to go to Thiruvananthapuram, please go and visit. There is the church is still there. The church is converted into a museum of space technology. It is there, you can go and see. It is by the sacrifice of the common people, the ingenuity of a man called Professor Vikram Sarabhai, and the magnanimity of his friends all around the world. And he had the tenacity to follow up his dream and convince the government that this is required to be done. That is why in 1969 this informal private enterprise was made as a government entity, and Department of Space was born in 1969 August 15th. That was the day Department of Space was born. Independence Day is a day for us also, a day of birth for us as Department of Space. So this is the history of one individual who has the conviction and tenacity to do things what he thought is right, and the fruit of his labor and conviction today we are enjoying as a nation. We are all enjoying the fruit of his labor and conviction. That is what is the achievement of Chandrayaan 3 ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಮುಂದೆ ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೂ ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ನಾಂದಿ ಅಲ್ಲೇ. That is the starting point for why I am telling to all of this to all these children is that this is for all of you to also emulate, try to see and emulate. ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಅದು ಒಂದು ಮೈಂಡಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ, ಅದು ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋದು ಸರಿ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಕನ್ವಿಕ್ಷನ್ ನಮಗಿದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದರೂ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆ ಥರ ಯಾರು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೋ ಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಂದು ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇನ್ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ದಟ್ ದೆರ್ ಈಸ್ ಎ ಸೇಯಿಂಗ್, ವೆನ್ ಸಂಬಡಿ ಈಸ್ ಟ್ರೈಂಗ್ ಟು ಡೂ ಹಿಸ್ ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಟು ಡೂ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್, ಈವನ್ ದ ನೇಚರ್ comes and cooperate and make that happen. All discoveries do not happen by the individual's only effort. It is because when there is something to be discovered, when somebody is putting an effort to a sincere effort to discover, nature itself helps that person to achieve the goal. That is what the message I would like to give it to the younger people here. We are at the cusp of transforming into a very developed and powerful nation. That can happen only with all your contribution, all of you taking up the responsibility of lifting this nation. I am sure that maybe 20-30 years down the line, I don't know whether I will be alive at that time or not, but I am sure by the time 2047 happens, all of you will make this country definitely a developed and a powerful nation. Thank you very much.
Your humbleness and simplicity is truly adorable, sir. Thank you, sir, for sharing a lot of technical inputs and also about the journey of previous, present and future space missions of India, and emphasizing the nation's confidence in technological prowess, sir. Your words are truly encouraging, and they'll definitely encourage our young minds. Your esteemed presence has indeed glorified the event and added vibrancy to our humble gathering, sir. Before we conclude the inaugural session, let's extend our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who made this event possible. I have the honor of inviting Shri Ashok Kumar sir, Director Appraisal, Central Water Commission to render his vote of thanks to the August gathering.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Good morning to all. I have been given the privilege of extending vote of thanks. So first of all, let me thank DCM sir, Minister of Water Resources, Sri D.K. Shivakumar sir. Despite his absence here, he could not make it to this function. He had this message sent across, and it was read before this August House. I am very much thankful to D.K. Shivakumar sir. And second in the line would be Sri P.S. Anil Kumar sir, Dean A&F and IISC Bengaluru, for being with us today and rendering an insightful address note. Sri P.S. Anil Kumar sir, thanks a lot sir. And third in the line would be our distinguished guest Shankaran sir, for who was involved and contributed immensely in Chandrayaan project, and for your excellent speech sir, thanks a lot. Third in the line would be our own Virendra Sharma sir, Chief Engineer Monitoring South Organization. Despite he is holding 3-4 additional charges, he could attend this function and grace this occasion, and his insight on space application in water resource sector. Thank you sir for your constant guidance and support to shape this workshop. And fourth would be our Vishwanath Reddy ji, OSD to DCM, for gracing this occasion sir. Thank you sir, thanks for coming to this function. And I would like to thank Mr. Jnana Sundara SJC, Senior Joint Commissioner, who has come all the way from Delhi to attend this function as a nodal officer. Thank you. Next in the line would be Professor Praveen Sri Ramamurthy, IISC Bengaluru, for his immense support in organizing this event. Thank you sir. I would also like to thank Dr. Chandrasekhar. There's a list of scientists and officers here. Dr. Chandrasekhar K. and Dr. Srinivasa Venkateshwara Rao, Director Survey of India, B. Venkatesh, Satish, and scientist, NIH Belgavi, and Shakti Velu from CGWB, for accepting our invitation and being as a guest speaker they'll be. And I would like to thank the team WRD, led by Sri Satish. Actually, I should thank many faces I am seeing, AEs, AWs, executive engineers, along with the SC, Padmavati madam. You are the force behind this function, and the moment our chief engineer told, it is IISC is the right place to hold this function, Satish ji came running to our office and he said, we will go to IISC and we'll meet the professors to get this function happen here in IISC. Thank you Satish ji, thanks a lot, and the team Satish also, team WRD, thanks a lot for all your support. And I would like to thank my friend Prakash Srihari, Chief Engineer Minor Irrigation from Government of Karnataka. Thank you Prakash, thanks for coming and gracing this occasion. And Dr. Professor Prodar, Director Valmi, my friend and our every function he will be there. Thank you Prodar sir for coming attend this function. And I am very there are a lot of speakers. I will read out their names, though it is very early to give them a vote of thanks. I would like to read out their names. P.S. Rao, Director Technical, ACIWRM Bangalore. Rajesh NL, Director. Dr. J. Harsha from my department. He is going to give one 10-15 minutes presentation. It will be very interesting. And Professor Shekhar M, again from IISC. And Brahmadatta Vishwakarma, Assistant Professor, again IISC Bangalore. A.S. Ravi Kumar, UASC from Bangalore. I think he was not invited. Okay. Thank you, Ravi Kumar sir. Our sincere thanks to esteemed colleagues and officers from various departments. Many departments are here. I'm thanking one and all for their presence here. Finally, last not the least, I would like to thank our students from various schools and colleges who have come enthusiastically here, waiting to participate in various space-themed competitions, and the teachers also are accompanying them. And thanks a lot for all you people, and let that day be an incredible one. With this, I conclude my vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for rendering a wonderful vote of thanks. I am pleased to announce to this esteemed gathering that Chandrayaan 3 mission is selected for Rashtriya Vigyan Puraskar for the year 2024. The award will be presented on the National Space Day at Rashtrapati Bhavan, New Delhi on 23rd August 2024. Let's give it a huge round of applause. I now request all the dignitaries for a photo session. Sir, please. Sir, I humbly request all the dignitaries to join for the photo session. I request everyone to stand up for a photo session, and I request all the guests to be on the floor to join for a photo session. I request everyone to come closer. From left and right wings of the auditorium. Yeah, we have come to the end of the inaugural session. It's time to break for a high tea. I request the guests to take the right door exit for a tea break. I now request everyone over here to join for a tea break. Please take the right door entry.
India's foray into the space research started in the early 1960s, when the satellite applications were in the experimental stages worldwide. Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, a visionary behind India's space program, had strong conviction that the space technology could be effectively leveraged to tackle the problem of society and the country. The Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, was founded in August 1969, and it was brought under Department of Space in September 1972. The prime objective of ISRO is the development of advanced space technology and application of space technology for societal, commercial, developmental, and strategic requirements of the country. While the 1970s were the period of conceptualization, the 1980s were the period of experimentation, which saw the demonstration of end-to-end capabilities through Aryabhatta, Bhaskara, Apple experimental satellites, and SLV and ASLV development launch vehicles. These initiatives lay a strong foundation for realization and deployment of operational international satellite system, INSAT, Indian Remote Sensing Satellite System, IIS, and for development and operationalization of Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle, PSLV. ISRO functions through various centers and units located across the country. ISRO has been making a steady progress in development and deployment of state-of-the-art infrastructure and systems. ISRO has successfully developed different class of launch vehicles for launching satellites of different payload capabilities. The PSLV, GSLV, LVM-3 and SSLV have shown their precise performances in placing satellites to various orbits of Earth, including LEO and GEO, further to the orbits of Moon and Mars. Recently, ISRO successfully conducted the demonstration of autonomous landing of reusable launch vehicle, RLV LEX. Further, ISRO is pursuing its endeavors to develop next generation launch vehicle with higher payload capability while offloading the operational launch vehicles to industry. ISRO has launched fleet of communication satellites, including high throughput satellites, into the geostationary orbit for meeting the requirements of television broadcasting, internet broadband, cellular backhauling, island connectivity, telemedicine, and tele-education applications. ISRO has launched several Earth observation satellites, namely Cartosat, RESAT, OceanSat, and also meteorological satellites for various applications in Earth and ocean resource monitoring, resource management, geospatial applications, and for weather and climate applications. The satellite data are regularly provided to various user ministries and other users. These satellites play a significant role in disaster management in the events of floods, forest fire, earthquake, landslide, tsunami, etc., saving valuable lives and assets. The satellite data have been consolidated, value added, and made available to various users through platforms like Bhuvan, Mosdak, and Vedas. Several government and private users are deriving the benefit out of these portals. NAVIC is the navigation system of India with a constellation of satellites operating from geostationary and geosynchronous orbits. NAVIC provides the position, navigation, and timing services for civilian and strategic applications. ISRO is constantly continuously contributing to the capacity building in space infrastructure and human resources in the country through various sponsored R&D programs and outreach activities. ISRO actively collaborates with other space agencies and organizations worldwide. It not only partners with the spacefaring nations, but also works with space-aspiring nations in sharing expertise in space technology and applications. ISRO's contribution with space science missions, namely ASTROSAT, Aditya L1, and ExpoSat, is significant for the space research. Several national and international researchers and institutions have made use of the data from these satellites and brought out publications in renowned international journals. ISRO also undertook space exploration missions of Chandrayaan and Mars orbiter missions to study Moon and Mars. While developing the critical technologies, India has successfully landed its Vikram lander of Chandrayaan-3 closer to the southern polar region of the Moon. It has also deployed Pragyan rover to explore the lunar surface. These missions have not only expanded scientific knowledge but also have garnered international acclaim. Efforts are continued to scale new heights in this journey. Gaganyaan project of ISRO envisages demonstration of human spaceflight capability. The mission is to orbit Indian astronauts at 400 kilometers altitude for 1 to 3 days and bring them back to Earth safely. Various precursor missions are in progress for demonstrating the technology preparedness levels before carrying out the actual human spaceflight mission. These demonstrator missions include Integrated Airdrop Test, Pad Abort Test, and Test Vehicle Flights. Safety and reliability of all systems will be proven in unmanned missions before the manned mission. As announced by Honorable Prime Minister of India,
2035 तक अंतरिक्ष में भारत का अपना स्पेस स्टेशन होगा जो हमें स्पेस के अज्ञात विस्तार को जानने में मदद करेगा.
ISRO is working on realizing an Indian space station, namely Bharatiya Antariksh Station, by 2035 and to land an Indian on Moon by 2040. The journey of Indian space program continues to grow to serve the nation, the citizen, and the humanity at large.
The wonders of space have always captivated humanity. For the maiden Indian human spaceflight mission, Gaganyaan, ISRO, in collaboration with the Indian Air Force, selected the crew from a pool of talented test pilots. These pilots underwent a battery of clinical, aeromedical, and psychological tests. Finally, the National Crew Selection Board recommended 4 test pilots from the Indian Air Force for the Gaganyaan crew training program. The selected crew members were trained at the Gagarin. This training covered various aspects of a space mission, such as parabolic flights, survival training in off-nominal snow, desert, and water landing, as well as extreme environment stressors. After returning, the astronauts are being trained in the newly established training facility. Through the Gaganyaan crew training simulators, mock-ups, and state-of-the-art virtual reality tools, the space crew is also getting trained in various human-centric products and survival scenarios. Physical fitness of the crew is maintained through a rigorous physical training regime. A specialized yoga module is also incorporated in the physical training curriculum for holistic health management of the astronauts. They will also be assigned for ISRO NASA mission to the International Space Station, announced by the Honorable Prime Minister. This incredible feat will take Bharat to greater heights. Akasha Bhavantam Pratikshate.
Thanks to satellite navigation, it is now next to impossible to lose your way in modern times, as it can pinpoint your location to within few meters, wherever you happen to be on Earth, just in no time. The Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System, now called the Navigation with Indian Constellation or NAVIC, provides the users of the Indian subcontinent extending to 1,550 kilometers around the Indian landmass with a position accuracy of better than 10 meters and a timing accuracy of better than 40 nanoseconds on a 24/7 all-weather basis. All this may look simple to the user. However, in the background is operating a very complex process, starting with the satellites up above the world and ending with the users with the receiver devices on ground. And connecting the two is the lifeline of any satellite navigation system, the control stations on ground. The space segment, that consists of a constellation of 7 satellites with onboard atomic clocks along with their downlink signals. Of the 7 satellites, 3 satellites are placed in the geostationary Earth orbit, while 4 satellites are placed in inclined geosynchronous orbit. The network of satellites work as space landmarks, as we always know their positions, just like the landmarks we have on Earth. Each of the NAVIC satellites weighs approximately 1,425 kilograms and have been designed, fabricated, integrated and tested at the U.R. Rao Satellite Center based in Bengaluru. The navigation satellite payload, the equipment that essentially provides the broadcast signals, is developed by the Space Applications Center located in Ahmedabad. Second is the ground segment that works 24/7 to maintain and monitor the NAVIC constellation and manage the operations of the satellites and its associated facilities. The ground segment comprises of the ISRO Navigation Center INC at Bengaluru and Lucknow, established by the ISRO Telemetry Tracking and Command Network ISTRAC. The INC, along with the IRNSS Network Timing Center, IRNSS Range and Integrity Monitoring Stations, IRNSS CDMA Ranging Stations, the Navigation Control Center, and IRNSS Data Communication Network enables position, navigation and timing data broadcast by the satellites. The ground segment
sir.
The IRNSS satellites transmit a time-stamped radio signals in two different frequencies at 1176.45 MHz and 2492.028 MHz respectively, which helps in providing timing information to the receiver for acquiring the signals. For time accuracy, the satellites transmit their signals controlled by on-board atomic clocks, which have a stability of better than 10 to the power minus 13. This means that unlike the ordinary clocks, which tend to lose or gain a few seconds after a few days, this atomic clock is stable enough not to lose.
Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize that we are running short of time. So I humbly request each one of us to be present in the auditorium for further technical sessions. I request everyone to join for our technical sessions in the auditorium. I request the guests to quickly join in the auditorium for further sessions. So, without further ado, let's dive right into the very heart of our today's workshop. Accepting our invitation to share their expertise and vision, it's now my honor to invite Dr. Chandrasekhar K, scientist and head WRMD, NRSC, to come onto the stage, illuminate our minds and inspire our hearts. Today's topic for the day is Importance of National Space Day and Application of Space Technology in Water Sector. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Dignitaries, teachers, students, and all the officials from WRD, very good morning to you all. Can I have the slides, please? Yeah, today I'll be just pointing out on the significance of the National Space Day and the application of space technology for water resources or water sector. Next slide. Oh, okay. Yeah. Coming to the National Space Day, we all know that last year, to August 23, the Chandrayaan moon landed. Chandrayaan lander landed on the moon, and let us all relive the last 1 minute of landing at Chandrayaan moon from the control room perspective. Can you play the video, please? Yeah. Can you play the video? So this was the control room's reaction to the things that happened while landing in the last 1 minute. Any problem?
Descent.
So those numbers are key.
Which is going to be the vertical descent phase or the local navigation phase.
Within 1 kilometer of the surface.
हाँ, अब हम फाइन ब्रेकिंग वेव्स के एकदम करीब आ चुके हैं। हाँ, आप तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट से सुन सकते हैं कि हम लोगों ने तीसरे चरण को भी बहुत ही सफलतापूर्वक हासिल कर लिया है और अभी हम वर्टिकल डिसेंट फेज में आ चुके हैं, जिसकी शुरुआत भी बहुत ही अच्छे ढंग से हो चुकी है.
We are above the landing site.
It's about 500
The
meters
horizontal
above the
as well as the vertical velocity is now being constantly reduced. And the lander module has begun its descent towards the landing site.
धीरे धीरे लैंडर की वेगमान को कम किया जा रहा है और हम अब लगभग 50 मीटर से भी कम आ चुके हैं.
We can see the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, who is here to encourage us. And
जी हाँ, आप अपने स्क्रीन पे देख सकते हैं कि हम लैंडर मॉड्यूल.
people are applauding. Let us all wait to hear from the Secretary Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, Shri S. Somnath.
लैंडर मॉड्यूल पूरी तरह से सेफली और सॉफ्टली चंद्रमा के सतह पे लैंड हो चुका है. ये हम लोगों के लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है. हिंदी में एक कहावत है कि चंदा मामा दूर के, लेकिन अब हम ये कह सकते हैं कि चंदा मामा अपने घर के.
बहुत ही उम्दा. The hard work of the entire ISRO community has come to fruition.
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, नमस्कार. Sir, we have achieved soft landing on the moon. India is on the moon. Sir,
we are nearing the final phase.
So we are on the moon, actually. So this was the emotional moment that the control room in ISRO has never faced or never seen. They were so emotional, the scientists. Generally, they were emotionless because they know the targets that the mission achieves. But here, there were a lot of uncertainties, and at each stage, they were very skeptical, and things happen. And therefore, when the success happened, they were very, very joyful and they were enjoying themselves. So basically, this event is basically to signify the success of Chandrayaan 3, which was a follow-on mission of Chandrayaan 2. This is basically to signify the success of space exploration and to ignite the young minds who are sitting here, that they can pursue the space technology as one of their careers of the choice. And it impacts the space exploration, the success in space exploration impacts each one of our life. It gives a motivation, and therefore we celebrate this day as a National Space Day quite rightly. And Honorable Prime Minister on 23rd August last year had declared that each 23rd August should be celebrated as a National Space Day. Next slide, yeah. So coming to Chandrayaan 3, as I said, it is the follow-on mission of Chandrayaan 2. Basically, the objectives are met, like it was meant to make a safe and a soft landing of the Chandrayaan moon lander, and to also demonstrate that we can take a rover in the lander and then deploy the rover Pragyan on the moon's surface, and also carry out some experiments like the Chandrayaan lander module itself was having some 4 payloads, basically to measure the thermal conductivity and temperature, the plasma over the moon surface, the seismic activities that is near the landing site. All these experiments were conducted by the lander module, and the Pragyan site was having some spectroscopic experiments to basically analyze what was the composition of the moon's soil or the surface has. So these are the experiments that was successfully conducted by the lander as well as the moon. Actually, most of the videos of this moon lander and rovers is on the web. Probably if you are interested, you can go to the ISRO's website and have a look at them. Now, moving away from the moon, so basically observing moon came from where we are observing the Earth. And observing Earth, for the benefit of the young minds, I'll tell you, happens presently at 4 different levels. Like one is at a geostationary orbit, where your platform of observation is at about 36,000 kilometers. So you can see the Earth constantly, 24 hours by 7, because the relative velocity of the Earth and the satellite placed in that orbit are more or less 0. So you have always visibility over your country. And these satellites are usually used for telecommunication as well as weather applications. And the second sort of platform ranges from 800 meters above Earth to 1,200 meters above Earth, kilometers above Earth. And these are called polar orbiting satellites. These satellites move from north to south or south to north. Basically, these are the satellites which is used in remote sensing applications in the country, and most of the scientific research happens using these platforms. And thirdly, the airborne platforms. These are deployed whenever there is a local application, when you require a high resolution images. Presently, the LiDAR sort of sensors are being used in these platforms widely because it gives very high resolution images. And the recent development is the UAV platform. So UAV is now most deployed platform for local applications, disaster applications, because it is so versatile. You can take off and land at any point of time. You don't have any restrictions. Of course, some security restrictions are there. So in that way, UAV is now deployed in this sort of remote sensing, apart from other applications also. Now, in all these platforms, you have different sensors. Okay, so these are basically told here because this will be useful for all subsequent presentations. So these sensors are basically you can call as a panchromatic sensor here, which is a very high spatial resolution images you will get here, to the order of a few 30 to 50 centimeters resolution. And it is basically used for applications in the mapping applications, mapping your infrastructures, roads, buildings, etc. And also for target identifications and mapping. It's basically mapping applications. And this is the multispectral data. Multispectral data is basically the most used data. As you all know, the electromagnetic spectrum, right from gamma rays to radio waves, are there, and the satellite views few wavelengths of these electromagnetic spectrum in the red infrared visible spectrum and the infrared spectrum, in which this multispectral data is used. And these are basically used for the vegetation applications, geological, oceanography, and whatnot. So you give most versatile and the most used sensors are the multispectral data. And in India, we have IIRS series of satellite data, which is quite widely used in India. And if you go into the other data, it's a hyperspectral data, where in multispectral data only you see the data in the few wavelengths, where in hyperspectral data you can view the complete spectrum divided by a 10 nanometer bandwidth. So you have a hyperspectral data. These are basically used for scientific applications, where if you want to observe the entire spectrum and certain parameters or certain minerals or certain phenomena are observable in some part of the electromagnetic spectrum, which the multispectral misses out. So in that sort of application, the hyperspectral data is there. Now at present, there are ultraspectral data also available, which is much more finer than hyperspectral data. Basically, these are applied for geological applications, crop applications, or agricultural applications, and oceanic applications. And we have ISIS as a sensor. India has ISIS sensor, and Prisma and other sensors are also available presently. And there are thermal sensors. Thermal sensors, one of the important sensors, because but the only problem with the sensor is it has a coarser resolution, because thermal energy is observed from the emissions. Okay, thermal emissions. These are all all these sensors are measuring the reflected energy from the sun. But thermal is the one which measures the emission. So therefore, they have a coarser resolution, because the dwell time is required is more. And these are basically widely used in the ocean applications like sea surface temperature. Sea surface temperature is very important because it will give you an indication the genesis of cyclones. You can find out from sea surface temperatures. You have geological applications where the coal fires are there. You have a forest application, land surface temperature, where the forest fires are there. So there are several applications using thermal sensors. And Landsat at present has a 100-meter resolution thermal sensor, and shortly one Trishna mission is going to come, which is going to be launched by ISRO and Canal jointly. We'll be having 57-meter resolution thermal sensor. So that will be a very good sensor we can use for a lot of applications. And there is a SAR application. This is microwave data because all these previous sensors are all passive sensors because these are measuring the reflected energy or the emitted energy, whereas the SAR or microwave data, the sensor sends the electromagnetic energy and measures the reflected energy. So this is an active sensor you call, okay? And this is also widely used for various applications. Like you have vegetation applications like finding out the paddy cropped areas, oil slicks like here. This is the oil slick in the ocean. You can find out using microwave data, and flood disaster applications because these can penetrate cloud, and therefore whenever there is a flood or any other event, a disaster event, it can penetrate cloud, and therefore you have all weather data. So this is very useful under those circumstances. So these are the previous slide was the platforms, and on the platform these sensors sit and then observe the Earth. Okay. So now coming to because this event is organized by the Water Source Department, and therefore we should talk more about water. And as you all know, I hope you all know about hydrological cycle. What is hydrological cycle? Anyone? Tell. What is hydrological cycle? Yeah, exactly. You are more or less there. Yes, very good. Give him a good round of applause. Yeah. So basically, it maps the origin of water from the clouds, and as the water falls as rain, it falls on the soil. Some of the water infiltrates into the soil and becomes the soil moisture. So as the soil saturates, most of the water then after that runs off and reaches the nearest water bodies, or it gets impounded somewhere. And they form the water bodies here, either river, lakes, ponds, whatever it is. And some of them penetrate deep into the earth to go into the groundwater table, reach the groundwater table. After the soil moisture, the plants absorb this moisture, and because of the sun's radiation, some of them gets evaporated and some of them goes up as a evapotranspiration. So this is a hydrological cycle. And space technology captures each aspect of this hydrological cycle. So as I said earlier, from the geostationary orbit, the INSAT series of satellites capture these rainfalls using the microwave and optical data to give the rain rates or rainfall. These are available in a near real time. Many apps are there which can give you even the forecast of the rainfall using these informations. The optical data and the microwave data will be easily able to provide you the water spread area of your place, of the water bodies in your place. So this is a very important information, water spread area over a region, because water spread area is one of the essential climatic variable. And using the thermal data as well as the vegetation data, you will be able to derive evapotranspiration also. Evapotranspiration, though it is not visible through eyes, you can derive them using different models, okay? And then the soil moisture can be captured by the microwave data, both active and passive microwave data, and therefore you can get the soil moisture on a daily basis for the entire country. The snow melt, because most of our northern rivers are dependent on the snow melt from the Himalayas, and therefore mapping of the snow area and then the melting from the snow is very important, and this has been modeled to derive the snow melt runoff data also. And of course, during disasters, we do inundation modeling, like when the rainfall happens, and if you have a forecasted rainfall, you can insert them into the models and provide you what are the areas that is going to be inundated in the next few hours or few days, and what could be the depth. So these are the inundation modelings. So what I want to emphasize is the space application, in fact, captures all the facets of hydrological cycle, and not only hydrological cycle, in all other fields also it can do that. Now, coming to this is about the National Hydrology Project, which is actually the main co-sponsor or the co-conductor of these events. I should say National Hydrology Project is a project that is being executed by the Ministry of Water Resources or Ministry of Jal Shakti, and basically it is establishing lot of infrastructure, measuring instrumentations, several water resource infrastructures across the country, which will be able to generate data. Okay, so now whatever decision we make should be data centric or data supported by data. So far we have been lacking in those things, and NHP is one project where it has created a platform and funded the creation of lot of this infrastructure which can provide you the data, so that these data can be used for research as well as for decision making. And the various types of activities that it has sponsored is improving the in situ monitoring systems, improving the spatial information systems, promoting water resource operation management applications, and strengthening of water resource institutions and capacity building. So it is basically creating to create an environment so that you have a very good sound data supporting applications, and with good institutions and capacity building also. So NRC is one of the implementing agencies of National Hydrology Project, and we generate satellite-based hydroinformatic products and applications, and we developed the flood early warning systems, and we also provide capacity building to all those agencies who are trying to use our data. And these are the various applications that we are using. I mean, we have developed. One is the National Hydrologic Modeling System, where a hydrologic model is run to derive the hydrological components like your runoff, your evapotranspiration, your soil moisture on a daily basis for the entire nation. So these products are available in our websites. And then the satellite-based evaporative flux monitoring, where we generate this satellite-based evapotranspiration for the entire country on a daily basis. And the glacial lake outburst, most of the Himalayas is having a lot of glacial lakes, and these glacial lakes, due to the climate change, are increasing in the size because glaciers are melting and the size of these lakes are increasing, and there are impending danger because these lakes are naturally formed and they can break any time and cause real damage to the settlements downstream. So we are monitoring them, and then we are assessing the criticality. The snow melt runoff, as I said, is also an important application. And the spatial flood early warning system for two rivers, river basins like Godavari and Tapi. The hydrological drought is an important product that we are developing using the spatial data, wherein we analyze the water spread area of the water bodies as well as the groundwater. Irrigation scheduling is another important activity, and decision support system for irrigation scheduling for one command area we are doing, and web-enabled hydrological modeling in SWAT. SWAT is a model, so it's called Humid, the whole program. So one can use this model on the web and generate their own hydrological components for your river basins. So these are several other applications that we can address. I am not going to go through each one of them. So there are snow applications, there are flood related applications, there are reservoir sedimentation, reservoir related applications, the surface water body and water quality related applications. So all these applications are there. These are just a glimpse of one sector, that is water resources. So there are applications like this in geosciences, in oceanography, in land use land covers, in urban applications. So there are several applications you can put this space technology to use and get useful information or data. So, so it is up to you. So you need not, this is just giving you an example that we can use water source as an analogy. Now, before concluding, I mean, it's only a 15 minutes short presentation, so I will just go through some of the applications that we have generated. That this is the water body information system, wherein the microwave and optical data is used on a daily time scale to derive the current water spread area of the water bodies greater than 1 hectare and above. Okay, so for the entire country, this information is derived. So what is the current water body extent of water spread area for each water body is derived and aggregated to a 15-day time interval and posted in our website. So this is for larger reservoirs, like 150 reservoirs that CWC is monitoring. We are providing even the capacity on that day, on which particular day, what is the actual capacity, water spread area along with the capacity is being derived. So this is one application. Then second is the reservoir related applications. So the water that is coming into the reservoirs always carries some sediments, because depending on the catchment's land use, the amount of reservoir sediment carried into the reservoir varies. As the running water is being stopped and made zero velocity in the reservoirs, so the reservoirs, these sediments get settled in the reservoir, and therefore there will be loss in the capacity of the reservoir. So this has to be evaluated periodically. Okay, so you have to assess the reservoir capacity, mainly to assess how much sediment is coming. Secondly, how to change the operating rule curves of the reservoirs. So we can do that using the space data, where you can derive the contours at each water levels, and each water levels is related to the capacity earlier, and then you can really recalibrate the elevation capacity curve of each reservoirs. Okay, so this is one important application. And in irrigation water management, there are a lot of things you can do, like performance evaluation of the irrigation command, the efficiency at which the command is working. So basically, for you school children, if I say this is the reservoir and the water is supplied to its command area, or the cultivated area here, and you can see that as the water gets released, this is the start of the Rabi season, as the water gets released, you can see the emergence of the crop in the head reach of the command area. And these are the places where the first water reaches, and therefore the cropping activity starts first here and slowly progresses towards the downstream. So there will be a lot of disparity in distribution of the water. The head reach people will get more water, the downstream people will not get any water, because of which the crop grown in the upstream will be paddy, but in the downstream it may be a dry irrigated crop. There are a lot of things happening here. All these things can be studied using the satellite data, using a time series of satellite data, and you can segregate which is the early sown crop, normal crop, and a late sown crop. And we can see this is the actual required water for the crop, and what the water released from the reservoir actually is in excess during this period of the crop. So actually you can fine tune your efficiencies or the release cycles or decisions. This is another important example of how a program can be evaluated, or the impact of the program can be evaluated. This is one project called Jurala project in Telangana, where the AIBP was implemented during 2003 time frame, 2-3 time frame. And you can see the increase in cropped area after the project was implemented. So you can see the Jurala project after 2005 have a higher, almost doubled the cropped area when compared to the previous years. And you can see, though the rainfall is more or less the same, there was a lot of increase in the crop area after the execution of the project. So this is the time series satellite images, which can visually show you how much the crop area has increased. And this is another project called AIBP, Accelerated Irrigation Benefit Program. So Government of India spends a lot of money to create infrastructures like canals, miners, and etc., etc. but due to certain legal issues of acquiring land and other things, there will be a lot of gaps in this. The canal will be constructed up to this point, and there will be a legal problem here, and there will be the continuation of canals. Though on paper the project is complete, but because of these gaps, the potential that has to be created is not achieved. So an inventory of these things can be taken up by using the satellite data, and this can be provided to the decision maker where the gap is, and the people can address this focusedly and complete the project. So this is one other important inventory related application. This is another intervention related application where how just the lining of the canal has improved the increase the cropped area. So for example, this is before lining, and after lining the cropped area actually nearly doubled in this branch canal. So this is a way we can analyze the impact of any interventions or implementation of the programs. As I said earlier, evapotranspiration is one of the largest component of the hydrological cycle. It is almost constitutes 65 to 67, 60 or 70% of the terrestrial hydrological cycle, but there is no way you can measure it in a quantitative form using an instrumentation. So you require a lot of advanced instrumentation, and satellite based information data, you can easily derive these things using the energy balance equations. Now, one good example I will show you. Last year there was a very deficit rainfall in Karnataka, or southern districts of Karnataka, and there was a huge problem in the Rabi because the Rabi cropped area reduced. We estimated the cumulative ET during this year, that is 23-24 Rabi, where you find a much lower cumulative ET in the southern districts of Karnataka and even in Telangana when compared to the previous 3 districts. So this clearly shows that these districts were under stress during the last year. So this is one snapshot of the chain of tanks. You all know, I don't know whether you know, Karnataka I guess has something like 74,000 tanks. Tamil Nadu has like 39,000 tanks. So these are the gifts of our ancient people. Like we all know the rainfall in these regions are for a short duration of time, and it is quite intense also nowadays. So to harvest these rainfall into these reservoirs, our ancestors have created these infrastructures to us, which we are not really protecting. So these infrastructures impound those water and extend the cropping season from 1 season to 2 seasons. We can use this water for the next season also. So this is a snapshot of one example. This is a place called Pudukkottai in Tamil Nadu, and even it is applicable for Karnataka also. So this is the chain of tanks where you can see each tank has its own command area, and these are the surplus of the upper tank flows into the lower tank, and therefore there is a chain of tanks that and then it goes into the river. This is just to show you how our ancestors have created such infrastructure to us to manage the water resources. This is about the flood inundation modeling, wherein we use the forecasted rainfall data to fed into the ALTM DEM, which means airborne sensors are used to derive very high resolution DEM in the order of a few centimeters, 10 centimeters, and then derive the inundation map, forecasted inundation map, along with their depth also nowadays. And this is done for 2 basins in the country, one for Godavari and then for Tapi, and it is being put live actually. This is about the snow melt runoff. As I said earlier, the snow cover area is mapped each year, and the melt from these snow goes into several reservoirs in the northern part of the country, and these waters are shared by several states. So they have agreements. So the inflows into the reservoir during the lean period, that is during summer when the melt happens, is very crucial for them to plan how much to allocate to the irrigation, how much to be allocated to the power generation, etc. And this snow melt runoff forecast is a very important input that we are providing to the authorities. And as I said, glacial lakes nowadays are increasing in their size because the snow melt is happening at a much faster rate. And these dams or the snouts are basically moraine dams or naturally formed dams. They are not controlled, and therefore when there is a huge increase in water, they may overtop those natural bunds, and once it breaches, then it's immediately enlarges, the breach enlarges, and then a huge amount of flood happens. And we modeled this flood events based on the capacity, the volume of water here, and then we try to estimate what will be the discharge in case if there is a breach, and what will be the impact downstream if the breach happens, and at what hour these waters will reach at which point of the downstream, and how much settlements will be affected. So all this we can find out from these things. And this is the last application that I would like to showcase to you. That is the sediment that the Hooghly River carries into the sea during the different seasons. So during the June, July, August monsoon season, there's a maximum amount of sediment that is being carried out. There are several indices which captures the sediments, sedimentation index, basically infrared indices. And you can see clearly that monsoon is a period where this large sediment gets into the ocean. So this is the basic application on sedimentation and water quality. Yeah, so that brings to the conclusion of my things. You have any doubts? Yeah, please. Yeah, see, that is a landslide. Okay, landslides are rains, yes. So though rainfall is a trigger, okay, rainfall is a trigger, there are a lot of other things that goes into the landslides, like the lithology, okay, the slope on which the thing is there. So there is a slope as well as the lithology. Lithology in the sense, what I heard from the experts is that the Western Ghats is the igneous origin, and then these are more or less slippery rocks on which the soils have formed, and when there is any high amount of rainfall, it triggers, it slips actually. It slips on the rock surface, and therefore there are several genesis. So these things, we can predict the rainfall or the intensity of the rainfall, but the local things that is happening in the incident, like the subsurface things or geological things, we are really not in a position to predict. But we can pinpoint these areas. These are all the areas where these disasters can happen. So vulnerability zones. So vulnerability zone maps are already there, and these are the places we have already marked as vulnerable zones for landslides. That can be done. But predict a landslide in the exact location is a quite challenging task.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
We are incredibly privileged to benefit from the wisdom shared by you, sir. I take this opportunity to express our heartfelt thanks. I sincerely apologize the subsequent speakers to make it a short presentation because we are running short of time. In fact, I am really sorry for that. May I now request Director, Karnataka State Remote Sensing Application Center, Dr. Rajesh sir, to bestow their wisdom upon us and share their valuable insights on the topic, Space Technology in Hydrological Inventory, Implementation and Analysis for Services. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, respected dignitaries. Before my start of presentation, there is a restriction. So I'll restrict my presentation to 15 minutes only. And so far we have seen the perspective, national perspective. Now you can see what we are doing for the Karnataka state. Please, slides please. Slides. Yes, we are the state nodal agency for data repository. Sorry. Is it working? Okay. So we basically serve the data, spatial data to line departments. We also provide the applications to various line departments based on the requirements. We, as a state nodal agency, we have the regional centers at Mysore, Kalburgi, as well as in Bagalkot. And we also involved in capacity building for using of RS and GS technologies to various line department, as well as we are having a collaboration with VTU to conducting the, yeah. This, okay, thank you. Yeah, MTech Geoinformatics, and we are also providing internship to students from various universities. No, it's not working, man. Yeah. So since 4 decades, we are having various satellite imageries that includes coarse resolution. Currently, we are having a finer resolution up to 0.5 meter resolution, that is World View 2. And we are using it for various applications, maybe master planning of the urban, and even for the agriculture or the water resource activities. And we are also using the drone technology for hydrological investigations and also the master planning and even for the mining departments. So since 4 decades, we have generated the various natural resource data. That upper side, whatever you're seeing, like soil texture, geomorphology, lithology, all are in the 50,000 scale. But recently we have digitized or mapped the 1:4,000 scale database, that is transport network, drainage, water bodies, then the land use, watershed boundaries, forestry. Even we have the dam at 2 meter level and the contours also extracted from the Cartosat. Now the KGS is the top technology which we have in our Karnataka State Remote Sensing Application Center, where we initially developed a spatial framework using the Survey of India primary control points and secondary control points. There are around more than 3,600 control points to develop this spatial framework. And in this spatial frameworks, we have around 700 layers which is loaded in the KGS, and also over 20 lakhs assets have been loaded in this from all the line departments, accumulating to more than 400 terabyte data. And the KGS actually initiated for to institutionalize the use of geospatial technology to all the line departments. So with this, we have developed the more than 240 web applications and 85 mobile applications for various purposes like data collection, geotagging, updating the analysis, and also we exchange the data through APIs. And this is one of the application for the water resource department, where from the Niravari Asti assets, that is a mobile app, the officers can enter their assets, the data, and it will be loaded in the KGS portal. And we also provide the various land information system, the watershed boundaries or command area boundaries along with the assets for planning basically. And the surface water bodies and tank ownership details are also being classified. So this is actually digitized from the high resolution data, that is World View 2. And we also classified the ownership of these tanks, like there are 37,814 tanks and majorly the 30,818 tanks or belongs to RDPR, and similarly there are other classes. Then the water spread assessment, we are doing it fortnightly, extracted from the SAR data, 10 meter resolution. So once we extract this data will be loaded to KGS portal, and will give this the information to all the light departments. So an automated email will be generated, and it will be, the information will be sent to the weather watch committee as well as to all other line departments. So they will use it for the drought monitoring or the flood management systems. So water spread area, you can see that out of 5,15,166 hectare water spread area, this is every month since 5 years we are doing it. Currently there is a 2,21,000, that is exactly 45% of the water spread area in the July. This is reservoir water level monitoring mobile application and DSS applications. From the mobile applications, the reservoir level, the input and output flows will be entered by the officers, and the same thing, whole data will be analytics will be made, and cumulative at the basin level. At the basin level, information will be delivered to the officers, that is cumulative basin inflow, cumulative basin outflow, and cumulative withdrawal. All these will be sent every day by 11:30 a.m. It is an automated email. The information will be sent to the respective officers. And this is like for the application developed for the minor irrigation tank department. So the minor irrigation department officers will enter their survey numbers, which are all the survey numbers coming under the particular the command, tank. So that will be automatically converted to map. So this information will be useful for their management. Okay. This is the periodical assessment of groundwater fluctuations and drought assessment. The top one, since 3 years we have generated the maps of groundwater fluctuations wherever the shallow deep, very shallow. So this information will be useful for management of the water requirement, both irrigation as well as the drinking water management. Similarly, we have the flood inundation mapping. So this we are using the SAR data, where the present, the pre-flood and the during the flood, what is the inundation occurred, and which are all the patches of that particular stream or the river having the flood inundated area that can be easily mapped. So apart from that, we can also overlay the survey number or the cadastral maps to address the inundated area or the exactly who are the victims who was affected actually from the overlaying this cadastral map on the satellite imageries. So this is one of the model which is developed by KSR SAC. So we have used a 2-meter dam to see every 2-meter rise in the water level, how much area will be inundated. So this information we have made in pilot basis, that is particularly for Daru to Junawada, that is 50 kilometer length. So actually it was matching almost 90% accuracy. Next. So this is about the watershed planning, some of the case studies where we can integrate the required layer, that is weighted overlay analysis can be made with the soil map as an input, slope map as an input, land use, and all other required input data. So through which we can generate the agriculture action plan as well as hydrological action plans. This we have done at the cadastral level. that is hydrological action plans, that is the proposed harvesting structures, so that individual survey numbers can be addressed, and the identification of potential groundwater zones using these drainage network fractures or lineaments topographical map. So we mark those potential zones and give it to the surveyor, so they will identify and so of course there are almost 3,500 bore wells have been dug using drilling has been made using those information. This is for particularly watershed development department. We are providing the various data like watershed boundaries and micro watershed wise cadastral maps, all these land use and NDY. We are giving it very high scale, that is 1:8,000 scale. We are providing the data to watershed department. And so far from the Reward and Sujala and WDPD projects, we have covered around 45 lakh hectare area. So the watershed development department is developing a land resource inventory program for both hydrological and agriculture resource action plans. Of course, costs we are using almost every day. I think KSR-SAC is the extensively accessing this cost information. That is this DGPF, particularly for DGP's base surveys, namely building height measurement, building stone quarries or dam generation, even for the flood modeling and other ground truth surveys we are using these cost informations. We are very thankful to Survey of India in this regard. Okay, thank you. Any queries? Any questions?
So what are the advantages of using this technology for mapping flooded areas?
First, we can make a prediction model if based on the rainfall intensity as well as the model which we have generated out of the dam. So we can see how much area is going to be inundated and what are the places to be relocated, right? And also it will address the victims, particularly to whom to give the relief fund or the benefits of the loss. So all these, and how much area of agriculture is under inundations, what is the crop loss. All these can be advantages so that we can save a lot of resources as well as casualties. Thank you. Anything else? Okay, thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for that enlightening talk on remote sensing and its applications, especially in water sector. Now let's welcome our next speaker, Dr. J. Harsha, sir, Director, Monitoring, Central Water Commission, to continue our journey of learning.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody, to dignitaries, students. It's actually an honor to be on this platform, the National Space Day, to share some of the insights in our area of the work. First of all, congratulations to ISRO, IISC, and all allied organizations who have made tremendous achievements in the space technology. So we will see how this space technology is being utilized in our area of domain, area of work. Basically, As far as I am concerned, Central Water Commission, we are involved in the irrigation projects, monitoring of irrigation projects. So space technology, basically, in addition to the satellite images, it is also involved for us unmanned aerial vehicles, drones. So we will see how this application, how the space technology is applied. Because achievement of space technology is actually measured by its utility. Only when it is utilized, then only we can say it's a success. We'll see how it is going to be utilized in monitoring of irrigation projects. So first of all, we have to know the significance of irrigation projects. Irrigation projects actually have contributed more than 50 to 60% of the agricultural output in India. It has generated incomes for farmers, employment opportunities. Then it has backward and forward linkages. Whenever there is a provision of water, naturally there will be demand for the seeds, fertilizers, and other agricultural machinery. And similarly, when it is forward linkages, there will be enormous food production, lower food prices, and therefore food imports will be less, and it saves the foreign exchange as well. So this is the forward linkages of the irrigation projects. There will be incidences of poverty, which will be going to be in a lesser decreasing direction. And according to one study, the incidences of poverty in irrigated districts is actually 1/3 of what is being observed in unirrigated districts. So irrigation projects can be concluded as a backbone of Indian economy. So we can see the planned outlay since independence of the irrigation projects. Enormous amount of investment has been done in irrigation projects. So it's a highly significant irrigation project. Success of irrigation projects is a very important thing. In the 10th plan, it's about 71,213 crores of rupees have been invested in that particular. So if you adjust it to the inflation, it will be enormous. So total plan investment since the first plan is 1,72,074 crores. Even beyond 10th plan also investment has been done, but I'm just taking only the planned investment. So as I said, 10th plan is 70,213 crores in 2007. If you adjust it as on 2021, it's about 1,70,570 crores. So that is the very significance of these irrigation projects. If you look at the cost of one irrigation project, it ranges from 500 to more than 50,000 crores of rupees. So that is the level of investment. So just one project called NLBC, Narayanpur Left Bank Canal System, it's about 4,233 crores, equivalent to 7 resource satellites. So therefore, the monitoring of irrigation projects, its success is very, very significant. So what is exactly monitoring? What we are going to do is just regular observation and recording of activities. It is also a routine collection of data. It is actually continuous and systematic assessment of the project implementation based on various targets, physical, financial progress, all these things. Because such an enormous investment has been made, we cannot afford the irrigation projects to fail. So if you are going to fail, then naturally it's going to have a lot of repercussions on other sectors. So the classification of irrigation projects is like this. It's based on the command area. If it is less than 2,000 hectare, it is called minor irrigation. If it is between 2,000 hectare and 10,000 hectare, medium, and more than 10,000 hectare of command area. CCA is cultural command area. So it's a major irrigation project. So the objectives of monitoring is as like this: to achieve targets of creation of irrigation potential, to complete them in time-bound manner, to keep close watch on project implementation. So how space technology assists in effective monitoring? So the traditional methods is basically physical visits, observation, and interaction with the stakeholders like farmers. So monitoring of irrigation project involves going personally to the project site and then observing the progress. But then these traditional methods are very ineffective. Why? Because if you see the command area of one of the project called NLBC, it is 1,05,000 hectare. So this amounts to 1,50,000 square kilometer, almost 1.5 times of the area of the Bangalore. So you can't easily go everywhere around the command area and monitor each and every point. If you look at this project called Upper Tunga project, it's the command area, it's about 25,449. So again, it's in square kilometer, 2544 it will come, 254 it will come. about 1/4 of the Bangalore city, area of the Bangalore city. Again, it is near impossible for any officer to go each and every point in a command area and see how the work is being implemented. So therefore, the traditional methods of monitoring are highly ineffective due to vastness of command area. Then if you look at an irrigation project, the canal network will be something like this. This is just like a line diagram. So there is a river, there is a dam. So first the main canal will take off, then another branch canal will come out. From the branch, it is another small branch will take off called distributary. From then onwards, it will go to the minor laterals, something like this. So this is the canal network, and it is a maze actually. So if you go from the traditional method, it is impossible. Maximum we can go to the main canal, but to the end it is nearly impossible because the terrain is not like our highways. It's a very harsh terrain. There will be jungles, bushes, and vehicles cannot move and we cannot move. So there actually space technology comes us to the rescue. So if you look at this table, how the canal network actually is there in reality is in this way. So typically canals have are classified like main, branch, distributaries, minor, subminor, and field channel and water courses. And each canal has its own discharge capacity. As I said that the main canal has the largest capacity. What we see in satellite images easily can capture the main canal, but it never can capture minor and subminor today. So that is the biggest limitation that I will come at the later slides. So we can see that approximate canal dimensions I have given. Main canal greater than 2 meters, but it can go up to 50 meters as well. 50-meter canal. Sardar Sarovar is a very wide canal. And similarly, branches, again 2 meters, but less than the maximum width of the main canal. Distributaries could be 1 to 10 meters, and minor 0.5 to 5 meters, and it keeps on reducing. So how long will be the canal network? Just look at this information here. So laterals is in somewhat in between distributaries and minors. 2,079 kilometers of canal network. And then the distributors will be 1,000 and main canal will be 319. So if you add it, it's almost 3,300 kilometers of canal network. It's distance between Kashmir to Kanyakumari. Can be monitored by traditional methods. So this is the biggest challenge in ensuring the irrigation project's success. So the advantages of space technology is it can detect the progress of work for the entire canal network. It saves in cost, time, and manpower. Physical methods, even if we take 100 of people, it is difficult to monitor the entire 3,000 kilometers of canal network. This is a serious limitation. So as I said in the beginning, space technology, we are concerned not only about the satellite technology, we also concerned about the simple unmanned aerial vehicle like drones, manned flights, simple videography, photogrammetry that can use even LiDAR as well, and satellite images. Sorry. So this is just a simple videography of one of the project that when we visited, we took a video. Sorry. So in this video, there was a gap in the canal. So for a long time, there was a gap. The gap was almost half a kilometer to maybe 1 kilometer or more than. Sorry, it's already playing. So it was almost more than 1 kilometer of gap. So every time we visit, we only had to visit a point actually. But then the simple drone actually helped us to move the UAV entire across the gap, and we found that after some time the gap was completed with the canal lining. So this is one of the simple use of space technology, where even at some service roads across this gap was not accessible, but the UAV can go, it could fly over that and able to capture the details of the canal network. If we come to the use of satellite technology, as I said, it's going to capture the image of entire command area. One of the case studies that we conducted was with respect to the Bhima lift irrigation scheme in the northern Karnataka. It had about 2 main canals, one 63 kilometer, another about 35 kilometer. Each had its own set of distributaries. It's like our nervous system. It keeps on branching out. So 39 distributaries in one lift canal. Lift means it's just lifting the water, but it's a main canal. Then another is having about 20 distributaries. The method that followed is very simple. There is no very complex things in this one. So digitization of the canal network. So depending on the resolution, spatial resolution of the satellite image, we are going to digitize the canal network. So it may take a little time, but then definitely the entire canal network can be digitized. After digitation, we have to go to the ground truth verification, because what we see in satellite may not be true in the ground. So we have to visit on the ground and verify whether it is a canal or a tree or a earth. So that is ground truth verification. After that, what is the planned length? Maybe it is given in the planning stage in the detailed project reports. We need to compare whether the exact network has been implemented in the projects. In that way, the method is followed using the satellite images. In fact, when we conducted the study, this entire canal network was digitized for this one. And as I said, this BIMA is also about 23,000 hectares. So it's quite large. So entire canal network could be easily done. And it could able to detect the progress of physical work. So some of the alignments was not completed and it was only completed partially. And then alignment, any changes in the alignment was also able to detect it, because if you see the right side is the planned one, planned canal network. So in the left side, we can see there are changes in how the alignment has taken place. So this only can be detected by the space technology, satellite images or UAVs. So then, as I said in one of the lectures, the gaps. So gaps also could be able to be identified. So this point, every point is not accessible in the command area. So we would have missed this point. And this gap we considered as a hydraulic gap. So we consider as a command area as a created only when the water can flow up to that particular point of the canal. So wherever this gap, the water can flow only up to that gap. Therefore, the command area, it can distribute the water is only up to that point. Beyond that point, the water cannot flow. So that command area cannot be considered as created. So overall, the results of using this space technology was total length of the canal network could be validated, but then several breaks could be able to be identified. Some distributaries were considered to be completed, but then were found to be false. Some distributaries had changed the alignment, and some distributaries were missing as well. So all this could be able to be conducted only due to the adoption of the space technology. As we can see, this table, distributary 1, the planned length was 4.45 kilometers, but actual done was only 0.5 kilometer. So we would never have known if we had adopted the traditional methods. Similarly, if you go to the distributary 4, 8.5 kilometers is the actual distance, but the length that was done only was 0.92. So irrigation projects are such a significant project, nation's backbone, we can say. If we execute like this, then it cannot be, I think we are breaking the backbone. So in that way, space technology is actually helping our irrigation projects. So this is the potential. Reported was 9,745, but actually identified was 7,661. So the adoption of space technology, the satellite images helped us to detect the whatever shortfalls, shortcoming with very minimum stop and no time constraints, unlike the traditional methods. But then space technology currently also has a lot of limitations that I'm going to be showing in the succeeding slides. As I told you, the canal network is a maze, and it is each having its own width. So main canal generally is having a bigger width, so 2 to 15 meter. Branch will be 2 meter to 10 meter. If you look at some of the distributaries, canal lining will not be there. It will be almost like an earth. The plan will be to line the canals, but many times lining will not be there, they will not be executed. And some canals will be completely in this form. So whether the space technology can detect all of these, so that we have to find it out. If you look at the sensors that is available with the Indian space technology, particularly satellite images, these are the most widely used sensors that is available for civilian use. So AWIF's advanced wide field scanner It's a spatial resolution 15.6 meter and it's a multispectral. What I mean by the spatial resolution is that if it is a 56 meter, it can only detect the canal, or we can see the canal anything more than 50 meter. If a canal is about 40 meter, it is very difficult for you to demarcate or what you can say, digitize or identify the canals. If you look at the list 3, linear self-scanning sensor, that is 23.5 meter. So it is maximum is utilized only for the canals that is greater than 20 meter. The next advanced list 4, 5.8 meter, maximum up to the branch canal. The fourth one is the panchromatic camera. It's a grayscale single band sensor. So it is, of course, a spatial resolution is better than 1 meter, but it's a grayscale. As I said in the previous images, it is hard to detect a canal network, closer canal network, which has no lining or it is covered by the bushes like this. So there is a serious limitations with the panchromatic camera as well. And the synthetic aperture radar also in the microwave region is also mostly unsuitable for the demarcating finer details of the canal network. So this is a comparison between two images. The right side is the Cartosat image, and the left side is the PLIDAS image found in the Google Earth. So if you see that break, it's clearly visible. PLIDAS has a less than 1 meter resolution, including panchromatic and also 2 meter multispectral. And also it provides orthorectified colored data. That's the greatest advantages. But if you look at the panchromatic data of the Cartosat, so it is very difficult to find out the breaks. So this is a serious limitation, and this is where the Indian space technology has to be little more advanced for the use of in the monitoring of irrigation projects. So, and also the advanced satellite technology, there is accessibility issues. It should be easily accessible and cost effective. Sometimes the products of the space technology are charged for civilians and researchers. That should not be there. So it is, and also it should be less procedural also for civilian use. Then only whatever advancements we are making for the space technology, it has a meaning. If we don't give it to the civilian use, we made achievement, then it is of no use. We can't claim it as a success. So that's the main thing, we have to change it for and give it to the civilian use. Then is space technology worthy? So definitely right now it is very less utilized, satellite images and even the UAVs, because many times budgetary constraints are being put forth as a limitation. But then we are investing thousands of crores of rupees. Even if 1%, if we take it, for a 100 crore project, it is just 1 crore. And 1 crore is a huge amount. We can even buy a very high quality, high spatial resolution, even foreign satellites as well, GeoEye, WorldView 2 and all that. And we can have an effective monitoring, ensure that irrigation projects are success. So conclusion is this: achievement of objectives of irrigation projects is vital for sustaining Indian economy. So hence, monitoring using space technology has a higher stake as well. So we can't ignore it. However small is it, monitoring cannot be ignored. Therefore, advanced satellite technology is critical for achieving success for irrigation projects, and it needs to be accessible, cost-effective as well. And use of space technology should be incorporated as part of the irrigation project cost. Then only there is a meaning to say that irrigation projects are going to be a successful, or it is going to be a backbone of Indian economy. Thank you. So any questions?
So this is just a clarification.
Yes.
You are telling that the Indian satellite data's costing, actually according to the new space policy, data up to 1 meter is free now through Boonidhi site. You can just, like any other web portal, you can log in, register, and download the data. Less than 1 meter, depending on the whether it is private or government, it is being provided. Just a clarification.
Oh, thank you. Yes, please. Yes.
When you were showing us the total length of the sub-branches and branches of the canal, I noticed some word comic in the next to the numbers. Could you tell me what was it?
What? Discharge, meter cube per second is a unit actually. Volume divided by the time. Cubic means
And
meter.
one more thing, sir. For like later you said that after we map it and digitalize it, we must do ground truth verifications for us to move forward. But again, in the beginning you said because we are unable to check everything, we are digitalizing it. But if after digitalizing it, if you again need to check it,
No,
then
no.
what's the use?
No, not like that. So you digitize the entire command area, okay? So, but first we'll be having a doubt whether it is an earth or it is a lined canal, okay? If you have a higher spatial resolution, that's fine. But first if you know, if you assume that it is a canal, there is a lining, okay? So now if you go to the ground truth, that is 1 or 2 points you can make a physical visits. But what I said was it is impossible to make for a 3000 kilometer of canal network. Once you confirm that what you see in the image is the canal lining or whether it is a cross drainage work or is it a earth or a jungle, once you come to know, then you can easily with a confidence you can continue the digitization. So that is the meaning of ground truth verification. You need not have to travel for 3000 kilometers, otherwise there is no use of space technology.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an enlightening talk on irrigation monitoring, especially using space technology, and limitations on space technology and how to overcome it in near future. May I now request Professor Shekhar sir, ICWR IISC Bengaluru, to bestow their wisdom upon us and share their valuable insights on the topic Hydrology from Space Operational Applications and Future Perspectives.
Thank you very much. May I have the slides? And so I'll be brief. We have limited time, but I will try to give some just a glimpse of one of the hydrological variables, how we can track it from remote sensing and what is the value of it and so on and so forth. So there are many, as in the previous speakers have given you some information. In water and hydrology, you have various variables which you can track or retrieve from the ground through applications of space technology. So I hope it works. Let's see which way it works. The pointer, can you help me a bit?
Manually change it.
Oh, they will manually change?
Let me check.
Yeah. Just give me a minute so that I'll move on. Maybe the battery is. Working now. Thank you, no problem. So, some of you know, I'll just draw you back a few minutes about the water resources. In part of it, why we would look at a particular variable. So, some of you know that for a long time before we had irrigation of so much, we had typically a lot of agriculture area under rain-fed, and today also we have nearly about 50% of the land area under irrigation, in rain-fed conditions. But irrigation came into play in many places. This was, you had only small tank systems. I think in the morning we had a speaker telling that, Chandrasekhar was telling us, saying that several states have many large number of minor irrigation tanks, and which are filled up and used. And so later, with advent of green revolution, we had interestingly, very overwhelming canal systems which have helped us to build in food security and so on and so forth. So parallelly, we also, in the second part of the Green Revolution, we also developed a lot of groundwater based irrigation. This is exceptionally impactful in India. We call it as a pump revolution, which has helped us to create food security in various ways, both in milk and in oil seeds and so on and so forth. So today, for example, we have many irrigation engineers and water resource here. So we can see that you can use space methods to calculate which area is under canal, command areas and irrigation, and which is about on groundwater irrigation. So what you see here is an example of one of the works done by one of the scientists, Thinkabale, and he tried to map the irrigation extent, because you don't know which one is under canal, which one is under groundwater and so on. So if you see, all the blue parts are all under canal and all the red parts are under groundwater irrigation. So we used to have a nomenclature in the country, or it still continues to have. We have a minor irrigation and a major irrigation. So minor irrigation is much higher than the major irrigation in terms of so minor irrigation is the one which is created by individuals. They put their own wells and start irrigating. This is a state-owned irrigation systems. So why I'm just showing you is that the expansion of irrigation on two different stakeholders promoting the use of irrigation. So you can still have an idea of which areas these irrigation is. So typically, major irrigation comes under the dams, canals, which you saw just now. You had a presentation where you have canal network, etc. Minor irrigation happens in very close to an individual rain-fed areas. You have farms where someone is irrigating and so on. So this was possible because we could irrigate a large area through use of groundwater. So probably India is one of the highest users of groundwater in the world. So you can see India uses so much, whereas all other countries, US, China, etc., use so much in terms of kilometer cube. So we are nearly double of any other country in terms of use of groundwater. So this also has an impact on the sustainability of land, sustainability of water resources, desertification of water. So all the high use of water will have far-reaching impact. So we need to look at how do we sustain it? How can we sustainably use this water? Can we improve the water use efficiency? Can we use rainfall use efficiency in rain-fed areas? For all this, we need to have methods and tools. So what I will show you is an example of a similar exercise which was also going on for several years now, maybe 2-3 decades now, on watershed management. You would have heard the terminology. That means you start treating the watersheds in terms of storing the water. The runoff water is stocked in different land parcels so that the rainwater is used for improved agriculture. So this is a common, the Department of Land Resources in India is looking at this, and in which you build lots of check dams, trench cumbunds, you can put groundwater recharge structures, and all of these are built to be able to use this. That means parallelly you have various approaches. One is using the rainwater as much as better for sustainable agriculture. Now when you have all this happening on the land, parallelly you can see that this is a cartoon coming from over the large number of years, the rainfall on the country. For example, the rainfall is tracked over a century, and you can see that the rainfall in some periods of time is high, some periods of time is lower, and in some periods here. So you can see in the last, probably if you're looking at 1970 to 2010, about something like 30-40 years, you have a negative anomaly. That means our rains on a larger scale were low. So that means parallelly you have rainfalls are decreasing. This is from Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, which tracks the Indian monsoon. And so that means we have large land use operations. We are using water for agriculture purposes. Parallelly, you are also having impacts of anomalies, lower anomalies of rain. So if you want to capture all this, we need various entities to capture the water in various compartments. So for example, typically from a like someone said, hydrological cycle. So when we look at precipitation on a land area or a catchment or a bounded area where all the water comes to one place, so you have a precipitation, you have a runoff which is running off, which is coming back to a lake or to a river, and you have an evaporation, you have groundwater recharge, and you have a soil moisture change. This is what happens in the system. So that means my precipitation is getting partitioned into, the water molecule is partitioned into different compartments. And these compartments are something which you would like to look at. Maybe someone who is interested in the river wants to see how much water is coming in. Someone is looking at water vapor, how much is going out. Typically water vapor, why I'm looking at, because how much water vapor is going out for a given rainfall is of importance. If I'm using too much water for doing the same crop, my water use efficiency is low. So looking at water vapor tells me how much is, how well I am irrigating for this. So they call it water productivity. Water productivity is for every meter cube of water, how many kgs I produced. Kg per meter cube. So that means in order to do that, I need to know how much water vapor I have. So evapotranspiration is an important variable. Like Chandrasekhar was giving you an idea about various products on evapotranspiration available. I will not go into all of them. Similarly, you are interested to understand how much recharge is going in. I think Dr. Rajesh was showing you, saying that so many wells are there, the groundwater data is being collected in the country and so on. So you want to know how much recharge is happening. If your use is more than the groundwater recharge, then groundwater levels will go down. So it's important also to understand how much is the groundwater recharge is happening. Parallelly, there's another important variable which also is soil moisture, which is important for vegetation, agriculture, operations and so on. So if the soil moisture is the deficit, you would have seen in your homes everywhere wherever practice, if the monsoon is poor or you are not adding enough water, soil moisture deficit, crops will dry. So it's important to understand the soil moisture as well. So let's look at one variable called soil moisture and say these are, as was pointed out, maybe discharge you can measure in a river, recharge you can measure in a groundwater level, but soil moisture and evapotranspiration are not easily measurable because they are very fast changing everywhere. So space has a good opportunity to track them at various places. So I think morning Sankaran Sab was telling you about the NISAR, very costly sensor he was telling about. So so the soil moisture is always is getting more and more important variable because you are growing a lot of food, a lot of your water is going for agriculture. Some of you know very well that nearly 85 to 90% of our water in the country goes for agriculture. Rest of the 10% is only used for drinking water and industries. So there is a huge interest for people to, can we take back some water from agriculture because industries have to develop and other things have to. So that means the amount of water to be used in the agriculture sector has to come down because water is the same. The quantum of water available is the same. So the idea of looking at soil moisture is to play tactical games in reducing your water footprint. So in the soil moisture can be tracked through satellites, all-weather satellite, because if you have a cloud, you can't see what's happening below the ground. So you need a microwave remote sensing. So microwave remote sensing helps you to, which can pass through the cloud and you can measure the soil moisture. And this microwave remote sensing is in these bands, in the wavelengths of 1 centimeter to 100 centimeters. So we were talking about in the morning an ISR, which has a band called S and a band called L, which have wavelengths in this band. Maybe in future you may have a P-band satellite which can have a penetration of the microwave up to 20-30 centimeters. Currently the soil moisture which you can detect in the soil from these bands is probably about 5 centimeters or so at these bands. So the soil moisture can be measured on the soil somewhere. You can take a measurement of the soil, take it to the lab, find out in the soil how much water is there. The dry weight and wet weight of the soil, you can differentiate and say how much volume of water is there. But you can also have sensors which can detect how much soil moisture is there by using dielectric constant of the soil. Dielectric constant of the measurement is more towards, is varying from 1 to 80, and if it is value more than 5 or 6, you have some soil moisture. So that means variation of moisture in the soil can be used by dielectric constant. This is the principle which is used in the radar. So the radar uses a mechanism to assess the dielectric constant. So here you can see some measurements are made about soil moisture in the ground. Why are we doing that? To validate how much soil moisture is there. If you are seeing from the satellite, how can you detect? So the satellites have a good opportunity to look at a space, the spatial integrity of this and spatial ability to measure is nowadays probably less than 10 meters. So many of the satellites are giving around 10 meters. So 10 meters is a good measurement because typical farms are about 1 hectare. And in 1 hectare, if you have several footprints, you can easily measure what is happening to the soil moisture variation. So you have various types of sensors in the ground to verify what is happening from the satellite or what is tracked from the satellite. In the case in the radar, which is nothing but, it is not directly measuring soil moisture, it measures a variable called backscatter coefficient. And there are different satellites which will measure at different spatial scales. For example, you have satellites, currently operational satellites called SMOS and SMAP, which are coming every day, every 2 days, and they can, that's what is given in the temporal resolution, but they are very, they are poor in spatial resolution. They can give you at a 10-kilometer footprint the soil moisture. This is also important because you want to know where the flooded areas are there, where you have, which is also the soil moisture variation is what which happens to the cloud, right? The cloud is essentially formed from the variation of the moisture going to the water vapor. So looking at the soil moisture, it's important for monsoon mission, monsoon exercises. So these are good for looking at a large scale. But if you want to do applications in small scale for farmers, improved intensity of agriculture, you need a fine scale soil moisture at 10 meters or so in a 1 hectare farm, which are possible from the satellites which we are talking about, which is a satellite which will go the next year, probably beginning, which was supposed to go this year. So you already have a constellation of satellites. They are all coming at a probably repeat frequency of 12 days, 24 days, and so on. So if you merge several of them, probably you can get about 4 to 5 days. So soil moisture at every 4 to 5 days, you can make an estimation. For example, in India, you can do a Sentinel, which is available, RISAT, which is called EOS4, which is available, and maybe if an ISR together, put together in 4-5 days in a day. So soil moisture every 4-5 days is good because farmers will be irrigating every few days, if you have seen. So 4-5 days is a good irrigation strategy or a weak strategy. So what do you get? I said you may get a radar signal which is called a backscatter, and that backscatter is related to soil moisture, has sensitivity at a correlation. So see, if there's no correlation, you can't do anything. Since there is a correlation between the variable of interest here, which is my soil moisture on the surface, and the signal which is the radar, which is the backscatter, which goes back, you have a signal coming in. So why the scattering will happen in the soil? Because of various reasons, and the impact of the scattering happens because you have furrows. They also impact the amount of intensity of backscatter. You see the tilled soils. You can also have, I will not go into that, you can also have crops which also have a scattering on the signal which is coming back to the radar when you send the signal back. So crops also have a lot of leaves on them, like a cloud of water particles, and they also scatter the system. So the larger the crop, the heavier is the vegetation, it has a more scattering. So you look at this information. That means when you have a lot of crop, maybe you are only seeing the crop information but not seeing the soil moisture. So you have to find ways of removing the crop information to be able to detect the soil moisture. So these are about the models of how you retrieve the soil moisture. So what they call is how to retrieve the soil moisture from the image of the radar, which is the backscatter. So, so there are many algorithms built. So you start developing algorithms to ask whether you have a physical methods, you have maybe a non-parametric methods like machine learning models and so on and so forth. Here you have a relation between surface soil moisture and the backscatter using a cumulative density function approach. So since you can do that, and we can write a relation between soil moisture and backscatter and try to develop a relationship using a time series of data of soil moisture events. The advantage of these is that you can find, using a model like that, you can say this is my estimated soil moisture and this is my observed soil moisture for a crop which is under, let's say, a marigold. You have seen marigold crop. So here several observations are done on the ground to see how good efficiency in the model for retrieval is there. So you can see that 1:1 line, which we say the scale is the same. So when you see that, how good is what is the error in the RMSC in that? So when you say RMSC, the error involved in the prediction or ability to retrieve in the soil moisture. So we're saying that the soil moisture can be retrieved at plus or minus 6%. So typically, a good retrieval algorithm should have around 3%. If you have about 3 to 4%, your soil moisture efficient. So the idea of the in the NISR modeling is to see that we can get about 4 to 5%. So still there is a huge work to be done to be able to bring down these. So you can see in sometimes I have about 5%. In some other crop, you have 6%, you have a crop 7% because it's a taller crop. So we need more improved algorithm. That means work is not done yet. There is a large opportunity to improve this and to bring it down to 3% and lower. So you can also try to understand the crop behavior in our models, because these models are also sensitive to what kind of crop, which also can use detecting the crop information and flowing back into models. I'll not go into that. So by looking at, for example, if you are looking at a particular site in a small watershed where you are doing an agriculture like soybean or red gram and things like that, this is a small watershed in where cropping is in Bidar, and you can see that the soil moisture and different times of a year will be shown. But you can see this was around last year, I think. Rajesh, someone was telling we had a big drought, right? So a longer drought. So you can see my soil moisture is going down in some periods much lower than what it is. So the interest is to understand how the soil moisture varies during a drought period and whether it has a sensitivity to the. So in these places, the soils are black soils, so they have more resistance to loss of soil moisture. If it is a highly drainable soil, like in the red soils, which you are walking in Bangalore, it will very fast drain out. So the interest is to also predict the soil moisture for decision making. So let's look at some of the decision making. Here is a small watershed where several crops are grown in by different. These are the cadastral units of individual farmer units, maybe about 1 hectare. So the individuals are growing different type of crops. So if you look at the, it has gone very fast. Okay. So if you look at the time series of images of the soil moisture from the surface at different periods, so you see every 10 days or so, 12 days, you have a image. You can see that the blue ones are all showing you a higher soil moisture. Red ones are all showing you a contrast is given in terms of variability, saying low soil moisture and high soil moisture. So the red ones are showing you a low soil moisture. So this will tell you an idea about which are the places I have always soil moisture is low, which are the areas where the soil moisture is high. These are rain-fed areas with people having farm ponds and things like that. So some farmers have already put some irrigation, groundwater, etc. So by using this, the agencies can figure out like watershed agencies or government wants to give a specific targeted benefits to farmers. One can start looking at saying these areas are continuously red, so I can means that the soil moisture adequacy is not there, and we can start planning for who needs to to improve the adequacy. It can be in the form of a farm pond, it can be a bore well, or it can be maybe a trench combined which stores the improved soil moisture applications. So these are done to understand during a time window when the rainfall is low, you can see who are the target beneficiaries needed for this purpose. You also want to detect soil moisture very deep, so you have models for looking at converting using some physics between the what you detect on the surface, because your surface detection is only about 5 or 5+ centimeter, but you want to, your roots of the crop is probably 20, 30 centimeter, 50 centimeter, 1 meter. How to do that? You may use various ways of using a model physics and assimilation. There are something called an assimilation. Use assimilation model like use weather forecasting. You assimilate last day's data today to estimate today's weather. So these are assimilation models can be used. In the assimilation also you can use surface soil moisture and temperature also. You can use various variables. You can use biomass. The idea is that temperature can pass through differently, soil moisture on the surface can have, so you can have models of, because soil moisture and soil temperature have a correlation. One can pass through, here is an example of that, because as again was talked today, we have a Trishna satellite which is coming in couple of years. So you may have a temperature of the soil can be estimated from land surface temperatures. You have soil moisture also, so you are increasing the opportunity of using it. So the use of multiple variables like surface soil moisture, surface temperature, soil temperature can be useful for detecting the deeper horizon soil moisture, which is of importance for crops. So here we are detecting how good is the measurement of soil moisture during different seasons. So you can see soil moisture is fluctuating, sometimes high and low and sometimes low. How good we are able to detect it by using inferencing. So the interesting point is that when you are using a temperature, so in this, the red means you are giving a surface soil moisture to detect below root zone soil moisture. You can also give temperature. If you give temperature, how good you are detecting. So you can see that wherever you can see green, some places the error with green color in especially clay soils is low. So that means temperature is also a good variable in clay soils. In India, many places clay soils exist. Maybe 60% of the land area is clay, whereas non-clay is probably 40%. So you can use temperature. Soil moisture sensors are costly. Temperature sensors are much cheaper, maybe in 5,000. Soil moisture sensors could be probably 1 lakh rupees. So one can use a cheaper sensor to be able to invert the soil moisture. So these not only from satellites but also ground measurements. So these are some of the ideas how you can use. So today there is a product which the ISRO provides. They have a 500-meter product of US-04, which is the RISAT product, which is available across India. That means every 500 meter you have a product, not at 10 meters, but at 500 meters. So you can make use of this product for testing. So one can use for validation, one can use for application. So it has some errors. I mean, it may not giving you at 4% accuracy or 5%, but in moisture, it has some accuracy. So in different parts of the area, it may have some validity. So you can use it. So the last one, I quickly go down and say where these applications are. So you can use the soil moisture for various applications. So it is an example to say you want to map the whole country's soil moisture. It's like a map which Chandrasekhar showed you. You can also do at a Karnataka scale and say which area soil moisture is high, low. You can go to a district, you can go to a village, you can even see a farm today. A farm has, as I said, within a farm of 1 hectare, you can have high values, low values, so that we can use it for various engagements with this. So you can see some work which we were doing to see how to make stakeholders to use it. So here is a set of people who are getting it in their handheld, the soil moisture, use that soil moisture to make their irrigation decisions. So if I know that my soil moisture is high, I don't have to put on my pump. Borewell pump. Otherwise, the borewell pump is always on and unnecessarily water is wasted. So saving the water may require, or when to judiciously use or improve the water use efficiency, you need to provide. You may need a small app to say, okay, retrieve the soil moisture and provide to the farmer community. You can do it at a large scale also, the soil moisture. I'll not go into the validation, but you can see we are mapping the soil moisture over a whole large part of Gangetic Basin. This is your Gangetic Basin using, so in a year back you had a low rainfall period in August, September, and this is our India's food belt, you know, Gangetic Plain, sorry. So you can see from these areas where the soil moisture was poor during that 1 month or 1.5 months, and what would be the impact of water stress and what will be the impact of crop yield, which is what the Indian Council for Agriculture Research, where the models are running with water stress or soil moisture stress. So these kind of applications will have so one of the important aspects is you should have good soil sense satellites. You need to also have a ground validation sensors, because you need to build models. The models are not unique to whole country or whole world. You need a regional application models. So I will stop saying that same exercise we are doing in several parts of Karnataka. So thank you very much for your patient hearing. If you have any clarifications, I am here. Otherwise, we can meet at some time, not to waste time of others. So, thank you. Okay, I think I'll let the other speakers speak.
Thank you, sir, for an insightful talk on, especially on soil moisture component, which influences our crop water requirement. Now I request all the dignitaries and guests to join for a lunch session. We shall have half an hour time, that is 1:30 to 2, and we'll assemble at sharp 2 p.m. Since we have many other speakers still pending for the day, I request the subsequent speakers we'll have a session at 2 to 2:30. Once again, I request all the guests to join for a lunch session. Thank you so much.
केबल है ಅರ್ಧ ಅರ್ಧ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಈಗ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ.
India's foray into the space research started in the early 1960s, when the satellite applications were in the experimental stages worldwide. Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, a visionary behind India's space program, had strong conviction that the space technology could be effectively leveraged to tackle the problem of society and the country. The Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, was founded in August 1969, and it was brought under Department of Space in September 1972. The prime objective of ISRO is the development of advanced space technology and application of space technology for societal, commercial, developmental, and strategic requirements of the country. While the 1970s were the period of conceptualization, the 1980s were the period of experimentation, which saw the demonstration of end-to-end capabilities through Aryabhatta, Bhaskara, Apple experimental satellites, and SLV and ASLV development launch vehicles. These initiatives laid a strong foundation for realization and deployment of operational Indian National Satellite System, INSAT, Indian Remote Sensing Satellite System, IRS, and for development and operationalization of Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle, PSLV. ISRO functions through various centers and units located across the country. ISRO has been making a steady progress in development and deployment of state-of-the-art infrastructure and systems. ISRO has successfully developed different class of launch vehicles for launching satellites of different payload capabilities. The PSLV, GSLV, LVM-3 and SSLV have shown their precise performances in placing satellites to various orbits of Earth, including LEO and GEO, further to the orbits of Moon and Mars. Recently, ISRO successfully conducted the demonstration of autonomous landing of reusable launch vehicle, RLV LEX. Further, ISRO is pursuing its endeavors to develop next-generation launch vehicle with higher payload capability while offloading the operational launch vehicles to industry. ISRO has launched fleet of communication satellites, including high-throughput satellites, into the geostationary orbit for meeting the requirements of television broadcasting, VSAT services, internet broadband, cellular backhauling, island connectivity, telemedicine, and tele-education applications. ISRO has launched several Earth observation satellites, namely Cartosat, RESAT, OceanSat, and also meteorological satellites for various applications in Earth and ocean resource monitoring, resource management, geospatial applications, and for weather and climate applications. The satellite data are regularly provided to various user ministries and other users. These satellites play a significant role in disaster management in the events of floods, forest fire, earthquake, landslide, tsunami, etc., saving valuable lives and assets. The satellite data have been consolidated, value-added, and made available to various users through platforms like Bhuvan, Mosdak, and Vedas. Several government and private users are deriving the benefit out of these portals. NAVIC is the navigation system of India with a constellation of satellites operating from geostationary and geosynchronous orbits. NAVIC provides the position, navigation, and timing services for civilian and strategic applications. ISRO is continuously contributing to the capacity building in space infrastructure and human resources in the country through various sponsored R&D programs and outreach activities. ISRO actively collaborates with other space agencies and organizations worldwide. It not only partners with the spacefaring nations, but also works with space-aspiring nations in sharing expertise in space technology and applications. ISRO's contribution with space science missions, namely ASTROSAT, Aditya L1, and ExpoSat, is significant for the space research. Several national and international researchers and institutions have made use of the data from these satellites and brought out publications in renowned international journals. ISRO also undertook space exploration missions of Chandrayaan and Mars orbiter missions to study Moon and Mars. While developing the critical technologies, India has successfully landed its Vikram lander of Chandrayaan-3 closer to the southern polar region of the Moon. It has also deployed Pragyan rover to explore the lunar surface. These missions have not only expanded scientific knowledge but also have garnered international acclaim. Efforts are continued to scale new heights in this journey. Gaganyaan project of ISRO envisages demonstration of human spaceflight capability. The mission is to orbit Indian astronauts at 400 kilometers altitude for 1 to 3 days and bring them back to Earth safely. Various precursor missions are in progress for demonstrating the technology preparedness levels before carrying out the actual human spaceflight mission. These demonstrator missions include Integrated Airdrop Test, Pad Abort Test, and Test Vehicle Flights. Safety and reliability of all systems will be proven in unmanned missions before the manned mission. As announced by Honorable Prime Minister of India,
2035 तक अंतरिक्ष में भारत का अपना स्पेस स्टेशन होगा जो हमें स्पेस के अज्ञात विस्तार को जानने में मदद करेगा.
ISRO is working on realizing an Indian space station, namely Bharatiya Antariksh Station, by 2035 and to land an Indian on Moon by 2040. The journey of Indian space program continues to grow to serve the nation, the citizen, and the humanity at large.
The wonders of space have always captivated humanity. For the maiden Indian human spaceflight mission, Gaganyaan, ISRO, in collaboration with the Indian Air Force, selected the crew from a pool of talented test pilots. These pilots underwent a battery of clinical, aeromedical, and psychological tests. Finally, the National Crew Selection Board recommended 4 test pilots from the Indian Air Force for the Gaganyaan crew training program. The selected crew members were trained at the Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center, Russia, for a period of about 13 months. This training covered various aspects of a space mission, such as parabolic flights, survival training in off-nominal snow, desert, and water landing, as well as extreme environment stressors. After returning, the astronauts are being trained in the newly established training facility. Through the Gaganyaan crew training simulators, mock-ups, and state-of-the-art virtual reality tools, the space crew is also getting trained in various human-centric products and survival scenarios. Physical fitness of the crew is maintained through a rigorous physical training regime. A specialized yoga module is also incorporated in the physical training curriculum for holistic health management of the astronauts. They will also be assigned for ISRO NASA mission to the International Space Station announced by the Honorable Prime Minister. This incredible feat will take Bharat to greater heights. Akasha Bhavantam Pratikshate.
Thanks to satellite navigation, it is now next to impossible to lose your way in modern times, as it can pinpoint your location to within few meters, wherever you happen to be on Earth, just in no time. The Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System, now called the Navigation with Indian Constellation or NAVIC, provides the users of the Indian subcontinent extending to 1,550 kilometers around the Indian landmass with a position accuracy of better than 10 meters and a timing accuracy of better than 40 nanoseconds on a 24/7 all-weather basis. All this may look simple to the user. However, in the background is operating a very complex process, starting with the satellites up above the world and ending with the users with the receiver devices on ground. And connecting the two is the lifeline of any satellite navigation system, the control stations on ground. The space segment, that consists of a constellation of 7 satellites with onboard atomic clocks along with their downlink signals. Of the 7 satellites, 3 satellites are placed in the geostationary Earth orbit, while 4 satellites are placed in inclined geosynchronous orbit. The network of satellites work as space landmarks, as we always know their positions, just like the landmarks we have on Earth. Each of the NAVIC satellites weighs approximately 1,425 kilograms and have been designed, fabricated, integrated and tested at the U.R. Rao Satellite Center based in Bengaluru. The navigation satellite payload, the equipment that essentially provides the broadcast signals, is developed by the Space Applications Center located in Ahmedabad. Second is the ground segment that works 24/7 to maintain and monitor the NAVIC constellation and manage the operations of the satellites and its associated facilities. The ground segment comprises of the ISRO Navigation Center (INC) at Bengaluru and Lucknow, established by the ISRO Telemetry Tracking and Command Network (ISTRAC). The INC, along with the IRNSS Network Timing Center, IRNSS Range and Integrity Monitoring Stations, IRNSS CDMA Ranging Stations, the Navigation Control Center and IRNSS Data Communication Network enables position, navigation and timing data broadcast by the satellites. The ground segment also comprises of the IRNSS Spacecraft Control Facilities at Master Control Facilities, Hassan and Bhopal, which maintains the NAVIC satellite constellation. The third and last segment is the user segment. This consists of receiving devices that you carry with you for navigation. All the three segments work together to provide position, navigation and timing service to the users, be it on the surface or above it. The IRNSS satellites transmit a time-stamped radio signals in two different frequencies at 1176.45 MHz and 2492.028 MHz respectively, which helps in providing timing information to the receiver for acquiring the signals. For time accuracy, the satellites transmit their signals controlled by on-board atomic clocks, which have a stability of better than 10 to the power minus 13. This means that unlike the ordinary clocks, which tend to lose or gain a few seconds after a few days, this atomic clock is stable enough not to lose or gain even 1 second for almost 10,000 years. It has to be so accurate because even an error of 10 nanoseconds could lead to a degradation of position accuracy by about 3 meters. These rubidium atomic frequency standards RAFS are used for accurate time stamping of navigation signals. The ground-based IRNSS receivers sense the time-stamped signals emitted by IRNSS satellites. On ground at the ISRO Navigation Center, the IRNSS network time is generated through an ensemble of active hydrogen masers, cesium clocks, and passive hydrogen masers. The INC ensures that all the onboard clocks are synchronized to the IRNSS network time. The IRNSS network time is in turn steered to Indian Standard Time IST, generated by the National Physical Laboratories, New Delhi, who are the official timekeepers of the nation. The IST has the required accuracy, stability and traceability to the universal time. The IST division of NPL generates time and frequency traceability to ISRO through a two-way satellite time and frequency transfer TWSTFT system, which is used for comparing two remote clocks with an accuracy of about 1 nanosecond. TWSTFT signal is transmitted in the Ku band from one station to other station using a geostationary satellite GSAT-8 spacecraft. The INC gets one-way ranging data from IRNSS range and integrity monitoring stations located in 16 different sites spread across the country, including Port Blair and Lakshadweep, and one located outside the country in Mauritius. INC also gets two-way CDMA ranging data from stations located at 4 different locations, one each at Hassan, Bhopal, Jodhpur and Shillong, which are equipped with an 11-meter full-motion antenna system to achieve better accuracy in orbit determination. The data received from all these stations is remotely monitored and controlled through the IRNSS monitoring and control system from a centralized console at
which are specifically designed to precisely position satellites in their designated orbits. ISRO functions through various centers and units located across the country. The headquarters is located in Bengaluru. Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, VSSC, Thiruvananthapuram, is the lead center for developing launch vehicles. Satellites are meticulously crafted and engineered at the U.R. Rao Satellite Center, URSC, in Bengaluru. The payloads applications are designed and developed by Space Application Center, Ahmedabad. Satish Dhawan Space Center, SDSC Shar, Sriharikota, is the second best launch port in the world and houses the solid motor production and test facilities and the launch base infrastructure. The assembly and integration facilities, launch pads, satellite preparation, tracking and telecommand systems are part of the launch complex. The development of liquid stages and cryogenic stages is carried out at the Liquid Propulsion Systems Center, LPSC, in Valyamala and Bengaluru. IPRC has cutting-edge assembly, integration and testing facilities for qualifying the liquid, semi-cryo and cryo stages. ISTRAC, located in Bengaluru, is entrusted with the responsibility of providing tracking support for all the satellites and launch vehicles. Master control facilities at Hassan and Bhopal will take control of satellites after injection and subsequent maneuvers of Earth observation satellites and continuous monitoring of communication satellites in the orbit. The National Remote Sensing Center, NRSC, in Hyderabad is responsible for the reception, processing and dissemination of data for remote sensing satellites. ISRO has launched several Earth observation satellites, namely Cartosat, RISAT, ResourceSat and OceanSat for various applications in the geospatial domain and continuously provide satellite data applications to various user ministries and other users. ISRO also launched a fleet of conventional and high-throughput satellites in the geosynchronous orbit, which extends broadband, mobile and weather-related services to the users. NAVIC is the navigation system of India, with a constellation of satellites launched in geostationary and geosynchronous orbits to meet the position, navigation and timing services for various users including strategic. ISRO also created records in the interplanetary missions like Mangalyaan and Chandrayaan. ISRO Space Mission L1 and ExpoSat have been contributing immensely for the space research community through various research institutions across the country. The satellite data has been consolidated by ISRO and made available to various users through platforms like Bhuvan, Mostak and Vedas. ISRO is constantly and continuously contributing to the capacity building space infrastructure and human resources in the country through various sponsored R&D programs and outreach activities. As a leading space agency on the global stage. In addition to serving the nation and its citizens, it endeavors to nurture scientific inquisitiveness within the Indian society. The moon, a well-known visible object in the night sky, has captivated the minds of both scientists and common people. The charming allure of the moon has enchanted people throughout history. Scientists believed the moon would reveal the mysteries of the solar system and our own planet Earth. This mysterious puzzle has fueled numerous expeditions to our celestial neighbor. India achieved a significant milestone in space exploration when Chandrayaan-1 was successfully launched on October 22, 2008. The spacecraft carried a total of 11 scientific instruments. It orbited around the moon at a height of 100 kilometers from the lunar surface for chemical, mineralogical, and photogeologic mapping of the moon. With the suggestion of former President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, ISRO achieved a remarkable feat by creating the Moon Impact Probe, which became the first Indian object to touch the lunar surface. This accomplishment is a testament to India's innovative approach and dedication to space exploration. The presence of water, H2O, and hydroxyl, OH, on the lunar surface was a groundbreaking discovery of the Chandrayaan-1 mission and opened up new possibilities for lunar exploration. The follow-on mission, Chandrayaan-2, was successfully launched on July 22, 2019 by the ISRO's heavyweight LVM-3 M1 launch vehicle. The Chandrayaan-2 satellite was made up of orbiter, lander Vikram, and rover Pragyan. The orbiter is still healthy and continuing its observations about the lunar surface. The suite of orbiter payloads with unique capabilities is offering valuable insights into the lunar surface, providing a plethora of information to the scientific community and conducting a comprehensive analysis of the moon's topology. The Chandrayaan-2 mission paved the way for Chandrayaan-3's soft landing on the lunar surface. On July 14, 2023, ISRO's heavyweight launch vehicle, LVM-3M4, successfully launched the highly anticipated lunar mission Chandrayaan-3. The Chandrayaan-3 integrated module is configured with a propulsion module and a lander module with the rover housed within the lander. The lander module of the Chandrayaan-3 has been enhanced to ensure greater durability and resilience, surpassing the capabilities of the Chandrayaan-2 module. It has been reinforced to independently adapt to a wider range of variables, enabling a safe and soft landing. Detailed tests have been carried out for the performance evaluation of the lander systems on Earth to ensure the capability of lander for autonomous, safe, and soft landing in all possible conditions. The propulsion module comprised a payload called spectropolarimetry of habitable planet Earth, SHAPE. This payload was designed to discover how smaller planets in reflected light would allow us to probe into a variety of exoplanets which would qualify for habitability. The lander module was equipped with 4 payloads, namely radio anatomy of moon-bound hypersensitive ionosphere and atmosphere. RAMPA was used to measure the near-surface plasma density and its changes with time. Chandra's Surface Thermophysical Experiment, CHAST, carried out the measurement of thermal properties of lunar surface near polar region. Instrument for Lunar Seismic Activity, ILSA, measured the seismicity around the landing site and delineating the structure of the lunar crust and mantle. Laser Retroreflector Array, LRA, was a passive experiment to understand the dynamics of the moon system. The rover module was equipped with 2 payloads. Laser-induced breakdown spectroscope, or LIBS, did qualitative and quantitative elemental analysis and derived the chemical composition and infer mineralogical composition to further our understanding of the lunar surface. Alpha Particle X-ray Spectrometer, APXS, determined the elemental composition of the lunar soil and rocks around the lunar landing site. The MVM-3 rocket successfully deployed the Chandrayaan-3 satellite into an elliptical parking orbit at a distance of 170 by 36,500 kilometers. Then the spacecraft achieved a lunar orbit of 153 kilometers by 163 kilometers through a series of lunar burns. On August 17, 2023, the lander module was successfully detached from the propulsion module. After a series of maneuvers, the lander module was successfully brought into a 25-kilometer by 134-kilometer lunar orbit. Consequently, the lander module initiated the power descent phase to achieve a soft landing near the south pole of the lunar region. Then, the much-anticipated spacecraft landing on the lunar surface had begun. On August 23, 2023, the long-awaited Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft achieved a successful soft landing on the moon. The entire country witnessed the event and cherished the triumphant occasion. The entire nation was filled with pride as they witnessed the relentless efforts of the Indian Space Research Organization. The Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, witnessed the triumphant event through virtual mode and applauded the valiant efforts of the ISRO scientists.
चंदा मामा बहुत दूर के हैं, चंदा मामा बहुत दूर के हैं, अब एक दिन वो भी आएगा जब बच्चे कहा करेंगे चंदा मामा बस एक टूर के हैं.
On August 24, 2023, rover ramped down from the lander and India embarked on a historic moonwalk. After coming back from South Africa and Greece, the Honorable Prime Minister promptly headed to the ISRO Telemetry Tracking and Command Network, ISTRAC, in Bengaluru on August 26th. During his visit, he expressed his admiration and delivered a historic speech about the achievements of ISRO scientists and the lunar mission Chandrayaan-3. He also saluted the pivotal contribution made by the women scientists of ISRO, the Nari Shakti, in the successful accomplishment of India's lunar landing mission.
Good afternoon, the guests. I hope you all enjoyed our lunch session. I request all the guests who are in dining area to please be come and seated in the auditorium. ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. I once again request all the guests to be present in the auditorium for our next sessions. Drawing competition for kids from various schools was scheduled at 2:30 p.m. I would like to request Mrs. Anusha to brief us on that.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. As we resume our program, we have a lot more in our store to this afternoon. So let's get back to the spirit of the event with the same enthusiasm, excitement we started this morning. It's time to unleash your creativity and let your imagination beyond the stars. Welcome to our space drawing competition, where the wonders of the universe come alive through the eyes of our talented artists. So without much further delay, let's get those pencils sharpened, brushes ready, and imaginations ignited. Our space drawing competition starts now. This competition is arranged outside, in the corridor. I request all the young artists to move to the competition room. Good luck to all the participants.
Thank you. Let's continue our technical sessions. Let's welcome Dr. Brahmadatt Vishwakarma sir, Assistant Professor, ICWR IISC Bengaluru, for sharing his knowledge on the speech topic, weighing the water from space. Yes.
Never, fine. Fine, thanks.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. So I'll give a few seconds for everyone to settle down, and then I'll start, yeah? Okay. So the topic is weighing the water from space, yeah? And I've put an article in front of water, right? So it's a very specific water I'm going to talk about, okay? So let's start first of all. We have been listening about water cycle, how water is important for us since this morning. It has been a great talks by several people, and you can see that overall this doesn't work apparently. Okay, it works. Our hydrosphere is there, which is the total water on the earth. 98% of that water is in the ocean. I think to the kids, you know that probably from the school books, right? 98% is the ocean. That is saline, we can't drink, and we need processing before we can use it. So that means only 2% is fresh water, yeah? 1.6% in ice caps. What are ice caps? Greenland, Antarctica, yeah? And glaciers, you can see. So only 0.4% is fresh water that you see in your rivers, that you see in your groundwater or in your taps and so on. Imagine the whole planet is called blue planet. Only 0.4 is available to you to sustain life. And this is also changing very quickly due to climate change, right? And also how we interact with water. So for example, in this, you can see this is a plot of how Greenland ice sheet is contributing to global sea level. That means it's melting and how quickly it is doing that. So as you can see in 1995, 2000, this was the rate. So it is slowly and slowly going up and up and up. That means melting faster, okay? So I'll just put one thought into perspective. Recently in Bengaluru, there was water crisis, right? Everybody was told no swimming pools, can't use this much water, that much water and so on. So assume you are allotted 10 waters per day per household, right? And I tell you that 20% of the water you'll get less from tomorrow. How do you feel? 2 buckets less. It's a very bad situation, right? And climate change assessment says, so this is how the rainfall is subjected to change, and look at the percentage. So over India you can see December, January, February, March, April, May, let's say June, July, August, yeah, and you can see here, right? So change could be around 20%, so you can get more water apparently in India. So you know flooding also happens a lot in Bangalore. If I tell you that out of let's say once in a month you'll have waterlogged roads and floods, maybe 5 days a month, again a serious situation. So it is changing, and various climatic phenomena are there. I will not go into detail. Yeah. On top of that, we do interact with water. When water crisis was there, we were putting in pumps and trying to draw more and more water, right? And this is a map of India where yellow means how much of land is used for agriculture. Now this is the water table depth, and you can see in this region there is already very low water, very less water available. And it has been in news that in India, over northern India, there is a huge groundwater depletion problem. What it means is people are drawing even that little bit of water that is left. Yeah. So obviously groundwater is depleting, but we must know at what rate are we taking it out, how fast it is going away, how bad is it, and what impact would it have, and finally how can we change it, right? And to know all that, we must know how much water we have or how much water have we taken out. Yeah. So now you can see, if I tell you you want to know how much, that means you need to measure it, right? And how do you measure water? Maybe in volume, right? 1 liter bottle, 5 liter bottle, Bisleri, right? So you need a physical dimension. And for water on the surface, like even Chandrasekhar sir in the morning today, he was showing us various tanks and various surface water bodies. We must know the area and the water level, right? Surface water you can do that, but how can you do that with groundwater? Is it? So nevertheless, we know that in situ water is very, in situ observation is very, very costly, cannot be done. Satellite can help, we already have seen. And we know that mass is proportional to the volume with water, we know the density. So now what we do, we measure mass changes using gravity. So what we are trying to do in, basically the major takeaway of this slide is, come on move, yeah, observing changes in gravity can help us changes in mass. That's it, yeah. So again, okay, geodesy is used here. It's a formal definition, read it quickly, I will not explain, but it's a field of study that people take up. And what we do is we have multiple geodetic missions going on around. And you know this black hole image? It's courtesy of geodesy. A geodetic technique was used to create this. So it's an amazing field of science. Okay, I'll go forward. So there are multiple satellites, and usually you will see single satellites, right? But then there is one special satellite which is not one but a couple of satellites that tells you about gravity field of the earth. And I'm going to talk about that. It's called GRACE. There are 2 satellites separated by 220 kilometer at an altitude of 500 kilometer in a polar orbit. Yeah. Just to tell you how significant this is. So value of G is 9.81, isn't it? That's what we know, 9.8. If you want to see water changes, you know, let's say at your groundwater changes or any water that is of use to us, that happens here. Hydrology at this level. So we are trying to measure changes in the value of G from satellites so that I can detect changes at this scale. Now imagine how hard is it, how hard it must be, right? But we have been able to do it. So that's how science has progressed now. So how does it work? 2 satellites in the orbit going. Let's say when they are close to this mountain, then the distance between them is rho m1, and when they are in close of this lake, yeah, so rho m1 for this, rho l1 for this, yeah. Next time what happens, there's a huge snowfall event and we have more mass. This will pull these 2 satellites. So what will happen, rho m2 will be less than rho m1, isn't it? And similarly rho l2 should not change much. Now you go ahead, next time snow comes out, sun comes out, it melts, fills the lake. So what happens? Now rho m3 will be greater than rho m2 because the force is less, the mass there in the vicinity is less. So that's how the change in the mass distribution, mass transport can be mapped. Yeah. I will not go into detail. Complicated data set, level 1, that means instrument data set. We try to, there are so many phenomena going on, and we model most of them and remove them. For example, we are only after these two things in the data finally. These all are removed and modeled. And some mathematical equation, don't worry about it. It's nothing, it's just saying that you have such patterns of Earth, and you have various patterns, thousands of them. You combine them and you estimate how each pattern would look. This is given by these coefficients, dimensionless numbers, basically. 0.5 of this, 0.3 of this, 0.1 of this, combined will give you total field of the Earth. That's it, a simple linear sum. Okay, that's what we do. Again, I'll go quickly. It looks like this initially, but if you filter, then you get something like this. Okay, okay, a bit too technical for maybe for school, but okay. It has found application in each and every field of Earth sciences. This is a very nice slide to show you what happens. Two satellites going around, trying to measure what? Gives you a noisy field. We process it. Processing very important. And there has been a lot of development in processing also. Process, filter, get clean field. Then we go to a region of interest, let's say. In this case, we took Amazon. And then we select values, make a sum, a weighted area, average, and then do it for each month. Now you will see the time series, how things move. And this is exactly what has happened. So in this you can see there's time series for each. So Greenland you can see, it goes down, it's melting very quickly. The mass is decreasing. So what I'm showing you is the mass, water mass. Similarly, Amazon water cycle, very nice water cycle, comes, goes, right? This is for the northwest of India where water is a problem. You can see there's a strong trend here, right? And then some policy reforms happened here. Something was suggested and things started improving a little bit, let's say, right? Something like that. Okay. What GRACE gives you is total water storage. You have seen many terms today. I will not bother you with one more, but simply think it is a sum of whatever water is available in the top layer of the Earth's surface. That's it, right? So GRACE, how has been useful for Indian water? So remember that map. There has been many studies which first of all suggested there's a huge groundwater problem here. And then there was a research saying that, well, are these correct? And we found that if you process the data properly, actually it's correct, right? So in this graph, you can see this was the in situ line, what you get from well data, and this what GRACE gives you. 2.9 and 2.8, very close. So from satellite, people are able to look at groundwater itself. Yeah, this is a unique mission. Okay, now ET, evapotranspiration. Many people said that it's very hard to capture, right? I completely agree with them. But most of the models they use, whether surface energy balance or anything, it takes precipitation as an input, then the energy as an input, and based on crop, land use, they will give you one value, right? What happens if you as a farmer take the groundwater out and put it out on the surface? It will also contribute to the evapotranspiration. But in this whole system, that is missing. But if you use water budget, then actually you can do that. So we recently did here with students at IISC. And you can see this is the, from model, this is the uncertainty. Uncertainties are huge because obviously there are many factors they have as ignored. This is what we get when you use the water budget and Kalman filter with very less uncertainty. And I'll show you, it actually has very distinct signal. So in this plot, yeah, you can see it is for Ganga Basin. The model is one of these, I think, yeah, this red one is the model. Model peak is always later than what we get. So I'll tell you what happens. Model says when there is water available from precipitation and energy is available, there will be evapotranspiration. As simple as that. What happens in Ganga? When does the monsoon arrive? July, August, right? So in August or July, there would be some peak, right? But farmers are clever. They want to have paddy. So what they do, in June itself, in May end or June only, they start having ponds and start preparing their saplings, right? Because they're waiting for the monsoon to hit. So that signal is missed from if you just do a simple analysis. But when you use GRACE, which tells you also about the groundwater being pumped and used for paddy, it actually gives you much better ET. And even the internal year-to-year variability is also captured better. This was recently published in Environmental Research Letters. Similarly, we are also, ISRO has generously funded one of the projects I'm dealing with. And GRACE, one of the problems with GRACE is its very coarse resolution. 300 kilometer by 300 kilometer, one image, one pixel. We are trying to generate high resolution imagery. And Maya here is with us. She's working on that. In the future, just a last slide for me. In the future, so GRACE data, like I said, processing is very, very important. Yeah, from level 1 coming to the level 3 or level 4. This is from Germany. This is from NASA, JPL. This is from one of the universities in US. Yeah, we are currently working, and we will, in a couple of years, I'm sure, we will provide you a great solution from IISc. Thank you so much. Any questions? Please.
This is basically for the benefit of the students here. Really appreciate their presence, and thanks to the teachers for bringing them. Because to be very frank, seniors, I would admit, these things we did here after going to college and then beyond college. And thankfully, thanks to the organizers, chief engineer and water resource team, to make children to come here and make them be exposed. And that's the greatness of this National Space Day. Thanks to the teachers, students, and as well as chief engineer and WRD. But the point is that, quickly, you mentioned about the GRACE data, which is well known that in North India, lot of mass of water has been excavated by pumping. What is the result in terms of the peninsular India? But nobody is talking about the GRACE data irrespective of the peninsular India, where equally more number of water has been pumped out. Do we have some information?
So that is also part of the research that we'll do in this STC project.
Okay.
That we will cover.
Okay.
Probably next Space Day you will hear
I would like
from
to
us.
talk to you after this meeting.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for illuminating the minds with a very interesting topic, weighing the water from space. Now let's welcome our next speaker, Shri Shaktivel sir, scientist, CGWB. The topic for the day is application of space technology in groundwater.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected dignitaries, special dignities, guest speakers, and student friends. It is a just wide topic it is actually. I'm just going to zero in on starting with some issues that will be opportunities and how from Central Groundwater Board we applied this space technology in 4 studies actually. Starting with the groundwater issues actually. Actually, we have some 6 issues are there. Large areas with low potential aquifers and rainfall variation from 400 mm to 4000 mm and more dependence on borewell. As irrigation in Karnataka, we have more number of borewells are pumped out, used for irrigation actually, more than dug wells, and over exploitation. After 2034 blocks, taluks of in Karnataka, some 46 are over exploited and about 76 are safe. Rest comes in critical and semi-critical actually. And many southern parts of Karnataka in the districts of Kolar, Chikballapur, Ramnagara and parts of Bangalore, rural actually, the first aquifer has been desaturated. Only the water is available in the second aquifer and it is sometimes beyond 200 meters in Kolar and Chikballapur actually. And major thing is the water guzzling crops. We have paddy, sugarcane, areca nut and banana. These are water guzzling crops, and we have crop area in Karnataka. We have all these water guzzling crops, you can tell. And how we are going to manage it with when actually because of the desaturation of many areas in first aquifer, CGWB has invested with a master plan. Let's move. Okay. We have come out with a master plan for artificial recharge actually. Because when we take out water, we can fill only with water actually. So for the taking of the groundwater, we need a source water to fill it up actually. So we came up with a conceptual note where we have proposed some 50,000 check dams for the 73% of the Karnataka area to have artificial recharge structures, and some about 10,000 percolation tanks and other structures, so that we can improve the groundwater situation in Karnataka actually. Based on that, we have prepared some district recharge plans for 18 districts actually. In that, I am going to just show one sample for one district actually. This is the district recharge plan. We have made it for Ramnagara district. We have taken a Survey of India topo sheet and a digital elevation model we have prepared actually. Then depth to water level for the pre-monsoon and post-monsoon for decadal actually, 10 years average we have taken, so that we will come to know what is the water level before monsoon, what is the water level after post-monsoon actually. And this is the final output layer. We are having this for the district recharge plan of the Groundwater district, and this map has geological map as a background, and we have DEM has been integrated, and we have taken into quality also, water quality also we have taken into consideration, and we have actually given a recharge plan for Ramnagara Taluk actually, because the rest of the area already water conservation structures has been constructed, and only it was feasible as per our data. Only Ramnagara Taluk we have selected for the implementation of the artificial recharge structures actually. This is a closer map view of the Ramnagar Taluk actually. And what we have taken is actually, these are the 5 DEM, depth to post-monsoon water level, geology and drainage. These are the major layers we have overlaid actually. And from that we have came out with a district recharge plan. Actually, in master plan, what we have suggested for the full Karnataka, we are given only the number of structures we are given, but as per request of the district authorities and implementing agencies, they wanted the geo coordinates of the structures. So actually, after overlaying of this, all these 4 layers actually, we have given the pinpointed geo coordinates for the type of structures to be carried out in that administrative unit actually. I think you must, one catch is depth to, why we have taken post-monsoon is when water level is below 5 meter ground level, only we can recharge. If you put water above that 5 meter ground level, it will flood actually. So usually for this making this managed aquifer or artificial recharge, you have to take the post-monsoon water level, so that we have taken the consideration for all these 18 districts actually. Next one is, we have taken a special study last year when, as everybody knows, there was a water crisis in Bengaluru district and a drought period for most of the 273 taluks of Karnataka. So we have taken a special study for Bengaluru city to identify potential recharge spaces in Bengaluru city using remote sensing actually, data actually, process data we have taken it actually. And just a small introduction about Bengaluru city. It is comes under 3 major watersheds actually, Upper Pennar, Kumudavadi and Arkavadi, and some 6 valleys occupy the city actually. And this is the last one, the state is the geology layer overlaid with the water table actually. So we can get it as hydrogeology map actually. So actually what we have come to a conclusion was there are 6 reasons for the water crisis in Bengaluru city. First one is deficient in rainfall, spatial variation in population and water supply, and deeper water levels in the city. In the peripherals we have the deeper water levels, and changing land use pattern, and due to that there is a reduction in the potential to recharge groundwater actually, and indiscriminate drilling of borewells and encroachment of Bengaluru's lakes. So these detailed 6 reasons I am not going to discuss. I am going to discuss only about the 4th one, where we have used satellite land use data actually, processed data from NRSC. As you see, from 2000 land use land cover, 2010 and 2020, there is a big change in the build-up area. From year 2000, from 298 square kilometer to now the city has come up to 712 actually, if you add this one actually. 612 is the build-up area. Total city area is now 712 square kilometer as per BBMP data. And there is a reduction in the open area from 37 square kilometer to only 12 square kilometer. And vegetation cover also has been reduced from 319 square kilometer to 56. And water bodies also, there is a shrinkage in water bodies from 58 to 32. So this is the percentage of change in the land use. Major we have taken as 4 land use actually: build-up area, open area, vegetation and water bodies. You can just see it is 86% increase in the build-up area, and there is all reduction in the open and vegetation and water bodies. These 3 are the major areas where you can, or the potential zones or areas where you can recharge groundwater actually. So from our analysis, we have found out that from this type of water bodies area from 2002 to 2020, only this much is there as from satellite data actually. These only available water bodies are available actually. And because of the increase in build-up area, the runoff from the, because due to rainfall is increased actually. So we have taken this runoff actually, you can just see what has happened actually, it has doubled the runoff we are having it. So when a rainfall happens in the city, that much of runoff is been doubled, and we have flooding happens in the city because due to the increase in the build-up area, and open area has been getting reduced, and the water doesn't get percolate and infiltrate, and we get flooding situations actually. So what you have suggested, sorry. What you have suggested is to go for recharge from the water, from wherever water available is from the rooftop, and also from our metro trains and the roadside. We can use that open area from water, where water is there, from that you can go for recharge structures, and also whatever the open spaces available in gardens, orchards, and in army area, military area like that. So actually, this is the final map we have given, arrived at potential recharge spaces in Bengaluru city, and it is about 123 square kilometers is available for potential recharge. Next one, actually, we have done a national aquifer mapping in Karnataka in phase 1. In that, we have given one suggestion for Gauribidina Taluk in Chikbalapur district. It is an overexploited taluk actually. That means groundwater is above 100% of available of water actually, groundwater. So it is called as overexploited, and we have suggested some measures for recharging groundwater, and we have given some 103 artificial recharge structures in the form of multiple large check dams we have proposed in that taluk, and after that 38 structures wherever feasibility was there, and based on availability of funds, state government RDPR through MG and REGA, they implemented the structures actually, and we are able to harvest this much of rainwater in it actually, and we have done ground truth verification for the what is the impact of the structures in that area, and indirectly through satellite data also we have done some NDVI and soil moisture analysis, and those data I will just give to you, you can go through it. And we have actually classified into those in taluk, only in these areas only the structures are implemented. So based on the drainage, we have classified that the taluk into 4 clusters we have classified actually, based on the structures built on the streams actually. So now we are going to, I am going to just show about the, what has happened in the cluster 1, this one. As you know, it is a morning onwards, so you must have heard of all these words, NDVI. So NDVI is the one where we can get about the information about the vegetation in that area, how much vegetation it has there in the area, based on the recharge structures of MACD, multiple arch check dams. The impact of check dams is the rise in groundwater. When there is a rise in groundwater, automatically farmers will irrigate the land actually, and if they irrigate the land, what was the situation before the check dams and what was the situation before after the check dams? No. So the increase in the area of the vegetation clearly indicates that because before check dams there was no increase in the crop area or vegetation. After the implementation of check dams, there is an increase in the area of the vegetation. So we have done all these calculations, and what are the process goes through the methodology that I have given here actually. So coming to the, we have taken only summer season actually, you know, from March, April, May is the summer season in Chikbalapur district actually, and that Kharif is that monsoon season from June to September. Rabi is post-monsoon season. It is from October to February. Okay. And this is the NDVI data what we have done for Kharif actually. Clearly you can just see there is an increase in area of the water bodies in that area actually. These are the increase due to the construction of the multiple arch check dams. There is increase in the area, and there are also Kharif also in 2023 we had rainfall deficient in that area. About 42% of rainfall there was a deficit in that area. So there is a fall in the vegetation actually during Kharif period actually. And during Rabi, that is post-monsoon period, there is also water bodies has increased here, and there is a reduction in the 2023 due to lesser rainfall. But the vegetation actually area has been increased because of the better catchment. Whatever the rainfall was there was a better catchment in the multiple arch check dams, and due to that water level has improved and irrigation has happened during the post-monsoon actually. And same way during summer season also, you can just see there is an increase in the water bodies actually, and there is a reduction in the bare land actually. You can just see due to very good water management techniques and vegetation management practices, this has happened actually. And in last year during summer, due to deficient also, you can just see they have irrigated some land actually due to the better availability of water in the check dams. There is improvement in groundwater, and they have irrigated during summer also. And we have taken this soil moisture analysis. I think the detail has been spoken from the morning. Many distinguished speakers have told about it. Soil moisture is a very good indicator that when there is a soil moisture, actually your vegetation will grow and the life of the soil will be very good actually. So to know, we want to know, our objective is due to multiple arch check dams, water availability is increased. Because of groundwater availability is more, farmers will go for more irrigation and more crops will be there, and automatically there is a presence of soil moisture due to that one. So we have taken the same Kharif, Rabi season and summer season analysis, and we have taken the satellite data of Sentinel-2, that is European Space Agency satellite actually, and we have given the methodology what we have done it actually. And the results are like this actually. This is the one cluster actually I have shown what is the soil moisture data, what we have collected from the full Kharif season actually. This one for the cluster area actually, sorry. And this is the standard deviation and mean calculation we have made it for the soil moisture. And clearly what you got is there is an increase in the soil moisture, and up to in one area 50% increase in soil moisture, and the rest of the area it ranges from 6.9 to 9.83. This is the table actually, where depending on our soil moisture analysis, this is the table we arrived. From there, previous one we have shown the plot actually. As actually what we have arrived is due to the multiple arch check dams actually in vegetation increase, there is an increase in vegetation and there is increase in the soil moisture also. And there is a Jal Jeevan mission, it's going on in all over India. The thing is the objective of the Jal Jeevan mission is to provide tap water connections to every household. That is the main objective. Thing is in many districts like our Chikbalapur districts and Kolar districts, the source of the drinking water has been dependent on the groundwater actually. So those sources were not sustaining during the summer actually. So a special study was given to our Central Groundwater Board to have a sustainability solution for the source of groundwater in the Chikbalapur district actually. In that actually we have actually made arrived at two maps actually. One is source sustainability of the structures, another is the categorization of the village actually based on the availability of drinking water, which are all based on the groundwater source actually. So actually we have done some 45 days intensive field work with 18 officers of our Central Groundwater Board, and we have done 100% well inventory what was given by the state government actually. Some 11,000 borewells were inventoried, and we have taken all the data, field work data from that work actually. And we have arrived one source sustainability map for the full district actually. In that one, we have taken into consideration the existing borewell, defunct borewells, hydrographic stations, what Central Groundwater Board is having, groundwater observation wells, what state government is having, and exploratory wells, what you have drilled, and everything we have taken into account, and overlaying of DEM, digital elevation model, and from that we can arrive at a slope map, and post-monsoon water level, existing water conservation structures. We have come to this source sustainability map actually. It shows which are all color indicators, it gives the slope actually. Based on that, what are structures we can build, artificial recharge structures can be constructed for sustaining the borewell which supplies the groundwater to the villages actually. This is the map we prepared, and we have given to the state government for implementation of the structures. And this one a sample of Sirlagada Taluk, where I said a digital elevation model, drinking water source ka borewell, and drainage, all this where we have overlaid actually, and we have arrived at this map actually. Next one is categorization of village actually. This categorization is simple actually. When whatever there is a demand of groundwater, drinking water there is there, and availability of water is there, both are equal. Demand is equal to supply, we call it as safe. When demand is more, availability is not there, it is not categorized as at risk and high risk actually. These are the four we have made actually classification actually. This is the map we have arrived, and for this is the weightage we are given for the overlay analysis of all those maps actually. Okay, thank you. Hi, please come. Yes. Somebody.
So sir, you showed us how using space technology we have identified potential recharge spaces for groundwater in Karnataka, throughout Karnataka actually. So simply put, that means that we have a chance to replenish our water sources and we get more water.
No. If we construct it is site specific. You have to construct site specific recharge structures, and the water will get augmented to the groundwater table actually. That is the idea actually. And it's not that Karnataka has taken up many structures, any water conservation structures that have been constructed by government of Karnataka in all over the district actually, under various departments. So what you will suggest is the 1030 locations actually. There may be some structures they already constructed. Okay. Based on that ground truth verification, you can construct these structures, and it will improve groundwater table actually.
So does that mean that Karnataka does not need to hold back Kaveri river anymore instead of letting it go to Tamil Nadu? Because that dispute started basically because Karnataka was holding back water. So this is a potential place to replenish, get more water, simply put. So can we use this to solve such a dispute?
See, already we cannot use it to solve it actually. It will augment water. What was existing groundwater, no. That one only you can improve it.
Okay.
We cannot add more water to a system actually. For example, previously water table was 5 meters, and if weather thickness is lesser, 5 meters means automatically you can add water up to 5 meters actually. Yes. But if it is weather thickness is 40 meters, for example, I was telling about Chikbalapur, Kolar and all, no?
Yes, sir.
The weather thickness is topsoil to the outer rock. that thickness is more than 40 meters in some place to 80 meters. 80 meters, you can just say that you can put water only, it depends upon the specific, we call it in scientific terms, or porosity we can take it. We can hold only 2% of water, of that only we can take volume actually. You can imagine how much water you have to take it inside, and a day's number of time takes. But only thing is now Karnataka government has taken up tank filling schemes throughout Karnataka. Wherever they are taking up the tank filling schemes, there is improvement in groundwater actually.
Yeah.
Okay. So unless there is, as I told, groundwater needs source water, that usually that is from rainfall and surface water only. When there is water from surface, that will actually recharge and will get groundwater.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So, 1 minute, sir. Yes. Sir, the groundwater of Bangalore earlier was very good because we had a large number of tanks. Now it has been disappeared because of the urbanization, and parallelly has given rise to the flooding, urban flooding. So how can we counteract the urban flooding and the deficit of water in the summer?
That we have suggested to the policy makers, they only can implement it. We suggest what to be done actually. Only thing is, so much of runoff water is there that we can put it into the groundwater actually. We have to make a lot of recharge structures through in the city actually. Then we can solve means we can manage the groundwater actually. That is the one solution actually.
Sir, making the structures again, it requires space. Where space is a main constraint.
It is site specific, I told actually.
And another thing is that it is being given to flooding in the especially low-lying areas in the Bangalore. And why can't we go for a micro percolations along the parallel of the road, so that because we are using the gradient, we can at least increase the groundwater penetration and also avoid the flooding in the low-lying areas.
Already BBMP is taking up some, I think, in pilot area of some 900 structures they have taken up for pilot study in BBMP actually, they have taken up. Maybe that effort we can have in the next year, in this year we have good monsoon and we get recharge. That effect is good means I think they will continue with those kind of structures actually. That's only we are also suggesting. And only thing is the source water should be clean. That is the only concern from as an groundwater expert. Source water is clean. Clean water goes inside, you will get clean water outside.
And another thing is all the buildings, apartments, any other structures having the borewell, water harvesting and borewell recharge has to be made mandatory.
It has been made mandatory, actually.
But implementation, sir?
That is actually...
Sir, all policies are made, but without any monitoring and inspection, how can be effective?
Sir, I can answer on behalf of CGWB. I cannot answer on behalf of other departments.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And you made us to know how to address groundwater scenarios using space technology. It's time to witness a quick presentation on use of spatial data in hydrological analysis by Dr. B. Venkatesh, sir, Scientist G, National Institute of Hydrology, Belgavi. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone. Since morning we have been using, hearing a lot about the spatial data. Okay. Now we will see where all we can utilize it for understanding and working out some of the solutions for the pertaining problem like floods and other things. It's not solving the problem, but first let us understand the problem, and is there any possibility to make some tool to see whether it is possible to mitigate it. See, manage and mitigation is the only solution rather than 100% solutions are available for most of the problems. Let us go through these slides. See, I'll skip many of the slides because already many of the things have been spoke about. So I don't want to go and describe again and again the same thing. Let us This anyway, since morning we have been hearing about this. And this is characterized by these parameters, which is already explained by many of my previous speakers. And this is in a typical watershed. These are the activities being taken by either by the individuals or by the departments or implementing department or user department. All these are some of the activities which are being happening in any given typical watershed or basin. Okay. So when we are working with this, and the input for this is the rainfall. Okay, this is only the input is rainfall in the peninsular India. If you go towards the Himalayan or snow-fed watersheds or basins, we have the another source of water would be the snow. Okay, so since many of these things are spatially temporally varying, in the sense from place to place it is varying, and time to time also it is varying. Like the tropical country of ours, we have rainfall for only for the 4 months, and within 4 months it is not continuously having rainfall across the 4 months. There will be one day rainfall, there may be 2-3 days dry. So because of this, and again we cannot measure the rainfall in every half a kilometer, every kilometer. There are various means and methods of establishing each of the observatories or observing points. So to have a very complete understanding of how these parameters are varying, probably we have to go for the spatial data, which gives us for all the inaccessible areas in the study, or rather in any basin, at a desired temporal and spatial resolution. And then this will be obtained through remote sensing, because the spatial data are derived out of the remote sensing. And this data is further taken into a techniques called geographical information system that will be analyzed, and using some of the techniques of hydrology, we can analyze through the GIS and get some results. This is what is the use and flow of methodology to understand, assess the source spatial data to derive some results for the hydrology. And for the rainfall, many of students might have visited the rain measuring stations across Bangalore. There may be several, and that is normally we measure the magnitude and the intensity. We want to know how much has occurred in a day, or how much it is occurred in a 10 minutes time period, or 15 minutes, half an hour. And these, knowing the amount of rain occurred at different time scale, has a different objective. Okay, so let us not go very detailed into this, but this rainfall we can obtain through satellite. There are various sites you can download the data for your area of interest. These are all the places from where you can get the rainfall, maybe for hourly, and some places it is given even for the minutes. So depending on your interest, you can download the data and utilize. Similarly, this is one of the typical site called CHIPS. This is where I have put this. This is the site, Climate Hazard Center Infrared Precipitation with Station Data. This is how it looks like. And you can point your site of interest, and by pointing it out, you can extract the data for your analysis, or to know at least what is the rainfall for that particular point, how it has been for over a period of say month, or if you want within the day, you can see for 24 hours how it has been raining. Okay, these data are available maybe in say today's rainfall may be available maybe by tomorrow or day after tomorrow, if the short span of time. And we at NIH, we have tried to do some analysis using them, because we were working for a mountainous area. So where we have very less observations, we wanted to correlate, see whether is there any the correlation or the similar pattern of the satellite data with respect to the ground-based measurements. We try to look in some of them using different sources, and we have some sites are very, very good, some are very bad, and some we can utilize, some we cannot utilize. Okay. And this is some of the statistics. Let us not discuss too much about it, okay? We will see. And similarly, we have temperature. Basically, whatever we talk about the climate, these are the two very important parameters which describe the weather or climate of that particular place. So, again, for temperature, we have several sources of source or the place where we have the data. These are all open source thing. Anybody can go and download the data for your place of interest. Okay. Now, I don't want to talk about this because already many people have talked about the evapotranspiration, which is available satellite. No, they are giving to you. And similarly, the soil moisture. Just in the morning, we had a very detailed presentation by Professor Mudushekhar about this. Okay. Now, anyway, these are data available for us on the open source. Now, how to utilize that? Before utilizing these, we want to create some of the product out of these data. So, what we are trying to do that? See, one is, if I want to know my place of work, a small watershed, I can utilize, there is a data called digital elevation model, which the Shaktivelu sir was talking and many other people have talked. We can utilize that to demarcate the place or the boundary of my watershed, you can say. Watershed is a place where where we expect all the water which is falling within the boundary of that influencing will pass through that particular point. Okay, that is called watershed. So, I want to know what is the area of that, how many streams are there, what are the different orders of the stream, which help us in evolving certain things. Like just now Shaktivelu sir said about recharge. We want to know which are the potential zones for that. We need to understand how these streams are and what is the intensity of those streams and many of those things. Okay. So, to know that, we can utilize DEM, that is digital elevation model, and this can also be used to derive slope map, because we know the water flow from the higher slope to the milder slope, right, in the steep area, or if it is a milder slope, it flows very slow. If it is a steep slope, it flow faster, right? These are all the things. So, we want to know the slope of that area. Similarly, I want to know geomorphology. Geomorphology is the technique wherein we understand the stream network and their associated information. Okay? And then we create a soil map and superimposing all these, and we also get the land use. Just now Shaktivelu sir has shown you how Bangalore has progressed from 2010 or 2000 to 2020, how the things have changed. Same is the case in many watersheds also. Maybe the forest is converted into agriculture, then agriculture into the urbanization, many of those things. So, we can try to see how the things have changed from a data of our interest to the present day. So, this is one for the Goa. You can see for the entire state, the forest, build-up area, water bodies and many things, how they have changed from 2005 to 2015-16. So, this is how. So, these are all the informations what we derive out of those data which we download from the site. Okay? And then we will try to see some of the application of this. The application is, I want to identify a pinpoint where I want to do a rainwater harvesting or a check dam. So, using some of the techniques what Shaktivelu sir explained, we can identify, construct, and to also to know what type of structure I can build there. Any structure to build, we need to know how much water is coming to that point and what is the geology, what is the capacity of the soil to absorb water. See, for example, I have 10,000 liters of water. If I put on this floor, it doesn't absorb even single drop of that. It goes waste. Similarly, if a forest, the native forest is there, even if I put all 10,000 liter there, probably hardly 10 liter may come out. So, depending on the nature of the soil and the geology, we need to decide which is the most effective point where I can construct such type of structures and what type of structure I need to construct. Okay, those are all can be evolved out of these analysis. And next, this is a typical example of how an urban lake get vanished over a period of time. This is again we have used simply the Google Earth images. We have not, no, it's a very simple one. This is a place called Varur, not Varur. This is a place very close to Dharwad. Okay, and this is no, on the side of this there is a national highway goes through, and now that has been expanded for the rapid transport system between Dharwad and Hubli. This if you can say over a period of time, you can see on the left hand corner we have the timeline. Okay, this is called Navlur Lake. Okay, so you can see how the lake shape and size has diminished over a period of time, and it is due to again lot of urbanization which has happened on the sides of those. And also simultaneously you can see type of water quality it is evolved over a period of time, fresh water to a bad water quality thing. Okay, see now, by now, previous to this, see by this time there are many algae have developed, and then it is becoming almost dry. Okay, so it is lost many things by this time. Similarly, we have one more example. This is a Unkal Lake in Hubli. Whoever goes to Hubli, probably many of you might have visited this. See, on the background of this, it used to be agricultural land. And recently in 2019, we had a very heavy rain and there was a flood, and the places around the Nala was washed away. So you can see how the urbanization has slowly creeped in to, sorry, I think, yeah, it is automatic. Yeah. See how slowly the urbanization has taken over the agricultural land. The moment you have more urban area, there is a quick water generation generated over there, and it will reach to the lake, and the lake people may or may not have enough time to respond to that event what had happened. So automatically the water will go out and cause problem. Okay, you can see how, so I think it is, then we can use this data to know where all, okay, we have the soil erosions in a given watershed, and the depth of soil which is eroded over a period of time, and what is the amount of soil it is generated in that particular place. Okay, and then we can use this technique to know long period how much water is available for a given watershed. Somebody was asking about Kaveri. If you do Kaveri analysis for last 100 years, you can see how the amount of water has changed over a period of time. So this is, no, you can even spatially represent them. Okay, this is a very simple one. I just wanted to know this is the product of the result out of those modeling to see how the groundwater is going to vary across, during the present period as well as in the future. Okay, and then morning we were talking about this flood also. We can use some of these tools to develop the flood inundation. That is, for a given amount of release in the river, how much area would get inundated or affected by the flood while it is traversing from the point of release to the downstream. Okay, and then these are some of the result to know what is the depth of water in for each and every area of our interest. And then what we did was, see, this was the model output what we got. To know whether it is what the model has given is correct or not, we try to look in that particular day's satellite imagery and overlaid on that and see whether it is matching that or not. You can see wherever we have the the blue one which we have calculated, and mostly it is matching with that particular day's satellite image. So thereby we get a confidence to know our whatever methodologies we have used is accurate. and this is the time of arrival. The peak flood comes to a point. What is the time from the point of release to my place? To know, that is known as the time of arrival, the highest water depth. And we can do the mapping of drought. There are vulnerabilities, so we can map them. And also, very last maybe about 6-7 years, we have another tool called Google Earth Engine, which is again a open source. Those who have Google email ID can just log into this. Here you have, I don't know, we can put all sorts of data is available. Okay, right from rainfall to forest fire, soil moisture, evaporation, then all sort of data which is normally being used for all sorts of analysis, to understand water and animal husbandry, then demography, everything is there. And to do that, we have freely available codes are available on the net. Only thing is we should understand how to put them in a sequence to get the result of our interest. Okay, this is very good place where you have lot of data and the tools available. So only we need to have an interest to use that. So we have tried to look in for a particular area, what is the evapotranspiration for rain-fed catchments as well as the irrigated catchments. Here we try to do that. See, this is dots are gives us the agricultural activities, okay, and then we have this is the blue and green evapotranspiration. This is NDVI, how the growth of crop is taking place, and this is the evapotranspiration from the irrigated area in comparison to the evapotranspiration from the rain-fed area, okay, and then this is, of course, we try to implement it to the Narayanpura left bank. This is we are still working on it. Okay, this is it. I wanted to pass it on to you people. Thanks for patient listening. If you have any, I don't want to say it's a doubt. If you want anything to be clarified, you can ask me. And probably many of you are waiting for the quiz and other competitions. If you have anything, you please. Otherwise, I thank you very much for patient listening. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful talk. And you introduced us to a Google Earth Engine, a very special tool which is open source, as you told. Whoever is interested can delve deep into that and can make use of it for water resource analysis. I'd like to welcome Professor A.S. Ravikumar, sir, from IISC Bengaluru, a talk on geoinformatics for water resources.
Welcome. Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. Being a last person, it is very difficult because many of the earlier speakers have covered whatever I was planning to cover. But even then, it is not a problem because I have come with some basics of the remote sensing and GIS, which will be more useful for the children who are come from the school. So let me talk my presentations on geoinformatics for water resource engineering. The word geoinformatics was started in the year 1980 in the University Lava, in Canada. And basically it is a science and technology of acquiring the informations, storage of informations, analysis, display of informations interactively with respect to the georeference data, because whatever we want to convey, everything is with respect to the geographical locations. That is the data with these geographical locations which are represented in the form of latitude, longitude, which will be expressed in terms of degree, minute and second. And this has become a very important tool for the decision makers for effective implementation of any project which we are planning in the future, or already if you want to do any environmental impact assessment, this plays an important role. And this geoinformatics is associated with the different disciplines like geology, geodesy, cartography, GIS, GPS, photogrammetry, computer science, and the remote sensing. So among all these, the basics which we are talking about the geoinformatics basically broadly classified into three aspects that I will come to that. Before going to that geoinformatics, let us see what is geoinformatics. The geo refers to the earth surface or the earth, and the information basically science of processing data, storage and retrieval, what we have seen. And it does the three tasks, mainly development and management of the geodatabase and the analysis of the modeling data, whatever the data we collected. And the third one comprise the first two operations. And as I said, it is basically three: remote sensing, GIS and GPS. In the remote sensing, we capture the information about the earth surface which are existing, and the software it store all the data, and in this GPS we do the ground truthing collections only for the precise locations. So let me go to the remote sensing first. So it is already defined as science and technology, science of obtaining information about an object, area or phenomenon without being physical contact with the object, area or phenomenon through a device. So here the device plays an important role. The device is a sensor which is mounted in the satellites, which will be acquiring the information about the earth surface in the form of electromagnetic radiation coming from the target to the atmosphere or to the device or the sensors. So basically area means whatever what we have, water bodies, forest cover and the cultivated land area. And the phenomenon is a continuous process like forest fire, flood, soil leak, earthquake, drought, soil erosion, environmental impact assessment. And the device there are two types of the devices. One is called as the passive sensor, another one is the active sensors. Active sensors, basically the passive sensors work only during the sunshine hours, and it fails during the cloudy or the night, and therefore we go to the active sensor, where active sensor has its own radars. It emits the object, and whatever the reflected energy is coming from back to the earth surface, it will detect and record in the sensors. And there are, as you can see that this is the two types of the sensor. This is the passive sensor which mainly depends upon the sun, and this is the radar, where the satellite itself has the radar which will emitting, and it will get back to the energy reflected in the form of electromagnetic radiations. And this serves the different components of the remote sensing. If you are able to understand this picture, we will be able to get the fundamentals of the remote sensing. Basically, we have seen that for the entire remote sensing, the solar or the sun is the source of energy which will be illuminating the uniform radiations through the atmosphere. While it is transmitting through the atmosphere, part of the energy will be absorbed in the atmosphere itself because of the presence of particle and the moisture in the atmosphere. After that, it will incidenting onto the target. Therefore, the energy which is coming from the solar system to the target, it is called as incident energy because it is incidenting on the earth surface. Once it is incidenting on the earth surface, again on which it is incidenting, energy will be absorbed. After the absorption is completed, it will be further transmitted to the next object. Then the remaining energy will be reflecting back to the atmosphere. Again, it has to transfer through the atmosphere. Therefore, energy will be absorbed twice in the atmosphere, and the remaining energy will be detected and recorded by the sensors which are provided in the different platforms. So this box shows the different types of the platforms which are used for the data collections. And once this data collected is there, frequently this data will be transmitted to the receiving stations through the antenna, where the data processing will taking place, and data will be supplied in the form of, earlier it was in the form of tapes and CDs. Now we can get through the onlines. Then we go for the data interpretations, where we have the two types of the interpretation. One is the visual interpretation, another one is the digital interpretation. And after the preparation of the different thematic maps, it will be placed before the decision makers for effective implementation of the project. So now this is the spectral reflectance curve which we should understand, because this plays an important role in acquiring the data, because you can see that these are the 5 natural resources which are consisting here. One is the clear water, another one is the water with flotaclans. It is sensitive only in the visible band. Therefore, whenever I want to do any water index mapping, we can go only for the within this range band. And next one is the healthy vegetations. You can see that it is sensitive in the visible band, but it is more sensitive in the near infrared band, because the presence of chlorophyll becomes more dominant in the near infrared band, therefore it reflects more in this. And if you take the soil and the rock, it is sensitive in all the bands, so therefore you can take any kind of data for the interpretations and the preparation of the thematic maps. And whatever we do, we go for the false color composite. That is, while you were doing the data processing at NRSA Hyderabad, purposefully the natural covers will be converted into the false color, because human eyes are more sensitive for the different colors. Therefore, better identification and interpretation of the data, the false color composite will be derived at the data processing using the filters, where the blue imaging will be, earlier it will be only on the blue, green will be on green, red will be on the red. After the false color composite, it is intentionally provided, blue will be reflecting on the green, green will be reflecting on the red, and the red will be reflecting on the near infrared, because we have seen our vegetations are more sensitive in the near infrared. So these are the process which involves, that I will not be going for the detailing for this. Then you can see that how this false color composition will be derived at the data processing center. First one is the green band, second one is the red band, next one is the near infrared. Then we will go for the false color composite. This is the false color composite, which is called as the standard product, which is also called as georeference data, which we will be using for the interpretation of the data. So now what we do is, as we have seen in the components of remote sensing, the satellite data will be interpreted either by visual interpretation or digital interpretations. Then we prepare a map, and map will be represented in the form of features. There will be 3 kinds of features. One is the point features, line feature, and the polygon features. And these will be called as a map. To call this any interpreted maps, it should contain the 3 important components in the form of map features, and in the form of elements, it should contain the 5 elements. First one is the title of the map, north arrow, legend, scale, and the source. If anything is missed when you are presenting to the, this will not be called as a map, because it becomes any rough sketch. Without that, we cannot read out and we can understand any features in the map. After that, I will be moving on to the GIS. In a simple sentence, we can define GIS as a powerful tool for solving the real world problems. And you can see that these are the different parcels of lands, and it can be defined as a method to visualize, manipulate, analyze, and display results spatially in a systematic manner. These are the different informations we have. All these can be integrated in the GIS and make this as a one map. And why do we go for the GIS? Because to describe any feature on this earth or in this world, we have 2 methods. One is by its locational features, either in terms of the its geographical coordinates. Another one is by its name or the attributes. So therefore, it can be defined in 2 ways. One is by location, another one is by name. And these are the components of the GIS. This part we call this as an hardware component, where the GIS software is installed, and it consisting of the digitizer, plotter, and the display. And this is the GIS software, where you can go for the data input, data analysis, data model, database management system, and the output and query data. And user can have a user interface continuously until he or she attains the required outputs. That is the advantage we have in the GIS. Any change, any time you can change the input, and you can output can be produced at any time. And why do we need the GIS, or who are all there in the GIS? Because this is the map what we obtained from the thematic maps from the remote sensing, and this is this called as the spatial data. Any data with respect to the geographical locations, it is called as a spatial data, and this is called as the non-spatial data. And this we have the software, and since we have the different data source and there are different peoples, we should follow the procedure. Whenever we do any mapping, either using the remote sensing or any analysis through the GIS, we should have a common procedure or a methodology such that at the end there will not be any confuse or there will not be any output of different maps. So coming to the GPS, and basically GPS, almost in all our mobiles we have the GPS, and this GPS consisting of 3 segments. One is called as the space segment, control segment, and the user segments. And you can see that what we have, this is the constellation of the satellites. There are 32 satellites in the space, and these satellites are in the 55 degree, and each satellite has a 4 to 5 in the orbit. 4 to 5 satellites will be, we can see, and this will be controlled by the control segment, where we have the 5 control segments. In the, these are the locations. You can see the red colors. These are the 5 segments which we have in the space. And the last one is the user segment, and these are the user segment. And lastly, the position will be obtained by considering getting the 3 signals. Minimum of 3 signals will give the precise locations. So that's why the GPS plays an important role in obtaining the precise locations. That's why we use the GPS for any data collections or updation of the thematic maps what we have already has in the GIS. That is for the ground truth verifications. So now I will be moving on to the application part. There are plenty of applications in the Geoinformatics. As a water resource engineer, I will be covering some of the case studies which my students have worked for their doctoral degree and master degrees. And whatever we do in the water resource engineering, all our studies will be at the watershed level. Because watersheds are a natural entities, are also called as a laboratory for hydrology, where you can delineate the watershed. You can see this is the mouth of the watershed, and this is the origin of the watershed, and this is the area or the water divide line, are also called as the boundary, which contribute the runoff into these streams. And you can see that all these are the mouth, and we can see the watersheds are in different shapes and sizes. These are called as the characteristics of the watersheds, where you can find many applications in the remote sensing. So now, before going to that, I will take one of the important project which we have handled, and this was funded by the European Union in the year 2010 to 13, and there are 8 pilot areas throughout the world, and among the India, I was the team leader and regional manager for the Harangi Dam and the Harangi Command Area for effective implementation, that is the sustainable irrigations for the command area of the Harangi, and particularly for the Marur branch, which is near Hunsur. And here you can see that this is the Harangi, and these are the major crops which we have observed by field visits, and we have seen what is the crop yield and what is the crop period. All those details you can see that. Only thing is, when we have collected the data from the WRD, this command area was not into the scale and it was not registered. So what we have done is, first thing is we collected the cadastral map consisting of the different land holdings and the land survey numbers, and these has been registered with the GIS, and the database has been created, and also we have identified the farmers and the type of the crops and the type of the stage of the crop. For all these things, you can see that this is the land holding capacity of the parcels. Among that, 1 hectare was there are 1020 meter, and these are the different typing crops. And to estimate the evapotranspiration, what we do is, this also already talked by the earlier speakers, and what is the evapotranspiration will be always we classified them into potential evaporation, and the actual evapotranspiration. Potential evapotranspiration will be the maximum evapotranspirations, which mainly depends upon the climatic factors. And this is one of the meteorological stations which was recently commissioned by the WRDO in front of our department on behalf of the Department of Civil Engineering. I thank the WRDO for having given this opportunity to install all these weather stations, including the regular and also telemetry stations. So going back to that, as suggested by the Pruitt Bureau in the year 1977, there are 4 methods to estimate the potential evapotranspirations. Among all the 4 methods, the Penman method is the most efficient and accurate method because it consisting of the energy term and the aerodynamic term. So therefore, whatever the evapotranspiration we estimate, it is the most accurate. And whatever the estimation we do it is a point measurement, it is a point data. So if we want to go for a larger area, then we go for the remote sensing applications. And the same thing has been applied onto the RNG command area, where we can see that the RNG falls in the 3 climatic zones, and these are the land holdings and the survey numbers, and this is the Marur branch canals which was created, and we had a software called as SPIDER, System for Planning in the Implementation, Decision and Efficient River Basin Project. So this is the software which was designed by the European Union, and it was applied to the pilot area for RNG command area, where we have seen that these are the different landing holdings, and these are the different types of the crops, and directly we are able to get the evapotranspiration continuously. So it was able to produce the continuous evapotranspiration on a time interval, and depending upon the availability of the satellites. And for all these evapotranspiration estimation, we have used the IRS satellite series and also Sentinel data which was obtained by the European Union. And once you get that, then we can go for the calculation of output, that is the ET naught is equal to, and we can go for the effective implementation and for the irrigations. And the second case study is the Kabini command area. This also one of the, this was he was a technical director in Kaveri Niragam, Dr. M. Sivaswamy. He did PhD with me, and he has taken this Kabini command area, where it covers the 2 districts of Karnataka, Mysore and Chamarajanagar. And for this we have considered the left bank canal and the right bank canal of the Kabini, and we have prepared the entire thematic maps. Using the analytical hierarchy process, we have given the weightage for all the thematic layers, and we have suggested the different crop potential which within the command area, because when this project was commissioned, and as per the DPR, it was meant for the semi-dry crop area. But today, it is not happening in the command area, same thing. So therefore, we have made an attempt in identifying the area based on the ASP process, which are the areas or which are the parcels of the land which are suitable for the different types of the land. So like that, we have identified sugarcane, paddy, cotton, finger millet, and pulses and the groundnuts. So these are the parcels of land, and this shows the percentage of areas classified as per the potential depending upon the HP process. And this is the another student who is working on that, Bangalore urban, because we thought we can do something for the Bangalore, and it is comprises of 3 valleys. One is called as the Rishabhavati Valley, KC Valley and the Hebbal Valley. Rishabhavati Valley origin near the Sankey Tank, and it confluence with the river Ganalur near Kankapura, and KC Valley flows towards the east and joins Dakshina Pinakini near a river near Naganandalali and Mallasandra, Bangalore respectively. So these are the different rain gauge stations. There are 12 rain gauge stations, and for all these rain gauge stations, this Thiessen polygation has been drawn to know the influencing rain gauge stations for estimation of the rainfall and the runoff. And then before that, we have done the morphometric analysis, And for this morphometric analysis, the drainage map has been prepared using the DM data. Then as we know that entire morphometric analysis has been classified into three aspects: linear aspect, aerial aspect, and the relief aspect. First one is with respect to the length, second one is with respect to the area, and the third one is with respect to the relief. So depending upon that, we have arrived the different values, and I can see that the bifurcation ratio is not exceeding the 5. Wherever the bifurcation ratio exceeds 5, it indicates that there is a geological disturbance in the area. So there is bedrock difference is there, or the disturbance is there in that area. And next one is there also you can see that these are the different wells. So the main purpose of doing this is to identify the drainage density, because the drainage density plays an important role in identifying the locations which is more potential for runoff and more vulnerable for soil erosions. So that is the intention we have done these studies. And we have also applied hypsometric analysis. From the morphometric analysis, one could understand the response of hydrological behavior of the watersheds. From the hypsometric analysis, we can understand the status of the watershed based on its erosion, soil erosions. So now we can see that these are again for this the DM data has been used, and we have derived the integrals, hypsometric integrals, and also hypsometric curves. You can see that Kc value and the almost all the values are mature stage, because earlier they were the agricultural watershed. Today all these watersheds have become urban watersheds. So therefore there is no possibility of the erosion take place in that area. And the next study was the soil moisture. Morning also we have seen that Professor Sekhar has told about the soil moisture. In this study we have used the L-band data and how this moisture has been obtained from different patterns, and you can see that these are the different dates. This data has been obtained, processed, and we are able to get this continuous moisture, and this is the variation of the temporal variation of the soil moistures. And the next one is the floods. Many of speakers have spoken on the floods. I will be covering this flood for the Kaveri, between the Tirmakudalu, that is the T. Narsipura to up to the Mekedatu. So we can see that these are the gauging stations, and we are able to get the data from the Central Water Commissions for all these 5 stations. And we have done using the ECRA software for modeling all these things. And these are, you can see that inundation maps during the 1992, 1997s. Some of the models we have shown on the satellite data, some up on the control set, and this is the data on the DM. How this, and this is the single, and next one is again, this is the change in the land use land cover, how the land use land cover has impacted on the hydrology of these 3 watersheds. And among all these watersheds, we are able to get the satellite data from the 1985 to 2020 on a decadal basis. For this, we have used the IRS data and Landsat data, and from 2005 onwards, we have used the ISRO website data, where directly you can download the data for the data processing. And these are the different changes. You can also see that wherever the minus signs are shown, those are the area which has been reduced, and wherever the plus is there, that is the percentage of land has been, you can see how much percentage of land has been increased in the form of built-up land. So in almost all the 3 watersheds, the urban land has been increased. Therefore, you can say that all the 3 watersheds have become the urban watershed from the agricultural watersheds. So therefore, there is a chances of more runoff and more potential for the flooding in the days to come. But already we are able to see that these are the different land use land cover, how it has been changed over a period of time. And next one is we have gone for the preparation of the IDF, DAD, and the isopluvial maps. And for all this data, we collected the data from 1982 to 2020 from the Department of Economics and Statistics. and using this is the daily data. Among that, we have conducted the maximum daily data, and it has been reduced to reduction formula as suggested by the IMD. And we have used the Gumbas method for the return period calculations and Kirpi's formula for the calculation of the time of concentration, because time of concentration plays an important role in bringing a drop of water from the remote point of the watershed to the mouth of the watershed. So these are the different IDF curves, and these are the isopluvial maps. You can see that for the small interval of time, there is a chance of heavy discharge. So that is, we can conclude that in the Rushbhavati watershed, the Kangeri watershed is influencing more, and in the Hebbal Valley, which one? These are the different rain gauge stations, and you can see that in the DAD curve. And with this, you can see that this is the one which is influencing more on all this. And we have calculated the return periods from 2 years to the 100 years. And over a period of time, you can see that for smaller interval of time with high intensity, these are subjected for more flooding. With this, I thank and conclude my talk. And if any questions are there, I am happy to answer that. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your talk on the application of remote sensing on water resources sector. Okay. I express our sincere gratitude to all the eminent speakers gathered here today who graciously shared their expertise and experience with us. I thank our esteemed audience for your active participation, making this seminar a vibrant pool of knowledge exchange. It's my privilege to request Dr. Gnanasundar Sir, Senior Joint Commissioner, NPMU NHP, Department of Water Resources, Government of India, and also the Nodal Officer of NPMU for this event to convey his kind message.
Let me first special thanks to the Water Resources Department team, the Chief Engineer and all officers. I'm sure with me all the delegates will accept for arranging a wonderful program which has achieved its target and mission that every year, that is August 23, Government of India will celebrate the National Space Day in an account of its achievement which we did last year by sending and landing over moon. It's not a simple achievement, it's a great achievement. So the mission was somehow the achievement should spread to the youngsters, to the teachers, and to all the officers of the state and central. Whatever the mission has been shared to the head of the Water Resource Department, Government of Karnataka, they have conceived it, the officers have conceived it, and then given us a full form in the name of workshop. So on behalf of Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, and National Hydrology Project, let me thank and appreciate the whole team, the Karnataka team, for an excellent arrangement of this workshop and for this success. And also I will request the team Karnataka along with Chief Engineer, if you could stand, we can give a good applause to you. Please, all the team from the engineers who are involved in the state. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. And just quickly, I will not take much time. All the distinguished speakers have connected us to the space. You know, we were not here. Basically, we were in the space, you know. And one thing I would like to say before I wind up here, we have other small program. Whatever you have seen here is about the spatial application data and the space with reference to the water resources. But what is also there, the space application has got relevance with the railways, with the defense, with the telecommunication networks, you know, with addressing agriculture, the irrigation, and in all the fields. Because it is related to water, what you have been hearing from morning is the application of the space, its data, and its contribution to enhance and manage the surface and groundwater resources country. So let us not limit ourselves the understanding of space only with water. So because it is a water resource department, our theme was connecting ourselves space with water. I request particularly all the students that space has got a various applications, including the defense, railways, and whatnot. So I request all the youngsters to get in touch with the space data. Let me, before I conclude, I want to say one thing. 30 years before, we were lacking data, be it space data or ground data. Without that, we could not proceed much. You have heard the speakers. And now we are on top of this world with all this data on us. Now, how are we going to use those data, applying ourselves, interpret those data, and try to use for the betterment of the mankind? That is the challenge before you. Tomorrow you are going to become big officers or scientists or whatever may be in a good position. Whatever you have learned today, I'm particularly, just more happiness that the children are here. What you learned today should be an exponentially grown in you as a knowledge, and then at appropriate time, you use those information which you received today, and along with that, you read all the information in the space and try to do good in whatever service tomorrow you are going to be. With this, once again, I thank the Water Resources Department and all the distinguished speakers for making it a great day for us and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind message. It's time to witness a quiz competition for the school students from various schools who have been waiting since morning for attending their competitive session. I request Anusha and team to take over.
Good evening, everyone. Take your seats and get ready to put your knowledge to the test. We have got some exciting questions lined up that will challenge and entertain you. So let's get those thinking caps on. There's no need to move. Just settle and dive into the space quiz competition. Best of luck to all the participants. May the best team win. I request the judge panel for the quiz competition to come over the dais. Professor Pravin C. Ramurthy sir, Shri Jnanasundar sir, Senior Joint Commissioner, and Dr. Chandrasekhar sir. Just 2 minutes. I request Shri Jnanasundar sir, Senior Joint Commissioner, to come over the dais. Thank you, sir. Today, total 10 teams from various schools will be participating in this competition. Each team will comprise 3 students. This quiz will take place in 3 different phases, that means rounds. For round 1, we'll divide these 10 teams into 2 groups, that is Group A and Group B, 5 teams each. This selection will be based on the chits. I request the dignitaries to pick up the chits. Round 1 will come. The first team.
Yeah, the first team is Purna Pragna Education Center, Sadashiv Nagar.
Please
Kindly
come
to the
forward.
podium. This is team 1. The second team is Karnataka Public School, Malleshwaram. Kindly come to the podium. The third team is VVS Sada Patel High School, Rajajinagar. The fourth team is MES Kishore Kendra School, Malleshwaram. The last team for this group, that is Group A, is GHS Malleshwaram.
Now, we'll begin the quiz with Group A. Rules for this round. Each team will face 2 questions in a sequence.
Oh my God.
They have to answer within 30 seconds. So there is a timer. You will get 30 seconds of time. If you are right, you will bag 10 marks. If not answered, it is open buzzer. The rest of the teams can participate. So the marks will be 5. The top 3 from this group will be selected for round 2. I repeat, ಪ್ರತಿ ತಂಡಕ್ಕೆ 2 ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೇಳಲಾಗುವುದು ಸರದಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರ. ಸರಿ ಉತ್ತರವನ್ನು 30 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಒಳಗೆ ನೀಡಿದರೆ 10 ಅಂಕಗಳು. ಇಲ್ಲವಾದರೆ ಉಳಿದ ಟೀಮ್ಗೆ ಬಜರ್. 5 marks for the buzzer round. ಈ ಸುತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಟಾಪ್ ತಂಡಗಳನ್ನು ರೌಂಡ್ 2ಕ್ಕೆ ಆಯ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಲಾಗುವುದು. I hope the rules are clear. So let's carry out a mock drill of the buzzer. Let's see one mock drill of the buzzer. I'll say, ready? Reset the buzzer. Reset the buzzer. Reset the buzzer. Ready? Steady? Go. So whoever
Whoever presses fast, for them, white light will come. All other buzzers will be freeze. So nobody can answer. Okay? You got it, everyone?
are you all ready to put your knowledge?
Anyway, now it's not buzzer. Since we will be asking individual teams each question, so there is no need to worry for buzzer. If you don't answer within 30 seconds, a bell will ring. After that, all the 4 other teams should press the buzzer. Okay? Okay. See, each question will be asked for each team.
Vidya, Mike.
Within 30 seconds, if they doesn't answer, a bell will ring. After that, you are open for the buzzer. All the 4 teams. Fastest finger. Got it?
5 marks for the buzzer.
Only 5 marks for the buzzer round. Okay?
Are you clear with the rules? Any doubt? Any doubt? Don't be hurrying a buzzer, please.
And you can give just a soft touch. There is no need to press it very hard.
Yeah. No. No negative marking, only 10 and 5. And the questions will be displayed. So let's get started. Here's the first question. First question will be for Team 1. What is the total launch mass of Chandrayaan 3? Option A, 1900 kg. Option B, 3900 kg. Option C, 2900 kg. Option D, 4900 kg. You have 30 seconds to answer. Please display. I repeat, what is the total launch mass of Chandrayaan 3? Option A, 1900 kg. Option B, 3900 kg. Option C, 2900 kg. Option D, 4900 kg. 30 seconds, your time starts now.
Option C, 2900 kg.
I'm sorry. The question gets passed to the rest of the 4. Fastest finger.
Option B, 3900 kg.
Perfect landing. You have got 5 marks. Five marks. So the team 4 has bagged 5 marks. Wait, we are waiting. Yeah. I'll say the question gets passed. Passed. Huh? It's not getting this. I guess we can get note to the participants. So let them introduce very shortly your name and your class. So just to...
I'm Shreyas Vishnupai from Purna Pragna Sadashiv Nagar. I'm from 10th class.
I'm Satvik Bhatt from PPC Sadashiv Nagar and I'm also in 10th class. I'm Kamal from 10th standard and I'm from Purna Pragna.
Myself Jayashree, I am from KPS Malleshwaram, I am 10th standard. Myself Nishanka and I am from KPS Malleshwaram, I am 9th standard. I am Bindu, I am from 10th KPS Malleshwaram.
I am Swapnil Sharma from 10th standard. I am studying in Sardar Patel High School.
I am Yash Kini, I am studying in 10th standard Sardar Patel High School.
My name is Shihan and Roy. I'm from class 10, Sardar Patel High School.
My name is Madhusudan. I'm studying in 10th standard. We are from MES Kishore Kendra. My name is Preetham Nayak. I am from 10th standard. Our school is MES Kishore Kendra.
I am Athar P. Bharadwaj and I am from MES Kishore Kendra studying in 8th grade.
I am Jainkar from GHS Headings Cross and I am 10th standard.
I am Manoj, GHS Heading Cross, class 10.
My name is Ningraj. I am studying in 10th standard, GHS Heading Cross, Malleshwaram.
Thank you. We'll resume the quiz. So the team 2, the question number 2. What is the name of the space station currently orbiting the Earth, jointly operated by multiple space agencies? Option A, Mir. Option B, Skylab. Option C, International Space Station. Option D, Tiacom. Your time starts now. You got 30 seconds.
Option C, International Space Station.
Great. That was the right answer. Team 2, 10 marks. Team 3, question 3. What is the Martian atmosphere mostly composed of? Option A, SO2. Option B, H2O. Option C, CO2. Option D, NO2. I request the audience, please keep silence. Your time starts now. Option, team 3. I kindly request the audience to maintain silence. Once the timer is done, you're not supposed to answer.
Okay, according to us, it's option C, CO2.
That's the final answer?
Yes.
Absolutely correct. Team 3, 10 marks. Team 4, question 4. Where are remote sensing satellites placed? Geosynchronous polar orbit, B, sun synchronous polar orbit, C, medium synchronous polar orbit, D, equatorial polar orbit. Time starts now.
Option A, geosynchronous polar orbit.
I'm really sorry. The question gets passed. Team 3, your answer. As soon as you press, you need
According to us, it's option B, sun synchronous polar orbit.
Great effort. Keep it up. Correct. Plus 5 to team 3. Question number 5 for the team 5. Which was the first dedicated meteorological satellite launched by ISRO? Option A, Bhaskar 1. Option B, GSAT 1. Option C, RISAT 1. Option D, Kalpana 1. Your time starts now. You got 30 seconds.
Option B, GSAT 1.
I'm really sorry. The question gets passed. Team 4, you need to answer quickly.
Option A, Bhaskara 1.
I'm really sorry. That's also wrong. So no more further passes. The correct answer is Kalpana 1. Option D, Kalpana 1. So we have finished 5 questions for each 5 teams. So we are going for the last second round. So we'll start from team 1. So we'll change it. We'll come from team 5. Question 6 for team 5. Which planet in solar system has the least density? Option A, Jupiter. Option B, Saturn. Option C, Mars. Option D, Uranus. Your time starts now.
Option C, Mars.
I'm sorry. The question gets passed. Why? Yeah. I've clearly said when I say the question gets passed, you're supposed to. So the 3 teams are in the lead now. Reset the buzzer. Reset the buzzer. Wait. The question get passed. Team 4.
Option B, Saturn.
Absolutely right. So the team 4, 5 marks. Question 7 for team 4 itself. Team 4, question. To an astronaut in space, how does the surrounding space appear? Option A, dark. Option B, blue. Option C, white. Option D, red. Your time starts now for team 4.
Option A, dark.
You have nailed it. Correct. So the top, team 4, 10 marks. Now, team 3, question number 8. What color is the sunset on Mars? Option A, orange. Option B, red. Option C, organish red. Option D, blue. Your time starts now.
According to us, it's option D, blue.
Absolutely right. So, team 2, question number 9. What is the significance of the Hubble Space Telescope? Option A, it is the largest telescope on Earth. Option B, it orbits Earth and provides deep space images. C, it studies the sun. Option D, it monitors weather patterns on Earth. Your time starts now.
Ma'am, it's B, ma'am. It orbits Earth and provides deep space images.
Very good. Correct. So the last question of round 1 to team 1, that is question 10. Which planet among the following has the most moons? Option A, Mars. Option B, Uranus. Option C, Mercury. Option D, Venus. The time starts now. Take your time. You have got 30 seconds.
According to us, it's option B, Uranus.
Perfect. We have completed round 1 with 2 questions each. I guess we'll hear from the judges the total marks of each.
Marks of team 1 is 10, 2 is 20, 3 is 25, 4 is 20, 5 yet to score.
Thank you, sir. So the top 3 score of round 1, VVS Sardar Patel High School, Rajajinagar, with total marks of 25. The second team is Karnataka Public School, Malleshwaram, with total marks of 20. And the third team is MES Kishora Kendra School, Malleshwaram, with the marks 20. Congratulations to the team. Remember, every great astronaut has faced challenges. If you miss one, keep aiming for the star. Good luck for your future. We request the remaining 5 teams to come forward. We'll make the seating arrangement according to the chits only. So thank you, kids.
Kindly take your seats. The people who participated in the group A, kindly take your seats. Now we shall start with the group B. So the first team is Vidya Bharati English School, Mahalakshmipuram.
Please come forward. Team 1. Team 1.
The second team is Shri Chaitanya Techno School, Sheshadripuram. And the third team is Kendriya Vidyalaya, Malleshwaram. The fourth team is the Oxford English High School, Nagarbavi. And the final team is Shri Vidya Mandir High School, Malleshwaram.
All the best. Do you require me to repeat the rules? Because the rules are same. Let me rewind it quickly. Each team will have 2 questions in a sequence. They need to answer it within 30 seconds. If they are right, they'll back 10 marks. Otherwise, it is passed to the rest 4 teams. But the rest 4 teams, please wait for our direction that the question has been passed. If you press it early, you will be disqualified. You will not participate in that question. Then the top 3 scores from this team will be selected for the round 2. So totally we'll have 6 teams for round 2. Shall we start? Are you ready? You want a mock drill for the buzzer? Do you need a mock drill for a buzzer? Any doubt? You want to press the buzzer? Yes? Okay, let's go. Ready? Steady. Go. Simple technique. Yeah? All the best. So the round 1 for the group B. Question 1 for team 1. Big Dipper and Little Dipper are example of A. Constellation, B. Red dwarfs, C. Asterism, D. Galaxy. 1 second. The question has been paused. Yeah. Your time starts now. Team 1.
Option A, constellation.
I'm sorry, the question gets... Wait for the instruction, please. Reset the buzzer. Please, team 3, you are not supposed to press. The question gets passed. Team 2.
Ma'am, we would like to guess red dwarfs. Option B.
I'm sorry, it's wrong. So, in a sportsmanship, can you answer? Team 3? You have pressed the buzzer.
It is option C, asterism.
Absolutely correct. Be patient. The question 2 for the team 2. What was the purpose of the Spirit and Opportunity Mars exploration rovers launched by NASA? Option A, to study the planet's history of water and life. B, to study the planet's history of its moon. Option C, to study the planet's geology. Option D, to study the human exploration on planet. The time starts now. You have got 30 seconds. Think and answer.
Ma'am, we guess option A.
Perfect. So the team 2, 10 marks. Team 3, question 3. What are Makemake, Haumei, and Eris present in Kuiper belt? Option A, asteroids. Option B, dwarf planets. Option C, exoplanets. Option D, sun-like stars. Your time starts now.
Option A, asteroids.
I'm sorry. The question gets passed. Team 5.
Are these dwarf planets?
Correct. So the team 5 back 5 marks. Question 4 for team number 4. What is the purpose of James Webb Space Telescope? Option A, studying distant galaxies and early universe. Option B, monitoring space weather. Option C, investigating the atmosphere of Mars. Option D, providing X-rays image of space. 30 seconds starts now.
Option A, studying distinct galaxies and the early universe.
Perfectly right. The team 4 back 10 marks. Round 1, question number 5 for the team 5. What is a super Earth? A, rocky planet similar in composition to Earth. B, asteroid in the size of Earth. C, exoplanet that is more massive than Earth but less massive than Neptune. D, planet in Goldilocks zone of a distant star.
It's option D, planet in the Goldilocks zone of a distant star.
I think you hurried up. You have got 30 seconds. It's a wrong answer. Okay. The question gets passed. Team 2.
Ma'am, we would like to guess option C.
Correct. So the point goes to team 2 with 5 marks. So I request all the audience to cheer our young talents. Thank you. Question 6 for team 5 again. You got 30 seconds. No need to hurry. Be calm. The phenomenon where a black hole emits radiation is known as A. Supernova, B. Gravitational lensing, C. Cosmic microwave background, D. Hawking radiation.
We would like to answer D, Hawking radiation.
Perfectly right. You are in a hurry also. Question. So team 5, 10 marks. Question 7 to team 4. Which Indian satellite provided high-resolution images for urban planning and rural development? Option A, INSAT-3C, B, GSAT-6, C, Cartosat-1, D, RISAT-2. Your time starts now. Team 4.
Option D, reset 2. Option D.
B.
D.
D, RISAT-2. I'm sorry for. So the question gets passed. Team 3, go for it. Option C. Perfectly right. So team 3, 5 marks. Question 8, again to team 3. Which space mission by NASA aims to study Jupiter and its moon? A. New Horizons, B. Juno, C. Cassini, D. Voyager. Voyager 2. Your time starts now. Team 3.
Kindly use the mic.
Ma'am, option B.
That's absolutely correct. You had a doubt. So team 3, 10 marks. Question number 9 to team 2. Saturn's northern hemisphere has a raging storm that is in this shape. A. Octagon, B. Pentagon, C. Hexagon, D. Square.
Option C, hexagon.
Perfectly right, and you were confident enough for that. Congratulations. 10 for team 2. And the last question of round 1 for group B. Olympus Mons is a large volcanic mountain on which planet? Option A, Mercury. Option B, Mars.
Mars.
Option C, Earth. Option D, Jupiter.
Mars.
Great, that was the right answer. So team 1, 10 marks. Here we end round 1 of group A. We'll get to know the top 3.
Yeah. So
I request
in the second round, team 1 scores 10 marks, team 2 25, team 3 15, and team 4 10, and team 5 15.
Thank you, sir. The top 3 teams for round 2 is Kendriya Vidyalaya Malleshwaram. Let's encourage them, please. The second team is Sri Vidya Mandir High School Malleshwaram. And the third team is Sri Chaitanya Techno School, Sheshadripuram. Even in the vacuum of space, there's no room for doubt. Trust your knowledge and go for it. All the best for your future. So we'll go for the second round quickly. This will be headed by Kusumita. Thank you. So we request all the top 6 teams to come forward for the round 2.
ಟೀಮ್ಸ್ ಹೆಸರು ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕಮ್ಮ ಬೇಡ ಬಜರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಹಾಂ ಹೇಳ ಯಾವ ಟೀಮ್ಸು ನೋ ಹಾಂ ಯಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹೇಳುವಂತೆ ಬೇಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಈಸಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ
The top six teams are VVS Sardar Patel High School, Rajajinagar, Karnataka Public School, Malleshwaram, MES Kishora Kendra School, Malleshwaram, Kendriya Vidyalaya, Malleshwaram, Sri Vidya Mandir High School, Malleshwaram, and Sri Chaitanya Techno School, Sheshadripuram. Please be seated. You can occupy any number because round 2 is little different. If you are not comfortable, you can stand. There's no rules to sit. If you're not comfortable to use your buzzer, because the second round is buzzer based, you can stand.
It is what?
No, that's what you stand on that. Sitting, you just stand up. That is not comfort, you can just push it.
Hello. One mark. All three. Okay. Yes, keep all three of you. All three. Should we discuss? Depends on the rule.
If the answer is obvious, just press.
If it's not obvious, then do it.
Ma'am, do we have negative marking?
Yes.
Okay. Discuss before answering. Yeah.
Yes. If it's obvious, then.
Okay. Hold on. Yes. If I know the answer, I will just do this.
Pakka gottidre.
Welcome back to round 2. ನಮಸ್ತೆ, ನಾನು ಕುಸುಮಿತಾ, ಅಸಿಸ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ವಾಟರ್ ರಿಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ರೌಂಡ್ 2ಗೆ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ವಿಚ್ ಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಫ್ರಮ್. ಓಕೆ, ಟೀಮ್ 1.
My name is Ayush and I'm from Sri Chaitanya Techno School, 8th standard.
Yes, school name is enough. ಎರಡನೇ ಟೀಮು.
We are from KPS Malleshwaram.
Team number 3.
We are from MES Kishora Kendra.
Team number 4.
We are from PM Shri Kendriya Vidyalaya Malleshwaram.
Team number 5.
We are representing Shri Vidya Mandir High School.
And team number 6.
We are from VVS Sardar Patel High School.
Okay, thank you so much, all the teams. Let's look at the rules for round number 2. So round number 2 is a buzzer round. 12 questions ಕೇಳಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್ಗೆ 10 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸು, 10 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್. Negative marking of 5 for wrong answers. If not answered
buzzer option for the rest of the teams in 10 seconds. That is awarded 5 marks. Top 3 scorers final round ge hogtare. Please. Yes. Use the mic, please. This is
Ma'am.
getting live streamed.
Ma'am, after we press the buzzer, if we do
Mhm.
not answer, will the marks reduce?
Yes, so you need to be careful before pressing the
Buzzer.
buzzer. Okay? Only if you're sure of the answer, press the buzzer. If you're not sure, you can pass. Okay?
How much time do we get after pressing the buzzer to answer the question?
You get 10 seconds. Yes. I mean, after I ask the question, you get 30 seconds to press the buzzer. And within 30 seconds, nobody answers. If one person answers and they give the wrong answer, then the question is passed to the rest of the teams. They have 10 seconds to answer. Okay? I'm sorry, that was a clarification. Yes.
Ma'am, do we have any cue for like pressing the buzzer for the second time?
Yes, just like the first round, I will give the cue.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that fine? You are comfortable with that? Yes. Mike, please.
Ma'am, could you give us the clue even for the first time when we have to press the buzzer, ma'am? Because or else you will be reading half the question and then they'll press it and they get the chance. And
Yes.
so-
Is that fair for everyone? Is it okay that I finish the question and then you can go for the buzzers rather than in between? We will have an understanding. Let's not press the buzzer before I finish the question, right? Is that all okay with you guys? Okay? Okay. A big round of applause for the second round competents. Okay. Let's start. Question number 1. Identify the satellite on the rupees 2 rupee note. The buzzer starts now.
The answer is Aryabhata.
That's the correct answer. Okay, everybody's comfortable? All right. Now, reset the buzzer, please. You can leave the buzzer now. Reset the buzzer, please. Yes, it's reset now. So I will ask the question and then the options will appear only after I ask the question. Okay? Please make sure. So the question number 2 is, why do we always see the same side or face of the moon from the earth? I've not finished the question yet. The options are not on yet. So I have to finish the options also. And then I say go for the buzzer. That is when you go for the buzzer. This is for the comprehensive understanding of each of the students. Okay, please reset the buzzer. So the options are, the moon's rate of rotation matches its revolution around the earth. Both faces of the moon are identical. The sun shines only on one side of the moon. None of the above. Buzzer. Reset the... Okay. Yes.
Ma'am, is it option A? The moon's rate of rotation matches its revolution around the earth.
Yes, that's correct. All right. So I think we should reset the buzzer after I finish so that nobody gets that advantage. Is that fair? Madboda, madam? Okay. All right. Next question. What is the purpose of Kepler Space Telescope? A. Studying black holes. B. Searching for exoplanets. C. Monitoring solar flares. D. Investigating dark matter. Buzzer.
Is it B, searching for exoplanets?
Yes, that's right. Buzzer reset madbedi. Yes, that's what I've noticed. Please don't reset the buzzer. So team number 5 has answered the previous 2 questions correctly. Can we not reset the buzzer? Like switch off the buzzer? When I say buzzer, you can switch on the buzzer. Yes. Okay. Next question. Name the nebula in the picture. The slide, please. Buzzer. Switch on the buzzer, please. Yes. Now, is it fair?
Butterfly.
Team number 5, correct answer. Butterfly nebula, answer is correct. Team number 5 gets the points. Okay. Question number 5. What is the name of the most powerful rocket currently in operation? Option A, Falcon Heavy. Option B, Delta 4 Heavy. Option C, Atlas 5. Option D, Long March 5. Reset the buzzer. Team number 6.
Atlas 5.
Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. So I would like everybody to be ready. There will be a reset of buzzer. Buzzer, please. Team number 2.
Option B, Delta 4 Heavy.
So that is also the wrong answer. Team number 5 and team number 2 have given the wrong answers. So they will, team number 5 is supposed to have a -5 marking. Team number 2 is not given a negative marking because they answered in the passing round. The actual answer for this question was Falcon Heavy. Option A. Cheer up, guys. There's still more questions to go. Come on. Okay, question number 6. Identify the personality. Slide, please. Buzzer reset. Team number 6.
Dr. Satish Dhawan.
Very good answer. Congratulations. Yes, that is Professor Satish Dhawan. Team number 6 gets full marks. Question 7. What is the purpose of NISAR mission developed jointly by NASA and ISRO? Option A, to track changes in ecosystems and natural disasters. Option B, to observe the Earth's snow and glaciers in new ways. Option C, to facilitate observation without limitations of current senses. Option D, all the above. Activate buzzers.
It's option D, all of the above.
That is correct answer. Team number 6 gets full marks. Question 8. Who among the following is one of the 4 astronauts selected by ISRO for its first human space flight mission Gaganyaan? The options are Group Captain Vijay Krishnan, option B, Group Captain Ajit Krishnan, C, Group Captain Vikram Rathod, D, Group Captain Ajay Rathod. Activate buzzers.
It's B, Group Captain Ajit Krishnan.
That's correct again. Team number 6 get full marks. Okay. Next is question number 9. What is the purpose of GSAT series of satellites of ISRO? The options are navigation, communication, Earth observation, weather forecasting. Buzzer. Team number 3. Please activate timer.
Option B, communication.
That's correct answer. Team number 3 gets full marks for question number 9. Let's move on to question 10. Which planet below is part of the Jovian planets? Options: Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Mercury. Buzzer, please. Team number 4.
Ma'am, it's Jupiter.
That's correct answer. Round loud of applause, please, for team number 4, full marks. Question number 11. What is the name of the spacecraft that has gone the farthest so far? Options: Voyager 1, Millennium, Orion, Apollo. Buzzer, please.
Ma'am, answer is option A, Voyager 1.
When I said buzzer, that's when it gets activated. Right? That's correct, right? Team number 1, please.
Option A, Voyager 1.
That's correct answer. Full marks for team number 1. A round of applause, please. Team number 1. Patience, patience. Okay, the last questions for this round. Question 12. The first person to have a marathon in space. Options: Bandla Sirisha, Liu Yang, Kalpana Chawla, Sunita Williams. Buzzer.
Ma'am, it's Sunita Williams.
That's right. Option D, Sunita Williams. Team number 4 gets full marks. So the tally will be here shortly. Tidbits of information from this round. Sunita Williams completed the first ever space marathon in 2007 in conjunction with Boston Marathon. The launcher, launched in 1977 by NASA to study outer solar system and interstellar space, the Voyager 1 currently is in interstellar space, the area outside bubble of energetic and magnetic field of the sun. Among the Jovian planets, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune are also called giant planets made of gaseous matter. Indigenously developed communication satellite, the GSAT series, developed communication used for digital, audio, data, and video broadcasting. Now, I have a, just for the sportsmanship, or do you want a bonus question? Okay. We'll ask the judges. Yes, the judges? No, okay. This is just for the knowledge. Who can answer this question? Who are the other 3 members selected for Gaganyaan? Buzzer, yes. Fifth
Miss, I
team.
know one. Miss, I know
Yes.
one.
Yes,
Ma'am, is
please.
it Shubhanshu Shukla?
Yes, that's right. Yes, Wing Commander Shubhanshu Shukla. Yes, team number 6.
The other one is Group Captain Prashant Nair.
Yes, that's right.
And
Prashant
another one
Balkrishna
is
Nair,
Group
yes.
Captain Angad Pratap.
That's correct. Good. You gave us all the 4 options, right? That's nice. Very good.
First, second, third. Total marks are 35, 30.
Rakesh Sharma.
Okay, can I have the
Like 4 people here, at the time 2 people trained to go to the space. One was Rakesh Sharma, who was the second person.
Among the 4 people, Shubhanshu Shukla,
Rakesh Sharma and Rajesh Malhotra.
Rajesh Malhotra. Okay.
You can ask few more questions for them, sir. It's fine. They're very happy to answer actually.
So we have the tally for the second round. In third place, from the second round out of the 6 schools present in front of me, KV Malleshwaram goes to the final round. In second with 20 marks. In second place with 30 marks, Vidya Mandir Malleshwaram goes to the final round. And in finally, the first place with 35 marks, VVS Sardar Patel High School goes to the final round. Congratulations teams and schools, and also all their classmates and participants who have given them encouragement. Please carry on for the final round. A big round of applause for all the participants. Thank you so much.
I request the top 3 teams to stay on the podium and all others can be seated. Kindly shift towards your right, please. One, two. Yes, ma'am. I think buzzers are also not required, ma'am. You can. Allah. Let them. Okay. ಸೈಡಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರುಗಳು ನೀಟಾಗಿ ನಿಧಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಆ ಜಾಗ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ರೀ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ So you people are settled? Can we go for the final round? I'll tell the rules. I'll tell. Okay. Yeah, that was the thrilling rounds we had with all the teams and with world of knowledge, quick responses. Yeah, you people were very amazing. A round of applause to all the kids who participated in all the 3 rounds. Okay. Now your participation and efforts have been nothing short of inspiring. Now as we move towards the conclusion of this event, the final round of the space quiz. This round includes time management and teamwork, which is very much important in any mission or anything you do. A time management and a teamwork is must. So here also your teams will answer the questions but in a different way. Let us start the final round by giving a big round of applause to the 3 finalists. And here goes the rules. This round includes 3 levels. Okay, the first level is puzzle, the second level is scramble words, and the third level is crossword. Okay, the first level will have 5 minutes. It's not necessary that you people have to take the 5 minutes completely. Once you have finished the puzzle, you can press the buzzer and the time will be locked. So it's your time management and it's your teamwork which shows here. Okay, are you people ready for the first level? I'll tell the rules for the level 2 and 3 consequently. Okay, we shall go for the level 1. Timer, first timer itkolli, aamel kodi. Until I say ready, steady, go, don't touch it. Okay? Okay. And please take your time. Don't press the buzzer. Even a single puzzle is wrong. We will be not awarding any marks. The second person who presses the buzzer with the correct order will be given the marks. Okay? Now, ready? 1, 2, 3, go! Just for the audience, it's just a jigsaw puzzle. It's whatever like small kids within 6 years, 7 years do know, the same thing. But what we are expecting from them is their time management and their teamwork, which is very much important. So only the simple thing, but still it takes time. I request the audience to encourage the students. So kindly activate the buzzer, but please don't press it unnecessarily. Kindly cross-verify once you're finished. Reset the buzzer, please. Okay, timer out this. Ma'am, check my okay, wait. Okay, the team 1 have finished it. No hurry. Team 2 and team 3. Come on, you can do. Reset the buzzer, please. Okay, very good job, team 3. 10, 15, team 1, team 2. Yeah, okay. Team 3 and team 2. 10, 15, 10. ಆಯಿತು ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. Okay, there was a small misplacement of the jigsaw in the team 3, so we are considered the team 2 as the second runner-up and them as the third. So the team 1 will get 15 marks, team 2 10 marks and team 3 5 marks. It's fine now? Fair? Yeah. You people completed? Okay. It was 2 minutes 40 seconds. And team 3 was 3 minutes 30 seconds, but it was wrong. Third team timer? 4 minutes. 4 minutes, 2 seconds. The team 2 completed in 4 minutes, 2 seconds. Okay. A big round of applause for all the 3 teams. No, yeah. Okay. Okay, students, now we are going for the level 2. In level 2, we will provide a sheet with scramble words. 3 words will be there. Okay, 3 minutes will be allotted. The buzzers will be active. If at all, if you people finish within 3 minutes, the same as level 1 only, you can press the buzzer. If not, after 3 minutes also, if nobody can answer, we will give the clue. Okay, so 3 words, 3 minutes. Done? Yeah. Nothing will be there. It's just a mixed group of letters. You have to give a meaningful word out of it. Okay? Okay, we shall provide the sheets and I'll tell. Then only, kindly give the sheets in the reverse. Don't open. Don't open. Okay. Now your time starts. Activate the buzzer, please. share your thoughts, share your views, have a discussion. Come on, think. Now it's 2 minutes, 12 seconds. You have passed 2 minutes, 15 seconds already. You just have a lesser than a minute actually. Are over. Has anyone completed even a word? Wait. You people have completed a word? You write it. Okay? Okay. So now here goes the rules like this. We will display the clues. Okay, but no, even that is wrong actually. So we will display the clues. This is like fastest finger. Whoever completes the 3 words with all the 3 clues should press the buzzer. Got it? We will display it on the slide, okay? All the clues, all the 3 words. Wait. Any doubts? Yes. Just the clue will be displayed on the screen. You have to write the word.
After all 3 words.
Yes, after 3 words, you have to press the buzzer. Got it? Shall we show on the screen or any other doubts? Done? The buzzers are activated. Okay? Here you go. Slide, please. Okay, the first clue is the proportion of the incident light or radiation that is reflected by a surface. The second clue, the point on the celestial sphere directly below an observer. And the third one, general term for a small natural object with an elliptical orbit or another term for asteroid. Kindly write it down. If you people know the right answer, only after writing it down, press the buzzer. Even this level takes only 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, it's freezed. And at that time, we will give chances for the audiences also to answer. So, No, no negative marks. But you can't be doing wrong words. Try your best. It's like each word carries 5 marks. You have less than 1 minute. Yeah, the 3 minutes are, you're done? 3 minutes are also up? Okay. So now our judges will check your answers. Before that, no negative, each word carries 5 marks. Before that, we shall ask the audience, okay? Kindly write the team numbers on the sheets. Time correct time. Okay, for the audience, oh, you people are so enthusiastic. I'm sorry. I'll come to you people now then. So the first one, the proportion of the incident light or radiation that is reflected by a surface. Please give the mic, sir, for anyone, It's just the sharing of knowledge.
Albedo.
Okay, that's the right answer, albedo.
Ma'am, second one.
Okay, yeah. The second question, the point on the celestial sphere directly below an observer.
Ma'am, NADIR.
Yeah, that's the right answer. Okay, the third one, general term for a small natural object with an elliptical orbit or another term for asteroid. Who goes for this? Only students.
Planetoid.
Yeah, that's good. Please give them a big round of applause. Okay, you people only know that nobody has nailed it in any 3 words, right? So 0 marks for all the 3 teams. Anyway, there is one more round. We shall try our luck there. Okay, so you people are settled? Okay, we are going for the level 3. This is just a crossword. You people will be provided with the sheets of the crossword. 5 minutes is the duration, if at all. If you complete within 5 minutes, the same goes. That is, you have to press the buzzer. And there are 6 words, 3 across and 3 downwards. And each word carries 5 marks. Please don't hurry. At least nail how muchever words you know rather than spelling it out wrongly or guessing it wrongly. Please stay calm. Take your time. 5 minutes, 6 words, each word, 5 marks. No negative, nothing will be there. Why? If at all negative is there, you people won't attempt or what? That is wrong. No, you have to guess. You have to give some work to your brains. You don't want to take the risk. Okay, anyway, nice. Okay, now we will give the sheet. I'll tell to start, only then you have to start, okay? 5 minutes is the time. Done? Huh. Okay? Timer. Okay, get, set, go. Even if audiences know, please Don't shout and keep it for yourself. It will be displayed. We will give the chance for you people also. Think wisely. Usharu, note. Kindly reset the buzzer. Kindly reset the buzzer, please. Two minutes are already over. 3 more minutes left. You can quote it. You can write the right answer. You can quote it. You people can do. So take your time and do. Good one. If at all you need negative, we will give. Since you're asking that only from that time. Yeah, 3 minutes are over. 2 more minutes. Think calmly. Just a minute. Actually, they showcased the wrong slide. So that is, I'm sorry for that inconvenience. Anyway, our participants didn't see. We will show the correct slide. Even then, after taking the sheets, I'll go for the questions. I'll ask you people can answer. I'll give the chances for all the 6 questions, okay? Even if the faculty wants to answer, they can. 4 minutes are done. 1 more minute to go. Kindly write your team numbers on your sheets. Five minutes are done. Kindly write the team number and give back the sheets. Give back, collect the sheets. Okay, shall I go for the audience? You people are ready to answer? Okay. The first across question, the point in the orbit of the moon or a satellite at which it is farthest from the earth. Who will be answering? Please hand over the mic.
Epihelion.
Yeah?
Epihelion.
No. Any other guess? Yes, that's the right answer. Please give him a round of applause. And the second question across, the massive and extremely remote celestial object emitting large amounts of energy at high speeds. Anybody? Take a guess, no?
Castle.
Yes, that's the right answer. Please give him a round of applause. Yeah, the third question, the process of automatically measuring and transmitting the readings of a remote instrument. Anybody? Other than students? Yeah. Yeah, you can also answer, ma'am. Yeah, use the mic, ma'am.
Telemetry.
Yeah, that's the right answer, ma'am. Okay, the downward question, the fourth one, the cargo carried by a rocket.
Payload.
Yeah, that's the right answer. And the fifth question, an additional engine on a rocket to provide extra thrust.
Booster.
Yeah, that's the right answer. An independent unit that is part of a spacecraft. Independent unit that is part of a spacecraft?
Probe.
No. Take a guess.
Module.
What happens? Module, yeah, that's the right answer. Wrong. ಎಷ್ಟು marks? 5 words correct. 25. Okay. Okay, team 2. Team 3. Okay. 30, 40. 30, 40. Oh, no. 25. 10. Okay. Okay. I shall tell which teams answered more questions or the most questions. So the team 1 answered 5 words correctly and the team 2 answered 3 words correctly and team 3 answered 1 word correctly. So the total score for all the level goes like this. The team 1 has secured 40 marks with the first place and the team 2 has secured 25 marks with the second place and the team 3 has secured 10 marks with the third place. These numbers are just numbers, first, second and third. Your knowledge, like it's very vast. You will be learning until it's like a mountain. It will never end. So all the best for all the students for future endeavors. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, now let us take a break for tea. After that, the prizes will be distributed. No? Okay.
There's a short session after the tea break. Please gather within 5 minutes so we can wind up quickly.
With the prize distribution.
We have a small session, so please come back quickly.
Talks ಇದೆ.
India's foray into the space research started in the early 1960s, when the satellite applications were in the experimental stages worldwide. Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, a visionary behind India's space program, had strong conviction that the space technology could be effectively leveraged to tackle the problem of society and the country. The Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO, was founded in August 1969, and it was brought under Department of Space in September 1972. The prime objective of ISRO is the development of advanced space technology and application of space technology for societal, commercial, developmental, and strategic requirements of the country. While the 1970s were the period of conceptualization, the 1980s were the period of experimentation, which saw the demonstration of end-to-end capabilities through Aryabhatta, Bhaskara, Apple experimental satellites, and SLV and ASLV development launch vehicles. These initiatives laid a strong foundation for realization and deployment of operational Indian National Satellite System, INSAT, Indian Remote Sensing Satellite System, IRS, and for development and operationalization of Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle, PSLV. ISRO functions through various centers and units located across the country. ISRO has been making a steady progress in development and deployment of state-of-the-art infrastructure and systems. ISRO has successfully developed different class of launch vehicles for launching satellites of different payload capabilities. The PSLV, GSLV, LVM-3 and SSLV have shown their precise performances in placing satellites to various orbits of Earth, including LEO and GEO, further to the orbits of Moon and Mars. Recently, ISRO successfully conducted the demonstration of autonomous landing of reusable launch vehicle, RLV LEX. Further, ISRO is pursuing its endeavors to develop next generation launch vehicle with higher payload capability while offloading the operational launch vehicles to industry. ISRO has launched fleet of communication satellites, including high-throughput satellites, into the geostationary orbit for meeting the requirements of television broadcasting, VSAT services, internet broadband, cellular backhauling, island connectivity, telemedicine, and tele-education applications. ISRO has launched several Earth observation satellites, namely Cartosat, RESAT, OceanSat, and also meteorological satellites for various applications in Earth and ocean resource monitoring, resource management, geospatial applications, and for weather and climate applications. The satellite data are regularly provided to various user ministries and other users. These satellites play a significant role in disaster management in the events of floods, forest fire, earthquake, landslide, tsunami, etc., saving valuable lives and assets. The satellite data have been consolidated, value added, and made available to various users through platforms like Bhuvan, Mosdak, and Vedas. Several government and private users are deriving the benefit out of these portals. NAVIC is the navigation system of India with a constellation of satellites operating from geostationary and geosynchronous orbits. NAVIC provides the position, navigation, and timing services for civilian and strategic applications. ISRO is constantly continuously contributing to the capacity building in space infrastructure and human resources in the country through various sponsored R&D programs and outreach activities. ISRO actively collaborates with other space agencies and organizations worldwide. It not only partners with the spacefaring nations, but also works with space aspiring nations in sharing expertise in space technology and applications. ISRO's contribution with space science missions, namely AstroSat, Aditya L1, and ExpoSat, is significant for the space research. Several national and international researchers and institutions have made use of the data from these satellites and brought out publications in renowned international journals. ISRO also undertook space exploration missions of Chandrayaan and Mars orbiter missions to study Moon and Mars. While developing the critical technologies, India has successfully landed its Vikram lander of Chandrayaan-3 closer to the southern polar region of the Moon. It has also deployed Pragyan rover to explore the lunar surface. These missions have not only expanded scientific knowledge but also have garnered international acclaim. Efforts are continued to scale new heights in this journey. Gaganyaan project of ISRO envisages demonstration of human spaceflight capability. The mission is to orbit Indian astronauts at 400 kilometers altitude for 1 to 3 days and bring them back to Earth safely. Various precursor missions are in progress for demonstrating the technology preparedness levels before carrying out the actual human spaceflight mission. These demonstrator missions include Integrated Airdrop Test, Pad Abort Test, and Test Vehicle Flights. Safety and reliability of all systems will be proven in unmanned missions before the manned mission. As announced by Honorable Prime Minister of India,
2035 तक अंतरिक्ष में भारत का अपना स्पेस स्टेशन होगा जो हमें स्पेस के अज्ञात विस्तार को जानने में मदद करेगा.
ISRO is working on realizing an Indian space station, namely Bharatiya Antariksh Station, by 2035 and to land an Indian on Moon by 2040. The journey of Indian space program continues to grow to serve the nation, the citizen, and the humanity at large.
The wonders of space have always captivated humanity. For the maiden Indian human spaceflight mission, Gaganyaan, ISRO, in collaboration with the Indian Air Force, selected the crew from a pool of talented test pilots. These pilots underwent a battery of clinical, aeromedical, and psychological tests. Finally, the National Crew Selection Board recommended 4 test pilots from the Indian Air Force for the Gaganyaan crew training program. The selected crew members were trained at the Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center, Russia, for a period of about 13 months. This training covered various aspects of a space mission, such as parabolic flights, survival training in off-nominal snow, desert and water landing, as well as extreme environment stressors. After returning, the astronauts are being trained in the newly established training facility. Through the Gaganyaan crew training simulators, mock-ups and state-of-the-art virtual reality tools, the space crew is also getting trained in various human-centric products and survival scenarios. Physical fitness of the crew is maintained through a rigorous physical training regime. A specialized yoga model.
navigation. It is now next to impossible to lose your way in modern times, as it can pinpoint your location to within few meters, wherever you happen to be on Earth, just in no time. The Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System, now called the Navigation with Indian Constellation or NAVIC, provides the users of the Indian subcontinent extending to 1,550 kilometers around the Indian landmass with a position accuracy of better than 10 meters and a timing accuracy of better than 40 nanoseconds on a 24/7 all-weather basis. All this may look simple to the user. However, in the background is operating a very complex process, starting with the satellites up above the world and ending with the users with the receiver devices on ground. And connecting the two is the lifeline of any satellite navigation system, the control stations on ground. The space segment, that consists of a constellation of 7 satellites with onboard atomic clocks along with their downlink signals. Of the 7 satellites, 3 satellites are placed in the geostationary Earth orbit, while 4 satellites are placed in inclined geosynchronous orbit. The network of satellites work as space landmarks, as we always know their positions, just like the landmarks we have on Earth. Each of the NAVIC satellites weighs approximately 1,425 kilograms and have been designed, fabricated, integrated and tested at the U.R. Rao Satellite Center based in Bengaluru. The navigation satellite payload, the equipment that essentially provides the broadcast signals, is developed by the Space Applications Center located in Ahmedabad. Second is the ground segment that works 24/7 to maintain and monitor the NAVIC constellation and manage the operations of the satellites and its associated facilities. The ground segment comprises of the ISRO Navigation Center INC at Bengaluru and Lucknow, established by the ISRO Telemetry Tracking and Command Network ISTRAC. The INC, along with the IRNSS Network Timing Center, IRNSS Range and Integrity Monitoring Stations, IRNSS CDMA Ranging Stations, the Navigation Control Center, and IRNSS Data Communication Network enables position, navigation, and timing data broadcast by the satellites. The ground segment also comprises of the IRNSS Spacecraft Control Facilities at Master Control Facilities, Hassan and Bhopal, which maintains the NAVIC satellite constellation. The third and last segment is the user segment. This consists of receiving devices that you carry with you for navigation. All the 3 segments work together to provide position, navigation and timing service to the users.
Welcome
be
back,
it
everyone.
on the surface or
I
above
hope
it.
you enjoyed the competition, but it will take few minutes to finalize everything. We now have exciting opportunity to hear from the bright minds who represent the future of space exploration in water sector, our very own college students. We are all eager to hear fresh ideas and perspectives. To begin with, I call upon Amrita Rani, Research Scholar, UVC, Bengaluru. Whether Sandesh K. Murthy, postgraduate student, is present here? Yeah. So we'll skip from Amrita Rani to Sandesh K. Murthy, postgraduate student from UVC, Bengaluru.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. My name is Sandesh K. Murthy. I am currently pursuing my postgraduate studies in Water Resource Engineering, Department of Civil Engineering, UVC Bangalore. And as an enthusiastic of the space technology and in water resource sector, I am here to share my insights on space technology. So space technology has come a long way since 60, 70 years back. It was just a competition between US and the Soviet of who will put a man on the moon. Since that time to this time, the space technology has come a long way, and we have many day-to-day applications that we take as granted, such as GPS and navigation, where from reaching to point A and point B, all of us use GPS in our mobiles, all of us use navigation. In environmental modeling, which as a common man we don't see, but people behind the research, they do all the modeling, environmental modeling to monitor the vegetation, forest deforestation. There is application in transportation, in managing air traffic, and also in for providing the best routes for shipments, etc. And there's also application in healthcare sector, where we can do remote diagnosing, where we use satellite space technology to diagnose. Where a doctor can use space technology to diagnose another person without being in touch with that person. And there is also application in, as we can see in water resource sector, there's also application in land management. Space technology gives an engineer a very vast amount of data, which we can use to, because the cities are expanding rapidly, engineers need very real-time data to analyze where to build and what to build. And without satellite images, the satellite mapping, we cannot proceed with that. Without environmental mapping, we cannot do the impact assessment, because of which we cannot proceed with the urban development. Because the goal of an engineer finally is sustainable development, which is economic growth as well as the protection of environment. So satellite space technologies give a very are very important in that aspect. Now I would like to talk about my dissertation thesis, which is on synthetic aperture radar, which I have used SAR data to calculate soil moisture, and how synthetic aperture radar has revolutionized studies of soil moisture. The traditional soil moisture is basically the water molecules in the voids of the soil, and it is an important parameter as it affects agricultural yield, it affects drought, it affects weather patterns, because soil with more moisture will evaporate more water, cooling the surface, whereas soil with less water moisture will evaporate less, thus raising the temperature of the surrounding areas. So hence soil moisture is a very important parameter, and it is not currently not monitored to that level. Here synthetic aperture radar is a game changer. Synthetic aperture radar is basically a satellite, a radar satellite which emits microwave radiations and receives microwave radiation back as a backscatter. Synthetic aperture radar, the name comes because it synthetically generates an antenna while it is moving. So the image of a satellite resolution is directly proportional to the length of the antenna. And the antenna length, for example, generating a 10-meter resolution image is around a football field, which is not practical. Hence, synthetic aperture, the engineering of synthetic aperture radar is such that while moving, the satellite takes multiple images, which we call footprints, generating a synthetic antenna, and finally gives a high-resolution image. And since it is a side-looking radar, not a top-looking, side-looking, we can distinguish two objects which are on the same level, which are two buildings which are on the same elevation can be distinguished because of the side-look nature of the synthetic aperture radar. And the synthetic aperture radar, since it emits microwave radiation, can penetrate clouds. So visible satellites like Sentinel-2 or our own INSAT or Landsat images will be ineffective in cloudy seasons or at night, because the source is the sun. For the energy source is the sun, while as synthetic aperture radar satellites are active radars. They have their own energy source, and they can penetrate clouds, making data acquisition very simple and easy. So micro radiations also penetrate the top layer of the soil, making it the best satellites or best sensors to measure soil moisture. Since soil moisture, as I said, soil moisture is a very important parameter, because it can directly give the farmers the amount of water to be so they can irrigate. They can on the pump, so they can irrigate. We can provide real-time information to them, so they can irrigate properly. By saying this, I would like to also talk a brief history on Indian space satellites. Like the India entered space. The first Indian satellite was, as we all know, Aryabhatta, which was launched in 1975. Although it was completely Indian made, it was launched using the launch vehicle of the Soviet. But next comes Rohini, which was completely indigenous, because that was the first satellite to be launched by ISRO with our own launching vehicle. And since then, there are multiple satellites that give a testament to the Indian space technologies. It gives a testament of Indian contribution to the global space technology. The space Indian Indian regional navigation system satellites, which are in INSAR, which basically we can use them to point to locate a point with 1 mm accuracy using DGPS. That is the application of a space technology in today. You can imagine the previous generation where they used to survey, go to the inaccessible terrains to do all those things. We can do it in the computer with just one button. With the satellite images and with some processing, we can do all those things what our older generation did, physically did. So this is the advancement which space technology has given to us, and it only will improve in the future. And by saying that, I would like to end my talk. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your insight on space exploration. Now, I call upon S. Supriya, research scholar, UISC Bengaluru, to keep forward her ideas.
Good evening, everyone. Myself Supriya, research scholar, UISC. Today we gathered here to celebrate the National Space Day, to commemorate the memory of success of Chandrayaan 3. See, Chandrayaan 3, this is the pride of the nation, the day which can never be forgettable. They make the incredible history in the space technology of Indian history, by making the soft landing on moon surface, on the south pole of the moon surface. The first country which made the soft landing on the south pole of the moon surface, and the fourth nation which has made the soft landing on the moon surface. The space technology refers to the various tools, equipments and systems which are space stations, space probes, space telescopes, launch vehicles and space habitants. These are developed to explore, understand and utilize outer space. to encompass the wide range of technologies that are used in activities such as space exploration, satellite communication, Earth observations, and many more. So Indian Research Organization is one which was established in 1969, which was the driving source of space technology. The Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, and who is known as the father of nation, and Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, called as a missile man of India, they are the driving force of, they are the success of the ISRO. Since then, the satellite which was, the first satellite which was launched in the year 1975, Aryabhata, was the beginning of the space journey. Since then, there were many satellites which was launched, and Chandrayaan 3, which brought a lot of success to the Indian ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization. The Chandrayaan 1, which brought the information that the water presence on the Earth's, on the moon surface. The Chandrayaan 3 successfully launched on the South Pole, and which brought the information that oxygen and sulfur and many more elements which are present on the surface of the moon. The India is proud to know that in the first attempt itself, the India was about to launch the satellite on the Mars orbit. So many more satellites, the PSLV and GSLV rockets, which are used to launch the many satellites, not only by the country, and even it is utilized by many other countries. The ISRO has collaboration with NASA and ESA for many more projects. ISRO is also having plans to send an astronaut to the space. It is also having a plan to Chandrayaan plan, which is send a satellite to observe the surface and the atmosphere of the Venus, planet Venus. When I come to the, let us coming to my research topic, that is impact assessment of land use, land cover change and climate change on the water resources. Being a water resource engineer, I would like to analyze the hydrological change in a watershed. The land use, land cover change and the climate change are important to analyze these parameters. But to analyze the land use, land cover change and the climate change, it is not possible with the available data. We need the historical data and the future projection data to understand the hydrological change in the watershed. So to analyze that, I have used satellite data, satellite imageries. So I have obtained the satellite imageries for the different years. So to compare the changes in the land use land cover pattern. What is land use land cover? The land use land cover is nothing but the natural entities which are occupied on the surface of the earth, that is land use, and the land cover which are exploited by the or used by the human. So that is land cover. So these parameters were analyzed, and it will never stay constant. It will change. So for example, in the 1980, the land cover and land use pattern will not remain similar even in 2020. There are a lot of changes and many more activities which are taken place, and that made a lot of changes, and those changes in turn changed the availability of the water and changed the watershed hydrology. So those changes were analyzed using the space technology by using the satellite imageries. The climate change majorly consider the rainfall change and the raise or decrease in the temperature. So to know the raise or decrease in the temperature pattern, I have considered the data which are provided by the IMD department, Indian Meteorological Department, Pune, is provided with lot of data, historical data. So we can get the data from 1900 to 2023. Till today we can get the data from the IMD. Those data were analyzed, and the future projected data which can be obtained from the NASA and different many portals can be used to know the future change that we can obtain from 2014 to 2100. So we can compare the historical data and the current data, with which we can conclude what is the change in the hydrology of the study area. So I would like to conclude saying that The space technology is not just exploring the cosmos. It is about enhancing the Earth, life on the Earth, and ensuring a suitable future for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I call upon Arindan Mandal, post-research ICWAR IISC Bengaluru, to share his thoughts.
Hello everyone. I know it's too late for everyone and everyone is looking forward to go back to their home. So please bear with me for next 10 minutes and I'm going to tell you about little bit on glaciers, as you all are knowing, those moving river ice kind of things. And mainly this presentation is focused on you young kids, so that you can, if you are interested, you can take this in your future research or any other things. So that's not changing. Yeah, okay. So as you already know that there's hydrosphere, that means all the water cycle and water related aspects. There's also called this cryosphere. That means this sphere deals with all the frozen lands or frozen components in our Earth. That can be glaciers, that can be ice sheets, icebergs, or permafrost you may have heard, also snow and other things as well. So this is called whole cryosphere. You know that we have Greenland, we have Antarctic ice sheets and many other glaciers in different mountain ranges like Himalayas, Andes or European Alps. So overall this is called cryosphere. So yeah, so also you know that 97% of our Earth's water is in ocean, that means saline. Only almost 2.5 or 3% is in the glaciers, that is fresh water. And out of all those 3%, okay, 70% is locked in these two ice sheets, which is Antarctica and Greenland. That means we do not have access to all those ice sheets or all those freshwater reserves. We only have access to only 1% or few percent of freshwater resources locked in glaciers in the Himalayas or other mountains. It's a bit lagging, sorry. And this 1%, only 7% are located in our Himalayan mountains. So that means you can relatively understand that how much water is stored in our Himalayan mountains in the region. So little bit about what is glacier, how you can understand them. So basically a glacier can form in the mountain areas where the climate is very cold and you have generally snowfalls. So basically snow happens in the top part of the mountain areas where temperature is always negative or below 0 degrees, and in the lower areas where the atmosphere is little bit warmer compared to upper areas, the glacier melts. So that means glacier accumulates its mass in the upper parts of the valley and ablates or remove its mass in the lower part of the valley. So together these two mechanisms, ablation and accumulation, we call it as glacier mass balance. And this glacier mass balance is very sensitive to atmospheric variation or meteorology of the valley. Because if the air is very warm, the glacier will melt more mass, and if the air is very cold, the glacier will gain more mass. So that means the mass balance is super sensitive to year climate variation. And there's a sweet spot on glaciers. This line is called equilibrium line altitude. That means in these areas, glacier do not change its shapes. That means all the mass balance, the removing and gaining, everything is balanced in a very perfect way in this equilibrium line altitude. So basically in a cold year, the glacier grows, and in warm year, glacier shrinks. So when the glacier grows, we call it as a glacier positive mass balance or positive years, and when the glacier removes its mass in a year, then we call it as a glacier negative mass balance year. So basically you understand that mass balance is very important in terms of glacier, and that is why this glacier mass balance variable is characterized as one of the essential climate variables of global climate observation system, which is designated by our World Meteorological Organizations. So glacier mass balance, understanding glacier mass balance in all glaciers is very important to understand how those glaciers are reacting in the mountain or across our globe. So what's happening with all these glaciers? As you are hearing lots of news in different internet medias. This is an example from Switzerland. As you can see, in last 70 or 80 years, what's happening with these glaciers. Most of the glaciers has receded back to the higher altitudes or removed its mass. The same in the Everest areas as well in Nepal. In just probably 80 or 90 years, glacier receded most of its mass. Also after receding, what happens? The glacier, the valley areas are, over-depending or depressions are there. So those areas are filled with those glacier meltwaters and forming these glacier lakes, as you can see in the bottom of these glaciers. And these glacier lakes are very much threatening because any kind of trigger like landslides or avalanches or rockfall can directly breach the dams around the glaciers and have glacier lake outburst floods, which you are also hearing every, let's say, in 1 decade or 2. So what are some monitoring techniques to understand this glacier from space? As you have already heard these techniques across different presentations. So there are 4 major techniques to measure this glacier from space data or satellite data. The first one is stereo images, where 2 different images are taken from the satellites at just few seconds of time interval, and from those 2 scenes we can make a high resolution digital elevation models. And when we difference those digital elevation models over 2 different time periods, we get the elevation changes of the glacier surface. That means how much glacier ice has melted away to the rivers. So based on those elevation changes, we can understand how the glacier responded to the climate, or whether the glacier grown or whether the glacier lost its melts over the time period. So there are other methods also like SAR interferometry, also laser-based altimetric sensors like ISAT-2 or ISAT. There's also gravimetry, which is based on gray satellite data and some other satellite data as well. So basically these are the variables we measure for glacier to understand their response to climate change. Like we map them, then we understand their glacier ice velocities. We also measure their glacier mass change and elevation changes. Additionally, we also can understand their hazards like glacier lake outburst floods, how much volume it happened after glacier lake, how much damage, etc., etc. So basically all the satellites are measuring our ground surface like glacier surfaces, and based on those data sets we can study the glaciers as well. So simply how we do the glacier mass balance in a basic way, like the first image is showing that the digital elevation model of that particular glacier from 1958, and this is the recent time period from 2015. So basically we difference the 2015 digital elevation model from the 1958, and after that we get this kind of elevation change maps. So if you see the bottom areas of the glacier, the top parts, the glacier melting was like -2 meter every year over the last 70 or 60 years. Also in the upper parts of the glacier, there was not much melt because the upper parts are generally remains very much cold. There's not much melt in those areas, but in the lower parts there was higher melt. Like over the 70 years, more than 100 meter elevation has lost from those glacier surfaces. So this is how we can measure the glaciers. So another example can be like in 2015, the blue line was the surface. In 2018, some mass melted away. Those were the surface, and in 2022, you can see that there are lots of mass melted away from that surface. So some little bit of example from our Himalayan region, how those glaciers are doing. As you can see that figure, some rivers are indicated like Indus, Ganges. Those are the regions like Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand areas where most of the glaciers are located. There were some glaciers chosen for this study by these authors, and the data sets backs to 1975. In 1975, US government launched some spy satellite missions for their defense purpose, and now they have declassified or made open source those satellite images. From those images, you can make digital elevation models, and as I mentioned, we have recent digital elevation model. We difference those 2 digital elevation models, and we get this kind of mass balance information. So for example, you can see in 1975 to 2000, the glacier mass balance was just minus 0.22 meter per year. But you see after 2000, in last 15 years, the glacier mass loss rate has just doubled. It's because of our global warming, or which we are knowing from our newses and based on different climatic analysis as well. So another example is from our very known Gangotri Glacier, which you already know, that is the headwater or the origin water for our mighty river Ganga. This is in Uttarakhand, and this is our study. As you can see, over the last decade, you can see that how much was the glacier mass change rate. The very dark red colors are showing the glacier mass lost very higher rate, and in the upper parts areas, in the blue areas, the glacier gained little bit of mass, but most of the area is looking quite red. But next time when anyone asks you that how the glaciers are doing in India, you can tell them that our glaciers are losing, let's say minus 0.70 meter every year, as you can see from this table below. So coming to the last slide probably, so we can also measure the hazards or how much, what damages it happened, happened after glacier-related hazards. So these geohazards you already heard about, like Chamoli disaster, or which is called as rock or icefall event that happened 3 years back at 7th February 2021. So based on remote sensing data sets, we can also measure how much volume is, lost from those valley walls that damage lots of hydropower projects in those Uttarakhand areas and other devastating areas. Also last year in Sikkim, South Lona Glacier Lake flood has happened in 3rd October, and those areas are very much cloudy generally. There was not much satellite image just after the event. So based on the SAR datasets from Sentinel-1 datasets, many people have tried to understand what was the main reason of Glacier Lake outburst floods. As you can see in the top part, those red areas, those are the surface deformations or surface creeping values or rates. So many scientists were assuming that those areas probably broke off from those areas and fall off on the glacial lake. That made a very big trigger for the glacial lake to breach its dam and make a sudden flow of glacial lake waters. So after getting the very nice quality optical images or satellite images, as you can see in the down areas, those scientists were really true. Those areas fall off from those areas and basically was the trigger for glacial lake outburst floods. So this is how satellite images can help very much to understand different hazards as well as glacial related understanding for our climate understanding. So just 2 take-home messages I have, maybe you can take that. Satellite images, mainly high resolution, as well as we need them as open access. These are very important and highly efficient to understand various glacier understanding. So basically ASTAR, Landsat, Sentinel, as well as our Indian remote sensing satellites, those are free. Generally high resolution, I can tell, let's say 15 meter to 10 meters. Also the upcoming NISAR mission would be very much helpful to understand our glaciers, because that has very high quality sensors for different glacier studies. And the last message is this remote sensing. This technique has a very high capability to go very large or very global scale to understand the climate system as well as how our glaciers are doing to the global warming and other things. So with this, thank you. And if you have any question, you can ask me. Otherwise, you can write me in my email also. Thank you very much. Please. But if you, Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, so we cannot prevent it basically. So whatever we have done over the last 100 or 50 years, we have done it, we have already committed it. So if we stop it now, like our vehicle emissions and other big global warming things, then we may have to wait for, let's say, 50, 70 years. Then we can see some impacts that we have reduced something. And then probably glacier will reflect, and you can see that some melting is controlling by this kind of measures. But we do not have any way to control them now. Yeah, naturally.
So it's similar to what ma'am asked over there. As I'm sure you're aware that, Antarctica, in ice caps of Antarctica, there are many ancient harmful viruses and bacteria which are still alive. So once they melt, especially due to global warming, they'll be released into the atmosphere. And as of now, we don't have any cure for them. In fact, we don't even know how harmful they are. So you said we can't prevent glaciers. So like, what's the solution for that?
So, yeah, I mean, I don't have any direct and probably not satisfying answer for you.
It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, we have to prepare with this, I mean, disasters or with all these negative impacts of all these things. We can just do that thing, like better prepare with all these things. Otherwise, we cannot control all these things very quickly. Yeah, we have to wait for these things. You better prepare for, let's say, if all these things you, I mean, drink your safe water, let's say not want all those viruses to intake, you can control all these things by yourselves, but not as a global scale or naturally.
So, thank you.
You said that there's an equilibrium for the ice cap melting, or there's a perfect temperature. What if the temperature drops more than necessary? What are the consequences in that?
Okay, if temperature drops more than necessary, the glaciers will be very happy because it's negative temperature. There won't be any mass, so the glacier don't have to think that mass is melting away from me. So it will get cold, maybe accumulate more mass because whatever precipitation will fall on, it will be snow. So the glacier will basically be happy. So if the temperature goes beyond negative or very negative, it's happy. The glaciers are very happy in that case.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If all these glaciers are melting away, then why are various instruments like, for example, neutrino detectors, they are placed into these large glaciers to detect those neutrinos coming from the sun? Then if these glaciers are melting away, won't these instruments also spoil? Then why are they being placed in the glaciers?
Okay, that's interesting. I don't know about all these neutrino instruments. Maybe yes, you may be right, but I don't know where these instruments are installed in which glaciers. So I do not have any answer for this.
Thanks.
So our main focus should be on reducing vehicle emissions and reducing global warming.
I think absolutely right.
Okay.
Sir, is because most of the water in glaciers is like pure drinkable water, is there no possible way that we can benefit by these glaciers melting if we can extract the collect the water in some way that it can be used for future?
Yes, yes. I mean, why not? I don't know for future, but now you can do, for example, in the Himalayan states, people are drinking those water. And if not Himalayan state example, then Dubai and United States of, Emirates, they are bringing icebergs which are broke off from Antarctica by some water cranes to their country because they don't have fresh water resource. And it is very costly, but still that is helping them that they can use those water as a drinking water source for their country. But maybe yes in the future, but now I don't have any answer for future perspective, but we can use them, yes.
So CFCs and methane creates ozone depletion, and it creates melting of glacier. Is there any good nature-friendly gases which won't deplete the ozone and which recovers the ozone? Is there any gases like that? And people will state that by planting trees, you can decrease the rate of ozone depletion. What is your opinion about that?
Yeah, interesting, yeah. I have not, researched on these topics, ozone and those chemical understandings, so I do not have much answers for this. For the CFC thing, so those are generally man-made kind of gases. So these glaciers are located at very interior areas like Himalayas, where many people are not living there, also not much vehicles are there, like in Antarctica and Greenland also. So I don't think there are much more impacts of all these CFC and other harmful man-made gases, are there. So I don't think we have to worry much now for all those gases. But yes, ozone is very important gas for glacier melting, especially in the polar areas, but I don't have much understanding for this. Thank you.
Thank you all for sharing your insights, research, and innovative ideas. As we all know, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and these research scholars are already remarkable strides in their own field. Now, I call upon Sri Kundranahalli Ramesh, Chairman, Shaktipita Foundation, to express his words.
ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯ ನಿಜವಾಗ್ಲೂ ನಾವು ಅಪ್ರಿಷಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆಯಿಂದ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ಸು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರೆಲ್ಲ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈಗ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟು ಈ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತೇನು ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಡೇ ಇದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ವರ್ಷ ನಾವು ಆಚರಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಹೋದ ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ. ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಹುಡುಗರು ಯಾರಾದ್ರೂ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ನಾನೊಂದು ಐಡಿಯಾ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಆ ಥರ ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಬರ್ಬೇಕಪ್ಪ. ಈಗ ನೀರು ಒಂದು ಕಡೆಗೆ ಫ್ಲಡ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ, ಒಂದು ಕಡೆಗೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆಗೆ ಕುಡಿಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ನೀರಿರಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ಡ್ ನೀರು ಬಂದು ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಷ ಕುಡಿತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ 1000 ಅಡಿ ಹೋದ್ರೂ ನೀರಿಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿಲಿ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ಇರುತ್ತೋ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿರುತ್ತೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದು ನದಿ ನೀರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ನ್ಯಾಯ, ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಬೇಕಾ ಬೇಡವಾ? ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಾವು ಚಂದ್ರಯಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಭೂಮಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳು ಅವ್ರು ಸೈಕಲ್ಲಾಗಿ ಏರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈಗ ನೀವು ಆ ಥರ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟು ಊರಿಗೊಂದು ಕೆರೆ, ಆ ಕೆರೆಗೆ ನದಿ ನೀರು ಅಂತ. ಯಾಕೆ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ವಾಟ್ರ್ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆಗೆ ಫ್ಲಡ್ಡೆಡ್, ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ಪೊಲಿಟಿಕಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ಯವೋ 3 ಬೆಳೆ ಬೆಳಿತೀವಿ, ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಕುಡಿಯೋ ನೀರಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ನೇಚರು. ಜಲಶಕ್ತಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ವಾಟರ್ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ನವರು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಫಿಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ರೀಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಏನೂ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ಕಾರ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಫಿಲ್ಲಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ನೀರು ತುಂಬಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನೀರು 100% ಈಸಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಯಾರು ಇನೋವೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನಾರು ಉತ್ತರ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರೇನಪ್ಪ? ಇದೊಂದು ಕ್ವಿಜ್ ಈಗ ನಂದೀಗ. ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತಾ ಆಗಲ್ವಾ? ಆಗುತ್ತಾ ನೋಡಿ, ಆ ಧೈರ್ಯ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು. ಆಗದಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ರೆ ಕತ್ತೆ ಬಾಲ ಅಂತೀವಿ ನೋಡಿ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ಕಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಆಗದಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ರೆ ಬೇಡ, ಬಟ್ ಅಟೆಂಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ. ಇದು ಯಾಕೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಇದಕ್ಕೇನು ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕಂಡುಹಿಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಒಂದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಮಗೆ ಇದು ನೋಡಿ. ಈಗ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಇವಾಗ ಅಟ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್? ಈಗ ಪಂಚಭೂತಗಳು ನಾವು 5 ಇದ್ದು ಅಂತೀವಿ, ಇವಾಗ ಒಂದು ಡೇ ನಿಂತೋಯ್ತು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರಪಂಚ? ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಎಲ್ಲರ ಮೇಲೆ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಆಗಿಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಮೊಬೈಲಿಂದ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಮನೆ ಟಿ ವಿಯಿಂದ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲದೂ ಅದರಲ್ಲೇ ಆಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಇದೊಂದು ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಪಿರಿಟಾಗಿ ಇದೊಂದು ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ಸ್ಗೂ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಈಗ ಬಂದವ್ರಿಗೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿರೋರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ಯಾವ ಥರ ಮಾಡಲಿ, ನದಿ ನೀರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಒಂದು ಸಾಮಾಜಿಕ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ನಾವು ನೀರು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇಂಥದ್ದು ನಾನು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ವಿಶ್ವನಾಥ್ ರೆಡ್ಡಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರು OST ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಕ್ರನಾಥ್ ಹತ್ರನೂ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. 2 ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿದು, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಸರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ, ISRO ಅಂದರೆ ಇಡ್ಲಿ ವಡೆ ಅಂತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಸೌತ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡ್ಲಿ ವಡೆ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ನಾವು ನಾರ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅವರು. ಅದು 1-2 ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಸರ್, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಟರ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಪೋಸಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ದೊರೆಗಳು ಕುಂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ PIL ಆಗ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು ಇವಾಗ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವಾಟರ್ ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ನೀರಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದಕ್ಕೂ ನೀರು ಬೇಕು. ಇವತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಯಿಲೆಗಳು ಬರೋದು ನೀರಿಂದಲೇ. ಪ್ರಪಂಚ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಅದು 100% ಆಗಬೇಕು. 2 ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಇಬ್ಬರಿಗೂ ಗಣ್ಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ. ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅವರು OST ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಅದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಫೈಲ್ ಇದೆ ತಗೊಂಬನ್ನಿ ನೋಡೋಕೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ. ಈಗ ಅವರು ನಾರ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರಂತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೌತಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಮುಂದಿನ ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ 2 ಏನಾರ ಇನಾಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತಾ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ನೀವು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳು ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸರಿ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು? ಆಗುತ್ತಾ? ಹೆಂಗಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳಿ, ಹೆಂಗಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ನೀರು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರೋ ಕಡೆ ಈಗ ಮಂಡ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಬೆಳೆ ಬೆಳೀತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಲ್ಮಟ್ಟಿ ಡ್ಯಾಮ್ ಇರೋ ಕಡೆಗೆ 3 ಬೆಳೆ ಬೆಳೀತಾರೆ, ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡಿನಾಗ 4-5 ಬೆಳೆ ಬೆಳೆದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸಮುದ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಡೆಸರ್ಟ್ ನೋಡಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನೀರು? ಹೆಂಗೆ ತತ್ತೀರಾ? ಪೈಪ್ಲೈನಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಪೈಪ್ಲೈನಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಇದೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ತಾತನ ಕಾಲದಿಂದಲೂ ಹೊಡಿತಾವ್ರೆ ಪೈಪ್ಲೈನಲ್ಲಿ. ಹಾಂ ಹೇಳಿ, ಏನು ಒಂದು ಐಡಿಯಾ ಹೇಳಿ, ಏನಾರ ಹೇಳಿ ನೀವು. ಕೆನಾಲ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್ನು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಮಳೆನೇ ಬರಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮೋಡ ಬಿತ್ತನೆ, ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಅದೇ ಮೋಡ ಬಿತ್ತನೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಅದು ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ ರೈನ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟು? ಆಯ್ತಪ್ಪ, ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಎಸ್, ಅದು ಒಂದು ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಈಗ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಮಳೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ನೀರು ಬೆಳೆಸ್ತಾವ್ರೆ, ನೀರು ಇಲ್ಲವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀರು ತರಬೇಕು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ? ನೀರು ಆ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಹರಿಯರೇ ಕುಡಿದು ನದಿ ನೀರು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಐತೆ ಅದು ಕಡೆಗೆ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕಾಗಿ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕಪ್ಪ ಅದು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಎದ್ದು ಹೇಳಿ ನೀವು, ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಇದೇ ಐಡಿಯಾಸ್ ಬರೋದು. ಈಗ ಅಲ್ಲೇನು ಹೇಳಿರು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಏರ್ಪೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬಂದರು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫ್ಲೈಟ್ ಮಿಸ್ ಆಯಿತು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಸೈನಿಕರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಂದೇ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಅಂತ. ನಾನು 1988 ಇಸ್ವಿ 88ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ರಜದ ದಿವಸದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಕಾಯ್ತಿದ್ದೋ ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಗುಬ್ಬಿ ತಾಲೂಕು ನಂದು HL ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ, HL ಈಗ ಮೋದಿಯವ್ರು ಬಂದು ಇನಾಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿರು ಆ ಊರು ನಂದು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಕಾಯುವಾಗ ಕುಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಾನು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ, ಈಗ 4-5 ಹುಡುಗರು, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಷ್ಟೊಂದು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಜಮೀನಿದೆ, ಏನಾರ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ತರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನನಗೆ ಅವಾಗಲೇ ಹುಚ್ಚಿತ್ತು, ಅವಾಗಲೇ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು 757 ಜನ ಭೂಮಿಗೆ ಏಯ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಡಿಕೆ ಗಿಡ ತೆಂಗಿನ ಗಿಡ ಹಾಕಿ ಬಗರುಕ್ಕುಂಬಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಕರೆದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ನಕ್ಕರು ಎಲ್ಲ 36 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ, ಇವ್ರ ಸರ್ವೀಸು 33 ವರ್ಷ, ನಾನು 36 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಿಂದೆ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ನೋಡ್ರಲ್ಲಿ. ಅವತ್ತಿಂದ ಫೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ 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 ಇವತ್ತು ನೋಡಿ HL ಬಂತು. ಇವತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ 7 ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕುಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು. ನಮ್ಮ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲೇ 3 ಜನ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಕುಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಆಗ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಲಿ ಪರಿಕರ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ರು, ಗೋವಾಕ್ಕೆ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀವಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ಸ್ಬಿಟ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ DC ಸರ್ಕೆಂಡಲ್ಲಿ. ಬಟ್ ಆದರೂ ಬಿಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು. ಏನೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಲೈಫಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಗೋಲು ತಂದ್ವಿ. ಈಗ ಅದರಿಂದಲೇ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಐಡೆಂಟಿಟಿ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ ಗುರುಸ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು. ಇವಾಗ ನೀರು ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ರಿವರ್ಸ್ ಪರಮಶಿವಯ್ಯರು ತರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿರು. ಅವತ್ತು ಇಂಪಾಸಿಬಲ್, ಪರಮಶಿವಯ್ಯ ಹುಚ್ಚ ಅಂತ ವೀರಪ್ಪ ಮೊಯ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿರು. ವೀರಪ್ಪ ಮೊಯ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಿದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಗೊತ್ತು ಆಗಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅವರು ಹೌಸ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಹೇಳಿರು, ಪರಮಶಿವಯ್ಯ ಒಬ್ಬ ಹಿಪೋಕ್ರಟಿಕ್, ಒಬ್ಬ ಹುಚ್ಚ, ನೀರು ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಅಂತ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ತುಳು ಭಾಷೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತುಳು ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ನಡೀತಲ್ಲಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿರು ತುಳು ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೂ ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ ನಾವು. ಆ ತುಮಕೂರು MP ಬಸವರಾಜ್ನ ಪರಮಶಿವಯ್ಯನ ಕೂಗಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಆ ನೀರು ಬಿಡಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನು. ಚಿಕ್ಕಬಳ್ಳಾಪುರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದು MP ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಂಗೆ ಎತ್ತಿನೊಳೆ ನಾವು ತರ್ತೀವಿ, ನೀರು ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಇನ್ನು 2 ವರ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ ಕರೆಸ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದರು. ನೋಡಿ ಅದೇ ಮನುಷ್ಯ, ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾಗ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್ ಅಂದರು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಹೋಗಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೇಳಿದೆ ವೀರಪ್ಪ ಮೊಯ್ಲಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಸರ್ ಈ 3 ಹೇಳಿರಲ್ಲ, ಈ 3 ಹೆಂಗೆ ಅಂತ. ನೋಡು ನೀನು ಒಬ್ಬ ಗೊತ್ತಿಡ್ದಿದ್ದೀಯ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಗಿಡ್ದಿದೆಯಾ ಅಂತ. ನೋಡಿ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಯಾರು ವಿರೋಧ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೋ ಅದು ಬರ್ತವೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಇವತ್ತು ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೊಲ್ಟು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಸಾಧನೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಇವತ್ತು ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಬಂದಿರೋ ಇವತ್ತೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೇ ಡೇಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಕರೀದಿದ್ರು ನಾನು ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. ಇಲ್ಲೇ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಜಲಶಕ್ತಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ನ ಡೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ನೀವೀಗ ಏನಿದ್ದೀರೋ ಅದನ್ನು ವಿತ್ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಸಮೇತ ಅಥವಾ ವಿತ್ ಥೀಸಿಸ್ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋ ಮಾಡಿ ನನ್ನ ನಂಬರ್ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನೋ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಅಥವಾ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟಿಂದ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಕೇಳಿ, ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಹೇಳಪ್ಪ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್. ಬಾ ನೋಡಿ ನೋಡಿ ಇವನೊಂದು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಪ್ ಶುರು ಆಗೋಯ್ತು. ಈಗ ನೀನೊಂದು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಪ್ ಕಂಪ್ನಿ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋದೆ. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಏನೇನಪ್ಪ? ಬರೋ ಕ್ರೌಡ್ಸ್ನೇ ಸಿಲ್ವರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅದು ಕಡೆಗೆ ಡೈವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ್ತೀಯ, ಬಿಟ್ಬಿಡೋದು. ನಿಂದು ಒಂದು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಇವಾಗ. ಎಸ್, ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳಪ್ಪ. ನದಿ ಜೋಡಣೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಈ ಪಾಲಿಟಿಷಿಯನ್ಸು? ಆ ನದಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ದಂಗೆ ಏನಾರ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಹಂಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯಾ? ಏನು ಮೇಡಮ್? ಎಲ್ಲಿಲ್ವ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ಲೇ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡೋದು. ಈಗ ಇದೀಗ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಆಗಿರೋದೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ಲಿ ಸಮುದ್ರಕ್ಕೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದಲೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದು ಡಂಪ್ ಮಾಡಂಗೆ. ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಹುಡುಗರು ಎಷ್ಟು ಐಡಿಯಾ ಒಳಗಿಸ್ತಾವ್ರೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ. ನೀವು ಯಾರು ಒಬ್ರು ಏನಾರ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕೇನಾರ ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತರ ತರ್ಬೋದು. ತತ್ತೀರಾ? ನನ್ನ ನಂಬರ್ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾರ ನನಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಕೇಳಿ, 9886. ನೀವು ಇನೋವೇಟಿವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಏನಾರ ಮಾಡಿ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ಲೂ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋದು. ಈಗ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಅಂತ ಮೋದಿಯವರು ಒಂದು ಸ್ಕೀಮ್ ತಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲೂ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡ್ತಾವ್ರೆ. ನೀವು ಯಾರು ಇಂಥವು ಇನೋವೇಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರೋ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಡ್ಸೋದೇ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೆಲಸ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಐಡಿಯಾಗಳು ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಂಥ ಹುಡುಗರು ಮುಂದೆ ಬರಬೇಕೀಗ. ನಾವು ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂಥ ಹುಡುಗರು ಪುಷ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. 9886 77 44 77 9886 77 44 77. ಕುಂದರನಹಳ್ಳಿ ರಮೇಶ್ ಅಂತ. ಯಾರಾದರೂ ಒಬ್ಬರಾರು ಇನೋವೇಟಿವ್ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬರಲೇಬೇಕು. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟು ಬರ್ತೀರಾ? ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ರಪ್ಪ. ಒಬ್ಬರೇ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಬರೋಕ್ಕಾಗುತ್ತಾ ಆಗಲ್ವಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ. ಆಗುತ್ತಾ? ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್.
ತಮ್ಮ ಅಮೂಲ್ಯವಾದ ಚಿಂತನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹಂಚಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್. As we are continuously exploring advancement in space industry, we believe the expertise and cutting-edge technology align well with our goals. Now, it's time to witness the quick presentation on Internet of Things by Canris Automation Private Limited. It's the last presentation for 5 minutes.
Good evening. Sorry, this is moving. So, ours is actually a topic which is slightly away from space, but we'll come to space a little later. What we are going to be talking is what we just announced. IoT-based flood monitoring and early warning systems, which we designed for Bhima River, thanks to Government of Karnataka, and it was commissioned by Government of Karnataka. There was a flood event that happened. I don't know if how many of you all will recall, but this is a recent flood event that happened. It happened in 2020. We'll come to that slide. Quick background of what happened in 2020. River Bhima, all this is there. You can read that, but I will quickly tell you what actually happened in this. Bhima originates in Maharashtra and it flows down towards Karnataka. And there are certain dams that we have built in Karnataka. There are certain dams that we have built in Maharashtra as well. But whenever there is excess flooding that happens, whenever we receive excess rains, the dams cannot hold that excess water. So these waters are then released. So something like that happened in 2020. We'll go to the next slide. So there is this picture that you see in the background. This is actually a real-time picture that happened in 2020. As you can see, that house was fully submerged, and there are many houses like this that got fully submerged. Like what, sir, we just mentioned, ನೀವು ಹೀಗೆ ತಾನೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ, ಎಕ್ಸೆಸ್ ನೀರು ಬಂದಾಗ ಅದನ್ನು ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಆ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ 2020ಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ತು ಈ ಥರ ನಮಗೆ. So the challenge then was, how do we first is to avoid destruction, and second is what do we do to harvest this excess water. That is what we will talk about in the next 2 slides. So this was the solution that we came up with. We said water flows from higher range to a lower range. So we first have to measure how much of water flows. So we have that, and we have to measure that 24/7 for 365 days. Can we go back to the previous slide? How do we measure, and how do we know that we are measuring it correctly? So we have something called as we designed something called as a DSS, Decision Support System, where we collected all this data from the field, which these data loggers or instruments that we collect from the field are what we call as IoTs, Internet of Things. These don't have internet, but we provide certain inputs to them and make them internet enabled. So that is why these are called IoTs. One of the important things that it did was we could gather data on real-time basis so that authorities like KBGNL, which is Krishna Bhagya Jala Nigam Limited, which is an organization of government of Karnataka, they could then, respond to such flood events quickly. So that is the QRT, quick response time. That is what we did. The other thing that the software does is to proactively analyze. There is so much of water that is coming in from a certain dam, and it is flowing into a dam which is down below. We then collect data. If there is water that is let from a dam that is at higher level and a dam that is at a lower level, we know there's so much of water that we have left. We calculate the time and we prepare the dam below to receive this water. And if there is excess water in the dam below, then we allow that water to flow into various other barrages. So we'll come to that. Can we go to the next slide? This is how it looks on Google Maps. You have actually two rivers. We have River Bhima and River Kagina. River Kagina again originates here in Karnataka, in Gulbarga, but then it goes to Maharashtra and then comes down again to Karnataka. There is a confluence point. I think we will come to that. And of course, what we have tried to show you is that there are various dams, there are various canals, and there are various barrages. And we have sensors at all these points. These sensors and data loggers are what we call them as IoTs, Internet of Things, right? Can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so I told you about various sensors. I told you about data loggers. Then we also have flow meters, which is all, again, another device, which is also part of the Internet of Things. The next slide. By the way, the fork that you see, the Y part in the middle graphic, those are the two rivers that we are talking of, and the center point is the confluence point, the River Kagina and River Bhima coming and meeting at that particular point. And this data, by the way, is real-time data that we have captured. We have measured all the water levels. This is as on yesterday. I think we've given the time there as well at 4 p.m. Yesterday at 4 p.m. So one of the points that, sir, ನೀವು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದು ಇದನ್ನು ಹೆಂಗೆ ನಾವು ಮೆಜರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ನೀರನ್ನು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕು, ಯಾವ ಥರ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಡೌನ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಏನು ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರಾಜಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಆ ಟೈಮಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಿದ್ದಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಬೇಕಿದ್ದಾಗ, ಈಗ ಮಳೆಕಾಲ ಇದೆ, ಮಳೆ ಹೋದ ನಂತರ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಿದ್ದಾಗ ದೆನ್ ವಿ ಎನೇಬಲ್ ದಿಸ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಟು ಬಿ ರಿಲೀಸ್ಡ್. ಇದು ಬಂದು WRD ಟೀಮ್ ಮತ್ತು KBGNL ಟೀಮ್ ಮತ್ತು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ದೇ ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಆನ್ ದಿಸ್. ಬಟ್ ಇದರಿಂದ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಏನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಗೋ ಟು ದ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಲೈಡ್. Let's go to the previous slide. What is important for you all to note is that when flood occurs, there is destruction. There is loss of life, there is loss of property, there is also loss of livestock, right? And for farmer, all three things are important. Or people living downstream, all these three things are important. We help inform these people downstream that there is water that is coming in, and we have a siren system. I think in one of the previous slides, we have this sirens there placed on top right-hand corner, as you can see, which gets automated. By the way, all these process that we do is completely automated. There is no human intervention at all, none of us do anything. When water reaches certain levels, the siren gets triggered on its own, and it is getting monitored through a system, what we call as EWS. And this siren gives out sound at intermittent times depending on the various levels. We have 4 levels: mild, danger, alert. We have these 4 levels. So the siren goes off at intermittent speeds. So people know if it is only a 30-second siren, it is only an alert level siren. But if it is of a longer duration, then they know it is of a higher degree issue. So what we have tried to demonstrate in this is, another important feature of this particular diagram that you are seeing now, you see a red color box. In that red color box is what we call as the local loop. Just in case, for whatever reason, the system has a downtime, there's a failure of the system. It doesn't happen, but we have built this as a safety measure. If at all there is an issue with the software, this local loop that you see in the red box, it can still operate on its own. It is a feature that we can safely say it's like machine learning. It learns on its own on the amount of water that it receives, and therefore it makes its own decision. So it's a feature of, I would also include artificial intelligence into this, but otherwise it is a machine learning feature that is inbuilt into the system. It is, I must tell all of you all present here that this is something that is very unique to Karnataka, very unique. We are, as Canaries, we are very proud and happy to say that it was us who, gave this solution. This particular system is not available in other parts of India, in other dams, in other rivers. This system is not there. So can we go to the next slide? Sorry, because of paucity of time, I'm running through this slide, but I would be very happy to come back and make this presentation another time for the interested people here. By the way, this again is live data. The ml that we have indicated here is not milliliters. It is actually machine learning. And if you can see the amount of water that, because of the rains that we've had, there is a lot of water that came in, and you see the sudden spike of 2016.15 or 0.55 rather. This was an event that happened on the 5th of August, where we had to suddenly release that much extra water because of the incoming thing, and this was on its own. But like I said, machine learning, artificial intelligence feature, we wanted to highlight this, and this, we've also given you the site location, which is River Bhima and not River Kagina, and we've also given you the dates. And by the way, this is a dashboard that is there with the Government of Karnataka, WRD, and it is under KBJNL. So this is a live data that we've captured just to demonstrate this point to you. Next slide, please. So one of the other things today, everything is on mobile. We would like to know what is happening. Likewise, this system also gives you all this data on mobile. So whoever is the authority, they get all this data on the mobile. Why mobile? Because they can take immediate decisions. They can alert people downstairs. Everybody knows everything. Nobody can say that I'm not aware of this. Nanagu gottilla, idu yaru madidru. All that excuse is out of the picture, because these alerts get generated by the system and it is sent to the mobiles. So everyone is available, everyone is in the know, everyone knows about what is happening to the system or to that particular river. So this is another mobile app that we've built for KBGNL. We'll go to the next slide. So what are the benefits of this project? Again, it's all listed down. I don't have to explain much, but what I would like to stress here is those 5 points. Particularly, like I mentioned earlier, early warning enables evacuation of human lives, livestock, both upstream and in downstream, thereby saving people and their property. The fourth point is the volume of water discharges from the barrage projected during flooding season. This is one of the points that you just stood here and spoke, sir. This is what we do. ಇದು ಆಲೆ ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಯಂಗ್ಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಯು ಆರ್ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಟು ಬಿಲ್ಡ್. ಸೊ I mean, this is all in English, simple English, so I will not take too much time. I'll go to the next slide. So what is our parting thought? Everybody spoke about space and things like that. Yes, we also have a message for you to how to integrate what is there on the surface and what is there in the sky. We also have a message, but our message is very, very simple. Space technology and satellite technologies play a pivotal role in strengthening the early warning systems and flood monitoring systems in the future. We know that NAVIC today is doing a lot of wonderful work. We hope that authorities like ISRO and the various state governments get together and work on this closely, and this would be our parting thought. Of course, there are two other points that we have highlighted. One, of course, is a repetition of what I just told you, but what I want to stress upon is the first point. Today is an era of technology, and technology drives us. I'm sure technology should drive this also. Water is not an infinite resource. There is limitation to water. I think when you spoke, you mentioned we are only 3%. Yes, 3% water supporting 8 billion people is something, it's a miracle today, but we can't expect this miracle to last forever. We have to be careful with our water usage. We have to know how to use our water. We have to better use, water for agriculture. We have to better use water for irrigation because, again, that supports life. So we have to be careful both as individual and as a society. Well, thank you, and if there are any questions, I would be happy to answer, but I'm told that there is a time issue here. So you're most welcome to write to us. We will be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your knowledge. What a fantastic day it has been. We have witnessed incredible talent, determination, and sportsmanship. Now, it's time to begin the validatory ceremony where we will honor and celebrate the achievements of our winners and recognize the efforts of everyone who made this event possible. I request all the dignitaries to come over the dais. Professor Praveen C. Ramurthy, sir, ICWAR, IISC Bengaluru. Dr. D. Gnan Sundar, Senior Joint Commissioner, NHP, DOWR, GOI. Dr. Chandrasekhar K., Scientist, Engineer G, and Head WRMD, NRSC, Hyderabad. Shri Saktivel, Scientist, CGWB. Shri M. Satish, sir, Chief Engineer, WRD, and Nodal Officer, SPMU, NHP, Government of Karnataka. Dr. J. Harsha, sir, Director, CWC. Today, we gather to celebrate not just a day, but a journey that has seen India's aspirations from the sands of Sriharikota to the surface of the moon. Our theme for this year, Touching Lives While Touching the Moon, India's Space Saga, reminds us that every leap we make in space echoes here on Earth, improving lives and inspiring. Our judges have had the challenging task of selecting the best from the stellar collection of drawings. Now, let's shine a spotlight on our winners who have distinguished themselves with their exceptional artistic skills and unique vision of space. I request Mrs. Rekha to announce the winners.
Thank you, Anusha. Good evening, one and all. Without any delay, we'll announce the prize winners. So, for the drawing competition, the third prize goes to Aditi Kanade from VV Sardar Patel High School. I request the dignitaries to give the prizes. And this is what she has done. Second prize goes to Vismaya from Purna Pragna Education Center, Sadashiv Nagar. And the first prize goes to Dhyan B from Oxford English School, High School, Nagarbavi. Along with this, there is also 3 more consolation prizes which was selected by our audience. The first one goes to Preetham M from Vidya Mandir High School, Malleshwaram. Jeevan R from Vidya Bharati High School, Rajajinagar. Hansini from VVS Sardar Patel High School, Rajajinagar. Congratulate all the participants who have done fantastic painting or drawing. Congratulations, one and all.
It has been an exhilarating journey of knowledge, excitement, and intense quiz competition. I request Mrs. Vidya to announce the winners.
Thank you, Anusha. Success do not begin with awards, but it begins with the satisfaction that you feel when you achieve each milestone set by you people. We know that the students have waited for this hour. It was an enthusiastic participation from all the 10 schools. I thank all the teachers who represented these 10 schools and coordinating with our team to bring your students here. So without any further ado, I will be announcing the third place for the space quiz goes to PM Shri Kendriya Vidyalaya Malleshwaram. Please give them a big round of applause. The names of the students are S. Shamita, Atharva G. Bhatt, Kshiti. I request the dignitaries to hand over the trophy and the certificates. Second place goes to Shri Vidya Mandir High School, Malleshwaram. The students who participated in this round were Samaya PV, G.S. Tejashwi Chowdhury, Milan Gowda V. And the first place, the winner of the Space Quiz 2024 organized by Water Resource Department goes to VVS Sardar Patel High School, Rajajinagar. The students who participated in this quiz were Yash Prakash Kini, Swapnil Sharma K, Shihan N. Roy. Thank you all.
To all the participants, thank you for making the competition such an exciting and enriching experience. Keep up the great work and we look forward to see you in the future competition. Let's give the final cheer for all the participants who took part. I request Ms. Rekha to read out the participants list along with the suspense element.
Yeah, surely. We are giving a special prize for the active participation of your... Okay. First, Yash Prakash Kini from VVS Sardar Patel High School, Rajajinagar. Shreyas from Vidyavadak High School. Atharva from MES High School. Prajwal Bharadwaj from Sri Vidya Mandir High School, Malleshwaram. I would like to call the GHS High School 18 Cross Malleshwaram students. Arjun K. Raj, Musafira Konain, Radhika T, Jainkara S, Manoj and Ningraj. Please come on the stage. Next, I would like to call MES Kishore Kendra School, Malleshwaram students. Madhusudan Raju, Pritam Ajit Nayak, Atharva V. Bharadwaj, Mohita P. and Chandramauli R. Sri Chaitanya Techno School, Sheshadripuram. Aditi Madhusudan, Ayush R. Birje, Ashok Jasma Olepure, Shiv Sagar RM, Sampreet CP. Next, Karnataka Public School, 13 Cross Malleshwaram. Sri Chaitanya Techno School, Sheshadripuram. Karnataka Public School, Malleshwaram. Jayashri MC, Bindu, Nishanaka, Likita, Janvita. Vidya Bharati English School. Nakum, Tilak Kabadi, Shreyas Ravichandra Das, Prajwal BS and Jeevan R. Oxford English High School, Nagarbavi. Oxford English High School, Nitish Kumar MR, Vithal Bhargav GR, Nirup H, Rishita M. Yogita R from Bal Vikas International School, Nagarbavi. Purna Prajna Education Center, Sadashivnagar. Yogita from Bal Vikas International School, Nagarbavi. Purna Prajna Education Center, Kamal, Shreyas Vishnupai, Satvik Bhatt, Vidya B. I request everyone to please stay back for 5 more minutes. PM Shri Kendriya Vidyalaya Malleshwaram. Ranna Nandish, Varuni S. Shri Vidya Mandir High School Malleshwaram, Prajwal Bharadwaj. Prajwal Bharadwaj. I would request to come on the stage Ms. Supriya S. from UEC for the talk on space topic. Sandesh K. Murthy. Arindan Mandal. There is a saying, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara. Without teacher, we are nothing. So I would like to give our appreciation, our gratitude to the teachers of each school. I would like to call upon him. Vishwanath Reddy sir from Vidya Bharati English School. Ms. Mukta Kumari Kantwalia from PM Shri Vidya Mandir. Ms. Veena VS from VVS Sardar Patel High School. Ms. Vani Shri from Oxford English School. Ms. Lakshmi R from Shri Vidya Mandir High School. Shri Girish Kumar from GHS Malleshwaram. Shri Siddheshwar from Karnataka Public School. Shri Chandramouli R from MES Kishore Kendra. Ms. Mallika S from Purna Prajna Education Center. And Ms. Adeba from Shri Chaitanya Techno School. Miss Usha from MES Kishore Kendra. I would like to thank all the dignitaries and all the audience for sitting so patiently. Thank you. I now request Mr. Manohar Rotte sir to vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to appreciate the patience shown by everyone who are present here. Since morning 9 o'clock, you are here with us to celebrate this National Space Day. So we received a communication from central government, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Department of Water Resources, to celebrate or organize National Space Day with specific to water sector from our department, that is State Water Resource Department. So we have gathered, everyone have gathered here since morning to celebrate National Space Day, specifically to Water Sector Department on behalf of the Water Resource Department, Government of Karnataka. So first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Government of Karnataka, who is also holding the Department of Water Resources, who at our instant request gave not only gave the approvals, but he accepted to be the to chair this function. But due to some unavoidable circumstances, he couldn't make to this function, today's events. But he was kind enough to give his message, which was read in the morning session, inaugural session. Similarly, I express my gratitude to Additional Chief Secretary Shri Gaurav Gupta sir and Secretary Shri Krishnamurthy Kulkarni sir, State Water Resource Department, who were constantly guiding us to organize this event. And first of all, after that, special thanks to Shri Anand Mohan sir, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Water Resources, and also Shri D. Gnansundar, Senior Joint Commissioner, NPMU, NHP, who constantly monitored our events organization. They held the preparatory meetings to make this event happen in a such successful way. Special thanks to them. Then coming to this August gathering here and this space, when we consulted or met IISC and expressed our interest in organizing this event in the campus. So they, at the instant request, they accepted our request, and they provided us, they accepted for collaborating us and also to give away this good auditorium for organizing this event. So on behalf of the Government of Karnataka, I would like to express my gratitude to Indian Institute of Science, Shri Ramurthy sir, Praveen Ramurthy sir, for giving us a support. Continuing with the, I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of Government of Karnataka for all the senior officers of central and state government departments, various agencies who could make over to come join us in organizing this event and making this event a success. In this thing, I would like to express Shri J. Harsha, Director Monitoring South, CWC, for being with us for making this event happen. Our special thanks to Dr. Chandrasekhar, Scientist G, NRSC Hyderabad, to join us and make this event a success. Similarly, Government of Karnataka, Water Resource Department express gratitude to Sri Shaktivel, Scientist D, Central Groundwater Board. Now I request Sri Kundaranari Ramesh to please come over to this dais to receive a gratitude from our department and thanks. So he is constantly working in the field of using recent technologies to be adopted in different departments of the government. So continuing the Thanksgiving, I would like to thank ISRO, NRSC, CWC, Central Groundwater Board, Survey of India, National NIH, Groundwater Development Department, Directorate, Director Valmi, who was in during the morning session. Chief Engineer, Monitoring South, Minor Irrigation, and Officer on Special Duty to the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Shri Patil Sir. Special thanks to all the schools, their headmasters and the teachers, and especially to the students whose active participation made this day a success. I would also like to thank all the media people who are here for covering this entire event, live streaming, and also to document it. I would like to thank all the officers, senior officers of Water Resource Department, Government of Karnataka, superintending engineers of various circles of under Water Resource Department, executive engineers, and especially I think everybody has I think noticed it. The whole event is organized by our Nari Shakti. So special thanks to Water Resource Department and all the lady officers who made this event happen. Okay. I would request Sri Govindaraju sir, Superintending Engineer, Investigation Circle, to please come out to the dais and receive a token of gratitude. Now I request Sri Shailesh on behalf of Canaries in Automation Private Limited. So they are executing various projects in Water Resource Department like SCADA. And I had occasion to visit the drawing competition area. where I noticed one thing on one of the paintings. He marked Har Grah Tiranga, that is tricolor on every planet. I think this event truly inspired the youngsters in using the latest technology, especially space technology in our day-to-day usage. And as Kundarani Rameshwar, he inspired all the students to come with during the next event with a new some innovations in water sector, specific to water sector, using the space technology. Hope the youngsters have got the message and they will work hard on this thing. Now, special thanks to our Chief Engineer, Sri Satish sir, whose continuous effort, guidance made this event happen a success. Madam, I request to Madam Padmavati, Madam, please stay. So special thanks to her also. She is a superintending engineer in our hydrology department, water resource department. She's her involvement in organizing this event is very much. So I request to express her gratitude. Lastly, I request Sri Shivarudrappa sir to come out to the dais and receive a moment of token. So there are many people who have worked behind, whose names I could not read here, but their constant So, lastly, I would like to thank each and everyone whose direct or indirect involvement made this event a success. Thank you, each and everyone. Thank you.
Lastly, I would request Manohar Rotte sir to receive our gratitude.